I am loving all the talking I'm hearing. I'm so excited you guys are having an opportunity to meet each other without your students here. I bet you're a little sad but a little excited. But we are so excited to have you here today for the Family and Supporter Orientation. My name is Kat Nanny, and I'm lucky enough to serve this institution as the Assistant Dean of Students, and in this capacity, overseeing orientation. I just wanted to take 1 minute really quickly before we get started, because we're receiving a lot of questions, to go over our schedule. And if you ever need a schedule, if you need a new one, if you need to take notes on it and you need a pen, just yell. My orientation team can help you out with that. But just to let you guys know, we're gonna have everything listed on here. We're gonna start with our Dean of Students. So actually, I lied. We're starting with our new president, John Nicklow. I'm so excited for you guys to hear from him. And then our Dean of Students. Then we're going to go to our Panther Parent Connection. We'll move on to Student Success and Support Services. That is our tutoring services. A lot of really incredible resources for you guys to hear. So when your student says, I'm struggling in chemistry, you'll say, I learned that during Family and Supporter Orientation. Here's how we can get you some help. Student Wellness will also be here to talk about the entire spectrum of student wellness. Campus Safety will be here to discuss all that they do for our campus and our local community. And then, yes, you guys will have your family academic unit meetings. I am asking that this schedule on the back oh, nope, not on the back, on the same front, is as accurate as possible, but there will be an updated version here. Some of our departments decided to work together right when we came back, and this was already printed, and we will put the corrected one up there. And of course, my entire orientation team will be out there to make sure that you are getting to the correct place. If you need a ride, I know someone already came up to me and had a knee replacement less than 2 weeks ago, which is incredible that you're here, but we will golf cart you anywhere you need to go to get you to your family academic unit meetings. Then you have lunch on your own. You can go with your student. They're about the same time. You'll come back to hear from the Advising Center, which is very exciting. Money Matters with Financial Affairs will be here. We have campus dining, housing and residence life, student life. So you get to see me again. It's going to be a great time. And then we have I have about 7 students that'll be here to do a Q&A with you, and you can just bombard them with any question that you have. This is a safe space. It does not leave here. We will not tell your students, and ask them any questions that you want. And then we have Dr. Patterson, Dr. Gordon Patterson, is what I like to say our campus historian, and he will go over some really incredible Florida Tech information and talk to you about letting go and moving on. And then you guys are done. If you are a new athletic parent, so a varsity sport athletic parent, you will then come back for the athletic session for new families and parents. So I am very excited to have you here today. Even more exciting because this is the year, guys. I have worked at Florida Tech for 15 years. I came directly after grad school, and I have seen it go through a lot of different things, but this is the year. Not only do we have a new Student Success and Support Center that is in one place to make it easy for your students, we have a new advising situation where instead of having a first-year advisor, your student will come in here and have 4 years with the same advisor, which is huge for them to build that relationship. And then I think the coolest and best and most incredible piece is we have an incredible new president who I'm going to introduce in 2 seconds, that is here, who is a servant leader, and he is here to make this university the best it can be. So without further ado, President John Nicklow. You want that, right?
Thank you very much, Kat. Can everyone hear me? All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to have you here. And it's great to be with you as we start the final day of family orientation. I just wanted to make sure I stopped by and had the chance to welcome you. As I was chatting with some parents last night, as a parent myself, I have a student who's a second year in graduate school now, but it was like yesterday I was dropping my freshman off at college. And there's nothing quite like that feeling when you drop them off. There's a unique blend and emotional sense of, for them, certainly, right? You're anxious for them and they're excited, but there's also a little bit of excitement for parents, yes? It's okay to say that. It's all right. It's okay. And maybe a pinch of sadness, certainly, as you see how your little one has now all grown up and entering a new phase in their life and starting a new journey. We always appreciate having families on campus, as we believe, and I believe, college truly is a team sport, and it takes your support of your student to be successful. And growing the Florida Tech family is something we deeply believe in. In this chapter of life, your student leads the way, of course, but your support and encouragement is absolutely critical, as is the intersection or interaction of our students with their peers, and if needed, all of our caring staff, the orientation staff, the student life staff, counseling center, health center. This is what all of these things are here for your student and for their support. We did announce a new student service in July that I'm very proud of and pleased to mention here as well. It's called Talk Campus. This is an app-based service that allows students any time of day or night to speak with a trained student peer supporter about anything, and it's anonymous. It allows them to express their thoughts and what they're dealing with right alongside somebody else who may be feeling the same thing. It combines their peer support with truly state-of-the-art machine learning built in collaboration with MIT and Harvard University for an intuitively designed, engaging, and safe student experience. This new program, supporting students, is one important way that I think we're moving Florida Tech forward together. And I'm convinced that this university is truly poised to realize an amazing future, as Kat said, becoming the undisputed, in my mind, choice for students interested in STEM from all over the world. And to make that vision a reality, I know that we have to ensure that we provide students with the very best student experience, and so that's our goal. We also need to grow a research enterprise, and we also want to be the preferred partner for business and industry and government so that your students have pathways to those places for jobs, right, and careers. And I think we're well on our way to that. And we're definitely not starting from square one. As some of you know, I've just started here. I'm 6 weeks in at Florida Tech, but I can already tell you this is I already know this is a remarkable place, truly a community of hardworking, dedicated, and what I'd say mission-focused people who want our students, your children, to succeed. And success for many is landing a good job in one's preferred field or major after they graduate. We know that thanks to some third-party surveys that Florida Tech excels at that. I don't pay a lot of attention to rankings, but I do like the ones where I had employers and HR professionals and third parties tell us what they think. And there is one that I'll mention here. The recent Global Employability University Ranking Survey found that Florida Tech is among the best in the country and the world in producing highly employable graduates. We are in the top 1% of institutions in the United States in employability of our graduates. I hope that makes you proud as parents. And although you love your children, you do not want them living at home with you, right? Okay, so you want them to have a successful career and be on their own. But being a Florida Tech Panthers takes more than classroom excellence. We're producing truly the next generation of critical thinkers, of problem solvers, of visionaries, innovators who embrace challenges and seek to make the world a better place. And these students will be learning in a truly nurturing and diverse environment that encourages them to see beyond what is familiar and to get comfortable with the uncomfortable and learning and working with others who are different from you maybe or have diverse backgrounds. I always tell students some of the most important lessons I've learned in life are from people different from me. In other words, just like the real world. But amid that excellence and external accolades, we are not resting. Again, rest assured. We're going to continue to build on the momentum that we have and find new ways to reach even greater heights, all in service of your kids, our students, and to a very successful shared future. One note, we are celebrating something this year. We're celebrating our 65th anniversary. And so you're a part of this celebration, and so glad you and your students are joining us now. And as we say this year, as part of our celebration, we have boundless potential and are moving forward together. It's going to be a great year. Thank you all again for being here. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. David McMahon, Vice President and our Dean of Students. David?
Good morning. I switched this slide up to start with, as I would like to invite you to take out your phones. It's usually not what we tell your students. But if you could take out your phones and activate your QR code reader and capture this code, this will download without you having to type things in my full contact information. It includes the ability to set an appointment with me, my cell phone number, which I hope that you have available in any emergencies, but it also helps for you to be able to see the Talk Campus platform as well as the Campus ESP platform, so you don't have to look for those elsewhere. As the Vice President for Student Affairs, it's my honor to follow Dr. Nicklow and welcome you here this morning. I get to work with some amazing people who are vested in your student success and look forward to sharing a bit about the resources available to your student, including the orientation team, campus activities, recreation, club and intramural sports, Greek life, leadership development, civic engagement, and the residential life staff. On to the wellness programs, including student outreach and support, community values and student conduct, the health clinic and counseling services, and on to career services and spiritual life. We are all here to help you achieve your goals. This morning, I have some information and ideas to share with you, but there are some students among you in the audience with microphones should you have any questions. Feel free to inquire as you will, but I also have time at the end for questions, and we'll be briefly in the lobby at the back for any personal questions that you may not want to share with the audience. Together, we will explore what it means for us to partner together for your student success and why it is beneficial. We will look at some opportunities to be seen from us working together, and we will share some tips and resources. So, what is this partnership all about? It is an opportunity for us to share resources with which we can support your student and for you to share ideas and concerns about how we might better meet your students' needs. This partnership should be founded on the idea that we want to support the development of autonomous students who have the ability to control their own behaviors and reactions to circumstances that are beyond their control while pursuing solutions to the challenges they face. From managing their student fee bill to preparing for an exam or soliciting assistance in addressing an issue of distress. We want to equip your students with the tools to manage as an adult and ultimately take their place in the university and society. To that end, if you can work with your student to encourage them to engage the services and resources on campus before you intervene, we'll help develop them into the adults they need to be. If you do find that they are encountering barriers and not able to get the assistance they need, you have my contact information. And this morning already, I have Jawara, Kurt, Shane, Atul, Dr. Patel, Lori, Harut, Amy, Alyssa, Iva, Kurt, Frank, Christine, Mary, Henry, Terry, and Dan, who are my contacts and friends now. So I thank you for that. This partnership can serve to enhance the ability of your student to connect with and acclimate to the university environment, enlightening both parties regarding the relationship of our students to the institution and supporting their persistence and ultimately graduation from the university. It can build a connection between us as we work together to provide your student with the best potential for success, and it can result in an alliance based on trust, allowing us to empower your student to independently address their concerns while providing you with a resource for assistance. The goal is to have the student learn to engage and advocate for themselves, to help them if they cannot identify the resources, and then and only then for us to step in and assist where needed. These are some of the challenges our partnership may face, but we are going to look to address many of these as we can right now. With regards to knowing about university expectations and policies, you have my contact information, and it will link you to the FIT webpage, which includes resources on our student handbook, which guides them in expectations. But it also directly links to the ability to book an appointment on my calendar and access to both the Talk Campus platform with Dr. Nicklow referenced, as well as Campus ESP. On my website, there is information that can guide your student on how to resolve their questions and connect them with a myriad of resources. They too will receive this QR code and have access to me as well as my direct contact information. The Campus ESP tool that I referenced will take you to a site where you can provide your contact information and receive regular updates about the things you want to hear more about. If your student is a first-year student, you can join the information feed, which will provide articles on the experiences of this group. Interestingly, if they are in fine arts, student athletics, or other segments of the program, such as Greek life, you can tailor the information that you receive to keep you updated. This will allow you to keep abreast of the happenings of the university and the activities which are important to your student, like when they should be completing their FAFSA to obtain the maximum potential for financial support, an important step for all of us, or when and how they may register for the classes they want. This information, together with that upcoming from Ms. Donna Casario, will overcome not being able to be present on campus on a regular basis. As to having confidence in engaging staff and faculty, you now know me, and I can be your liaison to help you meet the people best suited to assisting you and your assistants in addressing matters. I mentioned Ms. Donna Casario. She is a primary parent contact from the Alumni and Development Offices, and will speak with you soon about various means of connection and how to meet other parents and develop your own support network. So I'll not go into much more detail here other than to say getting connected is easy and fun. Have students engage in addressing themselves first so they can develop skills in self-advocacy and dispute resolution. Encourage them to get involved on campus. Studies show that it is not the SAT score, nor their cumulative GPA and coming in from high school, but their connection to the campus in the first 4 to 6 weeks, whether or not they feel like this is a home away from home and that they can see themselves as part of the family. We focus on creating a culture of caring and belongingness, and we hope that you will help guide them with this information that you receive through the Campus ESP platform to be able to engage when they tell you there's nothing to do here. You'll see the 120 student organizations, our campus activities board and recreational sports, and the many other entities on campus which provide a myriad of engagement opportunities. You do know about our Facebook site for parents and Campus ESP, and you'll also have access to our coordinator for student outreach and support. Delighted to take any questions that you have right now, but I'll also wait a moment in the back lobby if you want to discuss something personal that you don't want to share with the community. At this time, as I leave, I'd like to welcome all of our students in the audience to join me, and we'll head over to Gleason for your welcoming and opening. Thank you so much. Oh, for those that weren't able to use the QR code, there are business cards on the stage that you're welcome to grab at your convenience. I look forward to working with you and having a great year ahead of us. Thank you. Apologies. Now to Ms. Donna Casario, who I mentioned with our Alumni Parents Leadership Programs. Thank you.
So I have a slide presentation you want to look? Okay. What comes next?
So what's the name of the, because they're all kind of just scattered around, so what's
It's here.
this one? Awesome. Open? This one?
And then I'll just need to know how to advance it.
So I have the clicker up, I put it down over there, so give me a second. So you have the clicker right here, so that one's to go to the next slide, and if you need to go back for any reason, then
Okay,
go back.
perfect. Perfect. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Toth Casario, and I think that I've met a lot of you already, and I look forward to meeting anyone I haven't sometime today or during the year. I work in the Office of Advancement and under the direction of our Senior Vice President, Gary Grant. And we started our Panther Parent Program about 6 or 7 years ago in that office. And I'm over our parent leadership and engagement programs here at the university. I've been here for about 10 years. I'm also an alum of the university. I came here in the early 80s from Long Island, New York, and I know that there's some of you out there from Long Island, yes. So I've had that experience. I wound up staying here in this area because it's so wonderful and raising my family. And I, too, was also a Florida Tech parent. My youngest son or child, he graduated from here in 2020, in May of 2020, which, as you all know, was the beginning, or we were right in the midst of our pandemic. And I know that a lot of your students, have varying experiences in where they were at during that very challenging time. So I am a parent as well. So I just wanted to share a little bit with you about what our office offers, and again, just kind of tag on to what Dean McMahon talked about in having you all engaged and connected at the university. There are several ways that you can be involved and connected, and being a part of the prestigious Parent Leadership Council is a way to do that. You can also be a parent ambassador in the areas that you live, or if you're a local parent here, getting involved in the activities and volunteering as a parent here. Or you can just wear your Florida Tech t-shirt and use your gear, brand our university for us, and just be proud to be a Florida Tech parent. Our Parent Leadership Council, we refer to as the PLC, so you may hear that acronym. We are an advisory board to senior leadership departments and the president here on campus. Our membership usually varies around the 20 to 30 member, and that's couples attendance or membership. And we meet twice a year. Our members on the Parent Leadership Council, they contribute with their time, talents, and resources. And if you're interested in learning more about the Parent Leadership Council, please feel free to reach out to me. I know that you all have my contact information because you've probably gotten many emails from me, but you'll be able to find my information as well. So the Parent Leadership Council has, supports a lot with marketing, with recruitment here for Florida Tech, and so we've accomplished some really great things over the last several years. So here is my contact information, if you want to jot that down. I do have in the back lobby where your food and breakfast is, have these two-sided postcards. So information is on there as well, so pick one of those up. There's some QR codes to get you connected as well. Panther Parent Ambassadors, if you're not part of the Parent Leadership Council, we still want your participation, and as David said, it's important for you to be engaged as well. You can be an ambassador in the area in which you live. We travel the country. We do alumni receptions, and we partner with admissions, and so I may be calling on you as current parents to maybe attend one of those events, helping to recruit new prospective families. It's always a great thing to have alumni, current parents, and prospective families all in the same room talking to each other. So that's a great way for you to be a parent ambassador. And if you haven't heard, I can't imagine that you haven't heard about the Panther Parent Package. I see some of the t-shirts out in the audience. It's not too late. It's never too late to get that Panther Parent Package. And that is one of the items on this postcard. Anytime you go on to that page and order a package, I will mail that package to you, and we thank you for your support. All of the proceeds from that is fundraising, and it goes to our Panther Fund, which is our fund that we use for the greatest needs of the university. So we thank you in advance for supporting that. and wear your t-shirt proudly, like you all are doing already. Let's see. So we want you to enroll in the Panther Family Connection. David again mentioned this. That's on the other side of this postcard. So you've got the parent package and then the connection. So we just launched this platform in July. So it's brand new. You'll continue to hear about it. We'll continue to promote it. But if you were in our system, which I'm going to say 99% of you were, on July 6th, your emails were downloaded into this platform already. So if you get scan or go onto the URL code and put in your email address, click on sign up, you'll be able to go ahead and add more information to your profile, and I highly encourage you to do that because eventually this is going to be the platform that we communicate with primarily to our parents. So when you get a chance, please do that, and not to scare anyone, but this is hurricane season. I know I've talked to many parents who have that concern. So we have a great plan in place. We communicate very well with our students and our families. So again, this platform is a great place for you to go to get information, and we'll be using it, as well as other ways. But again, because it's new, but we want to get you guys engaged with this. And I know that a lot of you belong to the FIT Parents Facebook page. So if you're not on there, it's Florida Institute of Technology Parents. If you put that in your search on your Facebook page, we have close to 3,000 parents out there. We do have administration on the page, but we kind of take a back seat. We let parents talk to each other and solve problems, but we will jump in if we need to give some, corrected information, or talk to a parent and say, hey, why don't you reach out to me directly? I'd be happy to help you. But our parents have found it to be very helpful. So, and we do moderate it, and we do vet parents on the page. So we only allow parents on this page. So we're going to ask you a few questions. Just to verify that you are truly a parent or a prospective parent. And so there are many ways, as you can see, that you all can be connected to the university. You can always reach out to me with any questions. I always say to parents, if you haven't been able to find an answer to a question or concern in the regular traditional ways, or you're bouncing around the website, always feel free to call me and I'll be happy to direct you in that way. I just want to say that I'm so excited that you're here. I'm glad that you've chosen Florida Tech. We know that there are many choices out there, and if you haven't figured this out already, Florida Tech is a unique place, and I think that you will discover that as you journey with your kids through this experience. And again, I look forward to meeting each and every one of you at some point in time, and thank you for being here today.
Good morning. This is really tall for me. Our next presentation will be the Student Success and Support Services from our lovely Student Success and Support Center.
So I need to add accessibility. Yeah, let's go with them first.
Good morning. I can yell over 50 scouts, so you should be able to hear me. with Accessibility Resources, Mrs. Rachel Densler. She reports to me, but she's also part of the Student Success and Support Center. But we're going to start with her, and then once she goes through, we'll talk a little more resources specifically about what we offer your students in the Student Success and Support Center beyond the accessibility resources. So he's loading your slides now, Mrs. Densler. And do you want to be up here, or do you want a mic? You want a mic? Okay.
I'm not sure if those slides, that's not mine.
This is the only thing on this hard drive.
Here, sorry. Try that one. You can leave that one up there. Okay, either way, that one's good too, for next time.
This is where you need to do your gymnastics.
No,
Don't do that.
no. So, what I'm going to do today, after Ms. Dempsey give you her spiel, I'm going to actually share what we are going to be telling your students. Because I find it very useful that you're on the same page as they are. Because I can tell you all about our resources and what's helpful and everything else, but I really like to know what I'm telling you. Because then when they say, well, they didn't tell us this. Well, I think they did. But what's really nice is, when we talk to the students, we offer our resources and make sure that they know they can come ask questions. One of the beauty things about this campus is that everybody that talks to you today is really open for your staff, for your students. And I'm going to pass this on to Mrs. Densler now.
Thank you, Rod. I appreciate it. So everybody's talking about how everyone's an alumni. Well, I am too. That EDS right there is from Florida Tech. So, and of course, it's a family thing. So my husband is an alumni, and my oldest son is too. Somewhere on one of the backs of these seats, my son's name's on there because that's what I did when he graduated. You can buy a Gleason seat, and they put the name on it. So, a cool deal there. But now to our presentation. I'm the Accessibility Resource Specialist with the Office of Accessibility Resources. I'm located in the Student Success and Support Center. So I bring this up because it's really important. Basically what it's saying is students, as they go through their career, or even veterans, as if they have become disabled through their service, only a small percentage actually utilize the services of my office. And to me, it's always a little concerning because this is the most rigorous educational experience your student's going to have, and you want them to utilize every resource available. So the Americans with Disabilities Act, it's a federal law that states that our institutions must give access to students with disabling conditions. It could be extended testing time. It could be housing modifications. We want to make sure that every student has equal access to their education here. So there are requirements for documentation to receive services. It has to be from a qualified provider. They have to state the diagnosis, so that's the diagnostic impressions, and then how that diagnosis may impact them here at Florida Tech. It could be also that a student, like in high school, had a 504 plan or an IEP. We also have students that haven't been on plans in the past and just have a documented disability and for whatever reason feel like they need that extra support in college. So to get the accommodations, they must complete our request form. It's an online form. It's very easy to complete. And then the submission of the documentation we just mentioned. This is my contact information. Again, I'm located in the Student Success and Support Center. It's my hours, my phone number, there's a fax number, email address, website. I have brochures that I have down here on our stage, and I will be in the lobby for a few minutes too if anybody needs me. We do have, in the Student Success and Support Center, we're going to have Pick Your Passion meetings so that people can come and see it. There's 2 today, there's 2 tomorrow. So feel free to reach out if many of you already have. I've been very busy these last few weeks, but you know what? The more the merrier, and if your student needs assistance from my office, please reach out or have them reach out. I'll be speaking to them also today. Thank you so much. Okay. I've been informed that I can answer questions too if anybody has anything that they want out loud, but I'll be in the back as well. Yes?
So this
Yes, so not funny, but this happens quite often, and it's not probably your situation. A lot of students ride skateboards here. It doesn't, I usually have about 1 or 2 a semester that break an arm. And they need someone to help them, you know, things like with testing and stuff like that. So I've seen things like that. There are other situations, yes, that are more temporary situations, but they just need some help for a bit. Anybody? I'm looking. Okay. I will be in the lobby if anyone wants to have a more personal conversation. Thank you.
Yep. This up and down or left right? No, just need to slide you up from the beginning. There you go.
Hello again, I missed you. Again, my name is Roger. I guess my full title is I'm Director of Student Success and Support. I'm tag teaming with Kwanda Rember. She is my Associate Director, and we'll go back and forth on this. I usually, in the past, I've often just run through everything, but I saw something the other day, and I'm like, you know what? Let's keep him awake, back and forth, and Kwanda loves to speak, so I guess she gets a chance to get into it. So, as I said, I'm passing on resources, and what I'm going to be sharing with your students. And when I talk to students, one of the big things is we talk about using the resources, and I've had parents call me up and say, my child has come to your tutoring center 5 times a week, and he's still failing the class. Okay, let's check it out. I pull it up, and I see that he's never been in my center. We track everything. If they walk in, they have to swipe in. If they go to tutoring or something else structure, we'll talk about. We check every time they're in with us. If they come and sit with me, I put a note in the hub to let them know exactly what I talked about, so next time you can remember. We can complete that conversation. It's all personal. Tracking sounds impersonal, but it is so we know where they are and how to help them and what we've done in the past and what they've tried and what they've told us. But yes, if they tell you they've been checking, as long as they've signed the FERPA, I can tell you that they've come in or not. You don't need to call and check this, but I'm saying if you're calling and you find out, I'll be a man for that. If I think that person had not had a FERPA, and I said, you might want to talk to them about what their actual schedule was. So, resources, I would ask the students, there are many resources on campus, but what is your best resource? And then they'll look at me, they'll stand there, they'll sit there, and they'll look blank at faces. I'll say, who is your favorite, is your best resource? So, who's their best resource? A lot of it is, I guess,
Internet.
They're good, but, they have peers, tutors, all that stuff. But what I'm looking for, quite as often missed, is their professor. One part is because they're often afraid, or they don't want to approach because they don't want to look dumb, or they're just afraid to just approach the professor. Maybe in class, the professor is really straightforward, trying to get a lot across. But out of class, they're so easy to talk to, but they don't give it that chance. But I bring this up every time I talk to students, either in person or in group, and I say, every year, a student walks up to my office, they're having a hard time in his class, and I say, okay, we've got tutors for that, I've got grad students. How do you talk to your professor? And they look at me like I'm crazy and I have 2 heads. Now, I'm the first to admit I'm a little off. No doubt. But that does not make that point any less valid. So, if they say, Mom, Dad, I'm really having a hard time in calculus, let them know. Say, well, you have tutors. They have extra grad students that put part of their time in the center. But how do you talk to your professor? How do you ask for that help? Have you gone to your grad student assistant, the one who teaches your lab? How do you ask for that? Remind them to ask for that help, because that's a huge piece to this. Now, it's interesting, funny story. I have a little time, so I'm going to go there. So I was in my office, and this gentleman walks in there, and before we had a football team, now we don't, but before we had a football team, this guy turned sideways like this to walk through my doorway. I mean, not that, just a big guy. I mean, he was like this. I mean, I was, wow. He comes in, and I said, well, what can I help you? I'm having a hard time talk to your professor. In the most vehement no I've ever had, he screamed no in my face. After flinching, I said, "What was that about?" I'm afraid of it. Did I mention the professor was 5'2"? I could not convince him to talk to the prof. He dropped the class. Now, at some point, if you've decided that classes are optional, that homework is occasionally worthwhile, and you don't exactly do your best in every exam, dropping a class might be the best option when you get to a certain point. But we hopefully will avoid that. We have academic alerts to try to catch students early on. We have the care team, which they can put an alert in for things that are less academic and more personal. And we try to catch them early. We have midterm grades, which I say is a little late, but we still track it around 8 or 9. We send out notifications for any student that has 1 or more D's and F's. And at that point, they were sick. Remember, we have resources. And there's an old real estate saying, location, location, location. When I talk to students, I say, go to class, go to class, go to class. Because while your freshman year and some of your sophomore years will likely take roll, as you go along, there's going to be more classes that just don't take roll. That doesn't mean they don't know you're there, because as you get further closer to your senior year, you may only have 10 people in your senior class, or senior class you're in. If you're in a calculus or a physics, it's a larger class. So they need to take roll, and that may be related to assignments or quizzes, things like that. But they're going to take roll. But it still shouldn't be optional, even if you feel like you'll never know I'm not there. And the beach is just calling you today. So I remind that as well. So time and stress, it's there. And the one thing I tell you students about your stress, I always ask them, is stress good or bad? And your take is going to be a little different than theirs. I get a myriad of answers, and maybe you give a myriad of answers. And then they go, oh, it's good, it's bad, it's not, they give me all the reasons. And I always share with them, I said, that stress allows you the push that you need to get something done. And there's great parabola of this research which shows with no stress at all, you almost, the grades are kind of lower averages, but as the stress increases, the grades increase to that focal point, to that pinnacle where it says not so much, and then it heads down again. So then they're overwhelmed. But if you manage your time, if you plan your semester, you plan out when your assignments are due, and you go to class, and you're keeping up with study groups, and you're doing what you need to do, your stress stays at a manageable level, enough to go to class, enough to make sure you turn your assignments, but you're not feeling like I'm going to just shut down. And that can happen if you let it get to you. And that's what we try to avoid. The offer resources, use that, use good time management, and you're good to go.
That's you.
Again, ask for help. This is a common theme across the board. There's so many people here to help. Whether it's your professor, your GSA, coming to tutor, talking to your RAs. We give presentations to the Res Life and to grad students and professors and coaches. All of these frontline people, they see your students when they're at their best, when they're starting off and they're excited and everything else, and they've stayed that way until that first exam, or until you realize I've not done my first 3 homeworks. I'm getting past it. What do? Ask for help. It's okay. There's so many resources. And I tell my RAs and my GSAs, I love that they're out there because they're peers. And they can say, it's okay. Go talk to Ralph. Go talk to Kawanda. You're not me. Talk to your professor. Ask for help. They're not going to bite your head off. So this is kind of thing that just remind them. Go ask for help. Talk to the dean, mention that. We are really accessible. Plan and prepare. When I have a student and I have a problem, I say, well, what are you doing? What do you mean? Well, what are you doing? Do you go to class? Do you study? How are you planning? How are you getting through the semester? I look and see what to do. I go, do you take notes? You write down what your homework's to do? Sort of. Or, better, I don't need to write it down. Because I always remember it. I love that. So you have straight A's? No. So, plan to prepare, communicate. This is a big deal for professors. Again, I know that I say I get them, I convince them, talk to your professors, talk to your GSA. Now, what do you say to them? Student walks in and says, hey doc, I'm really having a hard time in this class. Sure, what can I help you with? I don't know, everything. Tough question to answer. Week 3, week 4, let alone week 14, 15. So what I tell the students, and this is a great thing to repeat, anytime you have come across a problem, you tried it 3 times, got 3 different answers, mark that page. You've read a paragraph 5 times, either because you're falling asleep or because you didn't understand it. Mark that page. Bring that example. Come to the professor, your GSA, or tutor, and say, I don't know this means. Start with that. Make that whole session much more valuable and much less frustrating to you both.
Well, it's my time. So good morning. My name is Kawanda Rimbert, and as Rod mentioned, I am the Associate Director in the Student Success and Support Center. And my main role is to identify, recruit, and hire all of our wonderful tutoring staff. I get the pleasure of working with several of the departments on campus to help identify those students that are very knowledgeable and just who have performed beyond more than what other students may have done. So with that, all of our tutors have at least an A or 3.0 GPA. They have an A in the course that they wish to tutor. They have to have taken the course here at Florida Tech. With the exception to that is with grad students. A lot of times the departments would send us grad students who may not have taken the courses here, but they have chosen those students to tutor those courses here based on what they've taken at a previous university. So they are very well qualified. They also go through tutor training with me. We go through training based on the standards and guidelines of the National Tutoring Association. Once they go through the tutor training with me, where we go over best practices for helping students, especially in a diverse environment, once they go through that training and acquire about 25 contact hours, they will be members of the National Tutoring Association. So it's a great organization that just gives us best practices for helping students effectively. All of our tutoring sessions are 101. They are an hour long, with an exception of the math. The math is 30 minutes. And that's just so that we can get more students in. If students need more appointments, right now they're able to make up to three a week. If they need more, they can more than welcome call our office or speak to me or our admin, and we'll get them more appointments. So I'm excited to see you all here. In a couple weeks, I'll be in the same boat as you. I have a daughter who also will be going to college in a couple weeks, actually in 9 days. So while we know our children, our students are angels, they don't always tell the full story. If your student tells you, I tried to make an appointment at the Student Success and Support Center, they didn't have any tutors available, there was just nothing available. Well, as Rod mentioned earlier, they have not come to the center one time. So with that, you want to make sure that you tell your students to plan ahead, to make sure they call or go online to schedule an appointment in advance. They have to plan and use time management. If they try to make an appointment the day before a quiz, well, there are 8 math sessions, Calc 1 sessions, so there's probably not going to be a lot of openings. So they should plan their appointments at least 2 days ahead so that they can make sure they get the time that works for them. If your student does not see a time or does not see a course pop up in our scheduling system, they still need to contact us, because sometimes that'll mean that the tutors, they're booked, they may need extra hours. All of our tutors love money, so anytime I say, hey, you want to work some extra hours, they like, sure, yes, by all means. So your student really have to be advocates for themselves and come to us and let us know if they're not finding any availability. With the tutoring, we also offer something called supplemental instruction. So there's just no reason why your student should not be able to practice their academics. Supplemental instruction is a weekly reinforcement of what is being taught in the course on a weekly basis. So for example, chemistry, physics, and biology, we all run several sessions a week of supplemental instruction. Our supplemental instruction leaders, which are tenured tutors or graduate students who run those sessions, and they work out problems based on what is taught in the course that particular week. It's a no-brainer to use that 1 hour as practice. So encourage your students to use that. Supplemental instruction, I forgot to mention, is a group model. So it's not an individual 1 hour, one appointment. It's for many students to come in and get the review of whatever the subject is. We send announcements on Canvas as well as Engage. Lastly, we also offer the exam reviews. Thank you. The exam reviews are mostly for the math. So if it's Calc 1, DPQ, the neat thing about the exam reviews, a lot of times the tutor or the GSAs will proactively come to us and say, hey, we'd like to schedule an exam review for a quiz or an exam. Make sure your students look out for that. That's an excellent way to also get review in. And I think I went over the qualifications of our tutors. So turn it back over to you.
Cool. So, do I need a mic? All right. So, what's cool about, one of the other things cool about our exam reviews, and we do book them, we have a multiple one room that will do between 1 and 5 per room, but we have one room that will hold between 25 and 35. But while one-on-one will only be one student at a time with the tutor, unless your student comes in and says, hey, I've got 2 of my friends, we're studying together, can I add them to my tutoring session? Then they get like kind of a mixed group study with tutor attached. And we did it all the time. So if they want to add to it, that's great, but we won't add somebody else to their session unless they request it. But I always suggest having you in a study group, and you're welcome to have a study group with a tutor sitting in with you. That works well. The other piece is, like during finals week, we had one of our tutors said, I'm getting a lot more requests for running sessions. So sometimes over the weekends, we'll actually book an auditorium. And we had Chem 1101 the first day of finals on Monday. And Sunday, we booked an auditorium, and 87 students showed up for the review in the auditorium. And it was very well received. So it was pretty cool. One of the other resources we have is a writing instructor. Now, this is a no-brainer. All of my writing instructors have taught English here and many other places often. I have 1 full-time writing instructor, and I have 3 retired. So they've all taught here and said, you know what, I miss the students. I just don't miss grading. So they get my adjuncts come back and give me about 10 hours each. And then my full-timers gives me 40 hours. So I have 70 hours, and we often, like last semester and this semester, we have 2 peer tutors who are very advanced writing, and they've been trained by another instructor, and they'll do the basic stuff. They can help, with some of the resumes, the basic grammar, syntax stuff. But it's really a nice offer, and over the summer, most of our stuff is that we don't get a lot of appointments for undergrads, but I'd say about 90% of the summer is our grad students coming and having their thesis and dissertation reviewed. During the school year, we limit it because it's primary support for undergrad. So I may limit that between 10 and 20% for my grad students. But, if we have openings and nobody's using it, they're welcome to do it. But I try to focus the support on the undergrads. But imagine, you finish your paper. Here's the trick, and I always get laughed at this. From you guys and not from them. The only onus is you have to have it done before it's due. So, that being said, I kind of confident on that. But, that being said, so if they have a paper that's due on Friday, if they can get it done by Thursday, make an appointment in advance, preferably, you can make an appointment out 2 weeks. I used to allow them, when I first took over the spot, I used to allow them to make out a whole semester because I thought that was a great idea. And then all I got was, my big increase was in no-shows and cancellations. Mostly no-shows because they forgot the appointment was happening. So I found out about 2 weeks of that magic period where they actually remember to come. So they can set up the appointment up 2 weeks out, and it's a rolling. So if it's 10 o'clock now, almost 10, in a couple minutes they'll be able to make 10 o'clock appointment 2 weeks out. So with that, and they can time manage, like Ms. Rumber said, if they kind of roll that out and watch the time a little bit. But we generally don't have more than like 2 or 3 days out, because as Quan also said, as we get busier, we add hours to the tutoring. I start with 4 hours at the beginning and expand with demand. So we kind of keep that timeline short. I had an engineer tell me that his daughter was in another school, and he said she had to wait a month, and how long do we have to wait? I said we keep adding time so we make sure we don't have that too long of a delay. But time management is so important. If they walk in the day of a quiz or day of an exam or the day before, it's likely there's more demand those 2 days. But if they come in, and Kawana and Zach is totally amazing with them too. I've had students come in a day before an exam, and they said, oh, I forgot to make an appointment. And Quan and Zach say, all right, let me see who's here. They walk back and say, hey, I know you're done at 3, but could you stay till 4? It's one of our tutors. And they're like, oh, yeah. She goes, I'll pay you. So, yes, definitely. So the tutor wins because they get an extra hour. The student wins because they get their hour. And we try to do that. I can't promise that every time, but we do really try to flex and help students any way they can. But the best bet is if they plan. So this is a funny one because I have students come in and say, I have test anxiety. I'm really nervous about this. I'm really having problems. And I've had a student sitting there across from me, very anxious. And when I start, I say, well, how are you sleeping? This one student got so angry with me that I asked her about sleep. And she said, I said I was anxious in the test, not that I was sleeping. I said, I understand. I understand. But it's all related. If you're not sleeping, if you're not eating healthy, if you're not exercising, and you're just drinking a lot of soda, eating junk food, and going to bed at 2 and waking up at 6, you may not be doing your best. Start fresh. Start with the idea of getting your exercise and sleep. It's a big deal. I had a young lady come to my office in the fall, last fall. Broke down bawling, crying, just sobbing in my office. And she was apologizing for sobbing. I'm like, it's okay. So I asked her, I said, what's going on? And she said, I'm studying all the time. So, okay, first question, you're studying. When do you go to sleep when you're studying? Sometimes 4 a.m. When you wake up? 6 a.m. I said, if I was going to bed at 4 a.m. regularly and waking up at 6 a.m., I would be sobbing. So I said, your body can only take so much. Yes, you can do that a couple times. But regularly, you got to take care of yourself. So, and this is something, again, I'm academic. I am. But it's all related. And when I'm teaching a strategist class or anything, I always bring this up. The engagement, everybody's going to say that. Be engaged, not too engaged. I'm researching, I'm working on my PhD, and I came across this really cool article. And I'm looking at, success in college, retention, everything related to that. I found this 1938 study, and they took over 100 colleges around the States and some international. And they surveyed and found the students, and what was the primary thing that helped students succeed? This article could have been posted in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or yesterday. And it said the students that were engaged in colleges and organizations and groups were more successful than any other student that were not partaking, engagement, and involvement in school. It's crazy. In the 30s, but it's all the same. Be involved. Meet your friends. Find out. Get a connection to the school. It's all related. So this is the other piece. I have a student having a hard time. They walk in my office and say, hey, Rod, I'm really, I need help with this class. All right, cool. What's going on? They tell me that I've been trying for this class. And I said, okay, let's step back a little bit. How are you studying? What are you doing? What's your plan? I said, well, I haven't studied enough, so I'm going to study more. What does that mean? That's a little more. 5 minutes more a week? 5 minutes more today? More than you did last year? I mean, what is more? So when you sit down, you should know exactly what your target goal is. If you have 20 math assignments for calculus, 20 math exercises, how many are you planning to get done? If it's due tomorrow, I guess you got to get all 20. Preferably, it's due next Friday, you maybe start with 4 or 5. And if you're just starting early semester, you may not know how long the problems are going to take you. So, say, all right, my goal is I'm going to get 5 problems done today. If you get 6 done, fantastic. And maybe, actually, in 2 hours, because I still have to write an essay for a Common Limit 1. And I have to study for chemistry tomorrow. And I have a lab that I have to write by Thursday. So we're going to plan this out because we're not talking about I have one thing due in the next day. I have 5 things that I have to cover for the next week, or the next 3 days, or the next 2 days because I didn't plan as well as I should. So hopefully, you tell them enough time, prepare, work out your schedule. You have great students, I'm sure. But there's a great student in high school that comes to college and realizes, cool, I've got freedom. And that lasts a while, and sometimes they get under control very quickly. But that's something to think about, is, they have to make sure. And I'll say this to them as well. And limit your distraction is just that. I'm a firm believer that there's no such thing as multitasking. I know everybody wants to multitask. I know students tell me all the time, I'm multitask. I'm a great multitasker. That means you're dividing your attention on more than one thing, two things, three things, five things. You're doing none of them well. So focus on one, make a plan, work through it, and then just limit distraction and everything. And I like, when I was studying when I was in high school or college, I'd play Mozart or some jazz or classical, because then I didn't start singing the words. Everybody's got a little different. They can make that plan, but limit those distractions. Control what you control. My first year as director, there was 2 students had motorcycle accidents within a couple weeks of each other. The one student had never missed a class. And the other student, he missed more than a few. So when they got back, the student who hadn't missed any classes got right back on track. He asked the professors, they gave him the homework he'd missed. He worked on it, all he had to do was catch up a piece. Then he got behind from being in the hospital. The other student had to work his tail off to catch up everything because he was already behind. He was like, yeah, I'll get to that later. I'll get to that later. And then the accident. So he didn't control what you can control means go to class. Make sure your homework is on time. Not on time, but working on it before it's due. So if something happens, you have control of that. So control what you can control, because sometimes things are out of our control.
A part of the orientation program, I know that the students have the Pick Your Passion, but just in case, our office is located in the Allen S. Henry building. I'm sorry, where did I get William from? But we're in the Allen S. Henry building. It's right across from the Panther Dining, so south of campus. If your student would like to make an appointment with us, they can do so online, and there's the website. You can take a picture. There is an app that our programmer has developed, too, that students can download the app on their phones. Yes, there it is. Thank you. These are instructions. We were trying to get the QR code prepared for this morning's talk, but we didn't get it. But please take a picture of this. Students can come in to talk to our admin to make an appointment, or they can call us. It's very simple. All they would need to do is make sure they have their TRAX username and password to log into the hub, to select the class they would like an appointment for. And remember, please inform your student if they don't see a time that works for their schedule, they need to let us know so that we can work our magic and maybe flex some hours for our tutors.
These apps are available on iOS, Apple, the Android, or Google. All you have to do is search Florida Tech Hub. This is where we're going to make appointments for their tutoring. This is where we make appointments. They have testing appointments. We proctor exams in our area as well, mostly for students with disabilities. But if you have a verified absence because of illness, or you had a conference, or you missed because you had a game, then you'll likely be suggested to come make the exam up in the center. Again, we're open 8 to 6, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5 on Fridays. We often run review sessions and supplemental instruction sessions evenings till 8 and sometimes on weekends. If we're getting close to the midterms or finals, all they got to do is they can look at our schedule, but we also push all of our reviews, all of our supplemental instruction on Engage, which goes on to the campus calendar. So if they do a quick search, supplemental instruction, or chemistry, or physics, or biology, they're likely going to find that even on the calendar. And if they can make a reservation saying they're going there, and it lets our system know. So we make that error. My name's Rod. This is Kawanda. Do you have any questions for us?
One more thing. We have an open house on next Tuesday, a week from today, in our center. So push your students to come to us so they can see the center and have some fun. We'll have games and food, and they'll meet the staff. So we're looking forward to seeing them there.
And today and tomorrow, there's 2 sessions. Pick your passion. Some departments pick 1. I got all 4. I'm running sessions, all 4 sessions. So we'll give you a tour. We'll answer more questions. Whatever you like, just come and see us. You're welcome to. But that being said, do you have any questions before we go talk to your kids?
Yes, right here. Yes, yes, ma'am.
You can go to the registrar's office. You can go to www.fit.edu/registrar, and then click forms and download it. But if you come by one of our sessions today, we'll give you. I have them on my wall, all my other forms. But the registration office, yes, all the forms come there. I think it's weird bureaucracy. There's a form for everything. Anything else? Yes, ma'am. Oh, sir. Oh, ma'am. Sorry.
That's okay. When a student goes to a tutoring session, do they meet up with the same tutor all the time, or?
I'll take this question. That's a great question. So the student will have the luxury to select the tutor, or it depends on the time that is available or in the time that your child would want the appointment. So they will have to select the tutor that's available. Now, if they taken a liking to the tutor and they want to, and we have students that do that all the time, so they can just follow that tutor's schedule and make an appointment whenever they have hours in the center. Great question.
Like every 2 weeks, like as the 2 week rolls, they can keep booking the same tutor. We do, like she mentioned earlier, we do limit it to 3 appointments per week per class. So if you have 5 classes, you got 15 sessions with us. But say your student is really having a hard time with physics, and they've gotten the 3 appointments by Tuesday. They can still go to Zach and say, Zach, I just finished that appointment. Can you book me another one? I still need more help. We will do that. We just don't allow a student to book up all the hours in one shot. So they can book up to 3, and if they need more, all they do is ask.
And to add to that, if your students say they have their first initial appointment with a tutor and it didn't connect, it didn't go very well, please make sure they schedule another appointment and choose another tutor, because maybe that tutor will be more in line with their learning preference.
We get that too. Like a teacher, professor, you always have a favorite professor. Everybody's got, you have a tutor that matches your style. It's always going to be better than one that doesn't. Okay, that one, then you. I wouldn't say it's a lot of students, but it's definitely not uncommon. And I think it's often not related to the professor itself as much as the student has maybe passed that experience, or they're just worried, or they're just nervous, or they're very shy. All that can come in, but they see me, I talk about it. Most professors are really easy. They kind of introduce themselves during class. They have their first day. They talk about the syllabus and who I am, and let them know. They're all freshmen, go through their first year experience, our university experience class. And they talk to about, hey, talk to the professor. These are your resources on campus. So there are a lot of avenues that talk about talking to professors. And that's, anytime a student comes to me, I always say, talk to the professor. So, but the professors, everybody has a different way of doing a class, but they're all very welcoming. I mean, they're most likely very welcoming. Yes, over here.
Yes, on your map, the time slot only the time class you just mentioned. Like, what if a student can't go 9 to 5 based on their extracurriculars and their classes? How do they then get somebody to talk to them at 8 o'clock at night?
Well,
It's not on a time slot on the map.
we do run review sessions later hours, and we do have what's called tutor.com. So if they need to, we can do a 24-hour service. I don't think this is good as our in-person services, but that is an option. And if they contacted Kawanda and said, hey, I need, we can see.
I can try to work it out with them, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They've got to tell us. Yeah, I can't come, and we'll work something out.
I saw a hand over here.
I just wanted to know if you can repeat the tutoring limitations. You said 3.
They're allowed to reserve online through their system 3 classes, 3 tutoring sessions per class per week. So like if they have 5 classes, they get 15 times a week. But that's just the booking. We will allow them to have more appointments. All right, I'm going to run next door.
Okay. Wait, he had a couple hands.
So I'm not sure if I'm going to say it right or not. The FERPA or what is it? FERPA?
Federal Rights and Privacy Act.
Federal.
Someone else have a question?
And where do the parents get that signature from?
On the registrar's website. You go to FIT.edu and it's /registrar or just search registrar, REGISTRAR, and then form. It's on the bottom left form, and you can click there, and it's one of the forms.
Are there any other questions?
We got security coming next, it looks like. And thank you very much for your time.
All right, good morning. We are currently at capacity in Gleason, so if you are standing in the aisles or sitting on the floors, I do have to ask you to head over to the Clemente Center for our undergraduate sessions. You will receive the same information, just geared more towards our students rather than our parents and supporters, but we can't have people on the floors or in the aisles. It's a safety hazard, so please go ahead and head over to the Clemente Center now, and then Delaney will introduce the next speaker.
Hello again. I'd just like to say before we begin the next presentation, we do have a microphone for questions. So if you have a question, just wait just a second so we can give you the microphone so that way everybody can hear the question because they're really good questions. Our next presentation is Campus Wellness brought to you by the Health Center.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Okay. We're overall student wellness, so we will touch on the Health Center. But first off, we're going to touch on my division, which is Student Affairs. My name is Deanna Perez. I am the Coordinator of Student Outreach and Support. I want to welcome you to the Florida Tech Panther family. This is a huge crowd. They lied to me, told me I was talking to 20 people, so it's all right. This presentation introduces student health and mental health support on campus. Student Wellness offers preventative and supplemental programs and services that are centered around mental, physical, and emotional wellness to promote an atmosphere that creates happy, healthy students. A big part of what I do in my role is chairing the care team. This team is a collaborative group that meets once a week to discuss students brought to their attention as ones who could benefit from additional support. The team engages in outreach, case management, and follow-up to ensure the student is supported and aware of all of the resources on campus. So, how do we receive information on these students? The care form. If you guys want to open up your cameras on your phone and scan this QR code, it will take you to the care form directly. I'll give you guys a minute. This form is accessible to everyone, so even our international students, anyone across the world, can access this and submit a form. It can be anonymous, so I will let your students know that they can anonymously submit the form. These forms are submitted for many reasons, some of which are listed here, but many referrals are preventive and are submitted prior to any serious wellness issues. For example, a student stating they're homesick and having trouble sleeping. Homesickness is not particularly unusual, and having a hard time sleeping in a new environment is also not unusual, but these two together could be signs that our students could benefit from additional support. Some students may not verbalize what they're feeling or what they're going through, but if your intuition tells you something is wrong or otherwise unusual, please submit a form to the team. Here's our contact information. Most of our division is located on the second floor of the Student Center. Our office hours are 8 to 5. This phone number here will take you directly to our main line. So if you don't remember my name or you don't know how to search for the care team, you can always just call that phone number. Thank you so much.
right, hello everyone. My name is Brittany Collins. I am the nurse practitioner and university medical liaison for the Holzer Health Center on campus. We are so excited to have you here. We're very, very excited to meet your students. So being in the Holzer Health Center is so unique, and I absolutely love what we do. We are here to provide optimal healthcare that promotes healthy habits over a lifetime and help support your students as they go through their academic careers and beyond. So I start out here because this is probably one of the #1 questions that we get asked about our services and what we do at the health center. So your students can come in and see myself or the other nurse practitioner with no charge. There is no copay to be seen. This is for all of our registered students. Any additional items that we may do, such as diagnostic testing, prescribing medication, that is when insurance or out-of-pocket rates may apply. So we do highly encourage, if your students have medical questions or concerns, please come in to see us. We are here to help start them out on a really healthy journey to their adult lifehood, and we really want them to make sure that they know that they have professionals that they can come ask any questions to. We have a wide range of available services for our students. The most common utilized services are going to be for our acute illness and injury. You can see here of many other services that we offer. One very unique thing about our health center is we do have a very limited pharmacy on site. Those are for medications that we prescribe at the health center. For the convenience of our students, we are able to actually dispense some of those medications to them right there so they're not having to go off campus to a pharmacy. We work very closely with our student counseling center, which you'll hear from next. We handle the psychiatric side. So this is going to be anything that involves medications for mental health. We are fortunate to have Dr. Daniel Stump, a board-certified psychiatrist, that comes to our office about weekly. He does require an appointment. Visits are charged through insurance, which is going to be the United Healthcare Student Resources. It's the student health insurance that's available to the students, or at a self-pay rate. Any questions about health insurance, that is Campus Services, which is for the student health insurance that's offered through the university. Campus Services can help you opt in, waive if there's any questions regarding that. The Holzer Health Center itself does accept almost all PPO plans. Back to Dr. Stump, if there's anything that you're going to be needing controlled substances for, we do require records. So if you have any records, we do want great continuation of care from any previous providers. Please bring those into your appointments. We'll get you set up with one of the nurse practitioners to make sure we got everything ready for that first appointment with our psychiatrist. I've listed here our contact information. We also have a QR code here that's going to bring you to our website. It's going to have our hours of operation, as well as our phone number, address. We are very centrally located on campus. We are located on the corner of University and Country Club. We do see patients by appointment. So we're gonna go directly next to speak to your students. So they will also get this phone number. We're gonna encourage them to put it in their phone. But if you have any questions, you can always reach out to us. Our website's listed here. There's a much more extensive version of what we do and what we offer at the health center, as well as our hours of operation. The fall and spring semester, we are open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We are going directly next door to speak to your students after this. Like I said, I'm so excited to meet them all. But if you think of any very individualized questions that you may have regarding the health center services, we encourage you to reach out to us. You can call us, or you can even stop by the health center, ask to speak to one of the nurse practitioners if you have a specific concern regarding your students or their health care. And it was very nice to meet you all. Next, I'm going to introduce Dr. Tapley with the Student Counseling Center. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Florida Tech. It's so nice to see everybody here. Thank you for joining our presentation. As Ms. Collins said, I'm Dr. Robin Tapley. I'm the director of the Student Counseling Center here at Florida Tech, a licensed psychologist here in the state of Florida. And I'm going to share with you some of the information and resources that our Student Counseling Center offers. We do offer, serve the mental health needs and emotional needs of our students, both in resources and in services. Before I get started on our services, I want to share with you a new and free app that the university is providing all students called Talk Campus. Talk Campus is an app-based service that provides 24/7 instant support, peer-to-peer support across the globe. This doesn't replace professional support, but it gives an opportunity to start the conversation for your students with other peers and hope that that bridges them to additional services if needed. We will be sharing with your students in just a few minutes about how they can sign up. It's through their my.fit.edu email address. Very easy, and it's something we're promoting to have that app in their phone for any time that they or a friend might need it. In regards to professional support, our most utilized is our individual counseling services. We stay very busy with students that are struggling with adjusting to college or a new culture, new area, to students who have had significant mental health conditions for a very long time. So we see the gamut and everything in between. They are free and confidential services. We operate under our license, so confidentiality is the same as it would be seeing a provider off campus, and we share that with the student in letting them know that their information remains secured. It's usually the number one question I get from students. We also offer crisis intervention and management because we know, although we operate on an appointment basis, things happen, and students might need more urgent care, so they're welcome to walk into our center at any point in time and get that crisis management and support by one of our staff members. In addition to our direct services, we offer a variety of outreach and consultation services, educational programs in different student clubs, organizations, classes, so students see us in different light. For you as parents, if you have a concern about your student, you're welcome to call us and we can consult together to see how to best support your student. In regards to crisis resources, we have a variety on our website. Our QR code will take you to that particular web page that offers local, national, and international crisis support. Two big areas of support that we encourage students to have in their phones and be aware of is campus security, which you'll be hearing from in just a moment. We encourage students to program that phone number in their phone, and we encourage parents to do the same. And then we promote the 988 crisis and suicide lifeline. We know that this is a big transition for you and your students, and it's going to take time to find community here with your students, so you might get a lot of calls back home, and they may say things that raises your concern. And we just encourage parents to be that listening ear, provide that reassurance, knowing that it takes some time for students and us as parents to adjust. Having been at orientation as parents and support, this gives you an opportunity to know what resources are available so that if your student calls home and says, I'm struggling with a class, what should I do? You might know the Student Success and Support Center, or you know about the health center if they're not feeling well, or the counseling center. So I think having those resources that you can attain this week and having those continued conversations will help students. They're getting a lot this week, as you all are too. So they're inundated, and it's really nice to have both you and the students be aware of all the resources. You can also consider reaching out to those supports that might know your student well. That could be a coach, that could be a faculty member, or other entities that you're hearing today, and express your concerns with us. We get calls on a weekly basis, sometimes a daily basis, depending on the semester, where we consult with parents and help them and for us to work together and see what are some things that we can do while we're here, what are some things you can do, and make a plan so that you feel comfortable, especially those of you who are hundreds or thousands of miles away. Urgent concerns, we always encourage campus security. They are the entity that's here 24/7 and can help locate your student the easiest. Our contact information is listed here. We are beside the Student Health Center, very close relationship with them in regards to continuity of care, especially for those students who have medication and therapeutic needs. Feel free to give us a call, walk into our center. We welcome any questions that you might have. You can email our center as well. It does not have to be today. But at any point in time while you're here or when you get home, if you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to our office. I'm happy to talk with you about some of those individual questions that you might have. You can find lots of information on our website, as well as Instagram, and Florida Tech Engage is another system that students use to be involved and learn about information here at Florida Tech. All right. Thank you all for your time and attention, and again, welcome to Florida Tech.
Our next presentation will be campus security from our wonderful security department.
Good to go? All right. Good morning. Welcome to our family. And I say our family because as of today, I have 2,000 new children. It's a joy. What do you guys? Your loss is our gain. Come on, step out here. Got two people real quick I'd like to introduce you to.
How y'all doing?
This is Cheryl Trainer. She is our lieutenant. She's in charge of all our uniform personnel. And then we have Bonnie Rink, who is our investigator, and she works with all the Title IX investigations as well. So they are two key members of our team here. As we were standing to the side, it scared me to think. I said, between the three of us, we have over 100 years of law enforcement experience. And that's before we came here. So this is a whole different avenue and much more enjoyable working with the intelligent students here and trying to get them to really make their way in life. So we'll go along with our presentation here. Hey, we're 24/7. We're here. Our mission here is to make sure that your students are safe. The curriculum here is very challenging, and we want them not to have to worry about their additional surroundings. So that's really our mission here. Our mission here is to work for the students. And in turn, we're working for all of you. Okay? We are. We're in uniform. It might be the first time that some of the students here have had to experience people in authority in uniform. Hopefully it will be something that, as an education, it's very positive. That's our goal. We want it to be positive. We want to be here for them and for you. Some numbers for you to write down if you don't have them already. I really encourage you to do this. A lot of people are going to be sitting there saying, well, you know what, I don't need these numbers. I can tell you right now, the three of us speak to parents, loved ones, a few times a week during this semester. all right? Even if it's just a concern, a checkup, the first time that your student might be away from home for a while and you haven't heard from them. You haven't heard from them 2-3 days, and that's not like them. Well, guess what? It's going to happen, all right? It's going to happen. We encourage them. I'm going to be speaking to them after this, and we do encourage them to reach out, call home. I mean, to the point where I know when my kids went off to school, if they didn't call me, man, I was bugging the heck out of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. There isn't. Just keep those numbers down, please. How do we ensure the safety here, Florida Tech? I mean, really our visibility is number one. We have non-sworn, state-certified security officers. All of our officers right now are trained and armed. We do extensive training. As you know, in this day and age, it's very important to be hyper-vigilant as to what's going on, and that's what we do here. We are hyper-vigilant. We're a pain in people's rear end, okay? We're here, and there's a reason for that. You'll see throughout campus we have these blue light phones. They're really strategically placed throughout campus so that there's no real distance for a student to have to travel if they need us immediately. They can press that button with our camera systems. Our camera systems will focus on that location. The blue light starts flashing, and they're immediately in contact with our dispatch center. We are 24/7, 365, and we are the grown-ups here on campus 24/7. And you'll see, I mean, we provide every service available, or we put them in contact with those people, whether it's their air conditioning is out, their toilet is overflowing. We handle all of that. It's true. Our mass notification system, I'm going to spend a minute and talk about that. You know, people never like to hear mass notifications. It is something that is so important that I can't stress it enough. I do want your students, and we're going to tell them time after time after time to make sure they pay attention to any notifications that we put out. All right? It is very important. And there is an avenue for all of the parents as well. I'll put up that QR code. It's also on our webpage. This is our app. It's brand new this year. This will be the first semester that we have it active. It's called Florida Tech Safe. This app right on your phone, you'll not only get any emergency notifications that we put out to the campus, but it also will give you and your student an option. They can do walk homes where you can watch them walk home virtually on a map. I'm sure they'll love that. But you can give it a shot, all right? Some of the things we do here, and you've met or you've heard from a lot of people here. Just now you heard from the Health Center and the Student Counseling Center. We work very closely with them, obviously. Again, we're here 24/7, so we're either triaging or reaching out on off hours, weekends, holidays, for anything that the students may need. We work very closely with our local agencies. That's the key here, okay? Melbourne Police Department, Palm Bay Police Department, the county sheriff. We work very closely with them. We train with them. We share intelligence information with them. Our surveillance system here in the last 3 years has really been improved to the point where it really serves as a force multiplier for us. All right, so we have a lot of our locations where our dispatcher, our officer inside can also offer assistance and a view of campus that maybe our uniformed officers can't get all the time. And it's for their benefit. It really works out very well. Our emergency alert system, we have just added, again, it's brand new, an external speaker system. It's a PA system. In the event of a severe emergency or weather event, something like a tornado, something that came up quickly, we could utilize that as well as our mass notification system that you would get on that app. All right? We do test this system. We test this system. We'll be doing it in the next 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks. If you sign up for this, you will receive that notification and you will understand what it is. We'll give you some instructions there. So we test that every semester and give people the opportunity to make sure they have the settings the way they want it, right? I know you've heard this. Look, since September 11, 2001, it has become kind of the mantra. But we tend to forget it. We truly encourage everybody. They are our eyes and ears. We're out there. We have cameras. We have our personnel out there in motor vehicles, on bikes, on golf carts, walking. But we really need everybody on this campus to let us know if they see something out of place. That is our job. That is our job. If your student tells you something that concerns you, call us. We're there 24/7. All right? We will look into whatever the issues are. That's our job. We want to do that. Like I said, we really do look at your students as, at least temporarily, our kids. And we want to keep them safe for you and for them. Believe it or not, #1 crime on this campus, that's a good thing, all right, is bike security and safety. We put out things all the time, and we try to remind them, and please, when you take them out tonight for dinner or whatever it is, just mention to them, if they have a bike, even when they're walking, please, please pay attention. Pay attention to the traffic. I know we're always on our phone. We're very distracted by what's going on. Really want them to pay attention. When they're riding their bike, we want to make sure they're paying attention to the rules of the road. Want to keep everybody safe. We provide U-locks. We provide U-locks, free, okay? Again, we encourage the students to come register your bike. We work very closely with Melbourne Police Department, okay, with all the locations when there are a rash of bike thefts. We have yet, in 3 years, now I'm going to jinx it, these two will yell at me. We have yet to have a bike stolen that has been secured with a U-lock. Now, properly with a U-lock. Most of the thefts of bikes here, and I need you to kind of maybe just whisper in your students' ear, they don't even use a lock, all right? They leave the bike there unlocked. I mean, come on. It kills us. But U-locks, they're free. We encourage you, if you drop them off here with a bike, if they're going to purchase a bike, come to the security department. Free registration. We keep the serial number, a photo of it, in case we have to pass that along, but we will give them that U-lock and we'll show them how to use it. All right, so we really encourage that. What to do if they become a victim of a crime? Report it. Report it, report it, report it. If not for themselves, for the rest of the campus community. We want them to report crimes to us. Again, 24/7, we're non-sworn, we will help them. There's several things that we can do other than contacting law enforcement. If it's another student, faculty member, any staff here on campus, there's certain things we can do. Okay, these 4 things here, we can notify police and prosecute if it was a crime and they're a victim. We can notify police and they can choose not to prosecute. We can notify our dean of students, our human resources, okay, and handle it internally. So internally, there would actually be consequences. Or just report it, just to provide us the information. It provides us information as to what may be going on campus and what we may have to alert the other students, faculty, and staff to be aware of. We send out as well, if crimes occur on campus, something called a timely warning. You would get that through that same app that I just provided you. That timely warning would tell people, hey, we had a criminal act on campus. This is what we need you to do to ensure your safety. So it's not just telling you that there was a crime on campus, but we're going to tell you what we recommend you do in the future for your safety. That's what we're putting there. That's why it's very important for the students to have this app and pay attention to it. You heard me say this, and they'll hear me say this throughout the semester. Be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your surroundings. It's so important, all right? They can stay away from activities just by picking their head up, off their phone and pay attention to what's going on around them, all right? What happens is students get very complacent, right? They walk from point A to point B, point A to point B every day. That's where my class is, and they don't really pay attention to the rest of the environment around them. What we try to do is change that mindset. We're going to have several trainings offered in the first 2 weeks of September. All right, one of them is going to be response to an active shooter. The other one is bystander intervention. And we encourage them, we encourage you to please tell them, take the course. It's no more than an hour. It's interactive. No one's going to yell and scream. We're providing very informative information. All right, but be aware of the surroundings. We really go to extensive lengths with the blue light phones, with the apps. We make sure our lighting is top-notch. We report any outages. We do a little bit of everything. And with our camera system, so we do everything we can, and we need the students to assist us by just being aware of their surroundings. All right. Simple thing, like I said, locking the bike, lock your doors, all right? I think, again, people first time on their own, we need to lock our dorm room doors. Lock our doors, make sure it's closed behind you, and I'm going to be going over this with the students themselves. Tell somebody where you're going, walk with a friend, walk in a well-lighted area. I know they're basics, and there might be basics to us, and we're going to remind them and remind them and remind them. We're out there, we're highly visible. This campus, as if any of you have taken the opportunity to look at our campus crime log, it's very safe. Like I said, our #1 crime happens to be bicycle thefts. And we plan to keep it that way, but we plan on lessening the amount of bicycle thefts by, again, deploying those U-locks properly. Security, they have RAs, RDs. I'm sure you've spoken to them or they have spoken to you. Faculty, the Student Counseling Center, we're all here for the students. We share information. We meet, some of us meet on a weekly basis, if not on a monthly basis. We have a care team here where we discuss any pending issues that might affect the students, and we communicate. We communicate as much as we possibly can. And you can communicate with us. Like I said, we're used to it. If you need something, we are here. We're kind of your liaison, okay, to your student. And that's what we want to be, all right? Again, our numbers, put that down. I really, really hope you enjoy this semester and this year, and I hope your students really enjoy it, have a safe and really healthy semester. So thank you very much. We have a question, and also we'll be in the back, just so you know, for a few minutes if you want to come in. We ask that you call the non-emergency number if you need a safety escort, but we'll pick up both lines. It really doesn't matter. It's just that 8111 number is like our 911. So we try to pick that up on the first ring. But we do provide safety escorts, especially late at night. People going from the library back to their dorm. We will, again, give us a few minutes because we do have officers on patrol, but we get over there. Okay?
Just wondering, the surrounding area, are there any areas that you address with the students that they should avoid or in the surrounding communities?
You know what? Number one is be aware of their surroundings no matter where they go. Because I don't want to to say one area is where they should stay away from or not, I really believe, again, our whole operation here is to make sure this campus is safe and secure. The surrounding area and Melbourne Police Department does a great job. If you're aware of your surroundings, they'll be good. I really encourage people, even downtown Melbourne, if you guys have gone out there to eat or while you're here, excellent location. I encourage people to stay really on campus and kind of this side of Babcock Street. Okay? Our office is located just by Panther Dining. There's a large parking garage. We're right across the entrance to the parking garage. Okay? Yes? Right. If they're not designed at all of our buildings saying emergency exit only, they can be used as exits. And exactly what we encourage and teach them, please use other areas. That might be your area to get out or your avenue of escape if you need to. So we want them to be aware, just like we kind of say, and I'm sure you told your student from the time they were little, when you walk in a place, the first thing you should be doing is looking and how do I get out of here, other than the way I just entered. But we cover all of that. Yes, ma'am. We do not, at this point, we do not register those, but I would check, have your student look at the handbook. There's some new rules with the electric scooters. Okay. There you go. The question was about Mary Star of the Sea that is across the street. Yeah, no, that's all. I'm just saying that area, I'd like to keep everybody on this side. That area is very safe. We patrol that area along with Melbourne Police Department, but that is basically one of the areas that we patrol routinely across. Okay, that's part of our internal campus. Even though it might be across the street, that's part of our internal campus. Yes. We will be in the back after this. I don't want to hold anybody up. Yes, we have a good number of cameras there. That's part of our routine patrol. So we're in there all the time. Actually, and help yourself to our crime log. It's a very safe area, and I think the students really enjoy it. We will be in the back for a while if you have any further questions. Enjoy.
Alrighty, guys. Next, we have our family academic unit meetings. Those are based off of your student's major. If you look on the right side of your schedule, it shows you which building you're supposed to go to. If you're going to the BIS College of Business, we will have trolleys at the Panther statue next to the pool. After that is lunch on your own, and then we'll be meeting back here at 1:30. If you have any questions, need directions, come find somebody in these white shirts, and we can get you to where you're going.
right, good morning. How is everyone? We are now EECS, just in case you may have expected that other name. And so the name is a more common name that better represents the programs, and so we adopted that back in the summer. My name's Brian Lell. I'm joined by some colleagues. Dr. Ryan Stansfer in particular is going to interject for every mistake I make. He's got a microphone, so we're in good shape. And we have some other faculty colleagues as well, so hopefully we can entertain any questions when we get to the end. What we'll do is go through some overview of general information we hope is valuable to you, and then at the end we'll entertain questions. We can entertain general questions as a group. If it seems that there are a lot of program-specific questions, we can also move to the different sides, program dependent, if we feel like that's appropriate. We'll kind of play it by ear. First thing is welcome. I'm sure some of you are from the area and others are from far away. And so we want to welcome you to our campus, to the area. We call this the Space Coast in Florida, and Melbourne as the town. I hope you're having some time while you're here to look around and kind of see who we are, both as a campus and a community. I'm going to overview just a kind of variety of things that I hope are useful to you. First is credits and student categories. Part of this is just so when you see terminology, you'll have an understanding of what that's referring to. In terms of credit, there are different types of credit that students may bring with them. Dual enrollment is a high school student dual enrolled and getting credits that would then apply in college typically. So you're talking about a high school and community college can source these. We have advanced credit, and we use that term broadly. It includes, I think there are maybe a dozen or so categories. And so I've got AP, Advanced Placement, IB is the International Baccalaureate Program, and there are a whole list of others. And so if your students coming in with any of those, that's all listed in the catalog and the requirements for getting those credits. Then we have transfer. Transfer would be someone who's taken credits at another university and they have been reviewed and they transfer in as a credit here. We have different categories. Some of these are fairly straightforward. Freshman is just referring to a student coming directly from high school. Freshman with credit is a term we use for a freshman again, but having some number of credits, yet they have not attended college full time. So they're bringing college credits with them coming in as a freshman. And then transfer, as we see on both sides here, means someone has attended college. They have credits at the previous location that have transferred here. An important item that we always include to make sure everyone's aware of, and I'm sure many of you are, if not everyone, is called the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, commonly referred to as FERPA. FERPA is a federal law under the U.S. Department of Education that is to protect the rights, the privacy rights of student academic records. And so what that means is your student has the authority to maintain that privacy but they also have the authority to release information through a consent form that they have to, request through the registrar's office and say, okay, I am fine with my parents or whoever, release that information. But it by law, does put that in their hands. And so consent's required if information is released. And one reason we like to make sure, well, it's a law. I mean, we need to make sure everybody's informed, number one. But number two, if next year at some point there's a reason to have a conversation about, your student, we will ask if you've got the FERPA, or we'll check and make sure it's in place. We can't cross that line, and we just want to make sure that we're clear on that from the beginning in terms of the federal law. To release information is a very straightforward process. If that's desired, the student can go to the registrar's office. There's just a form. It says, puts your name in, release information to, and can identify all that. And so just be aware, make sure that your student knows that would be required. And so we have a fair amount of information regarding FERPA on our webpage. It'd be easy to find, I believe, but you can also just Google FERPA and you'll find the federal guidelines on that. Okay, another item is pertaining to just campus safety and security. We do have a security office, and there's a lot of things that they do, but one thing I always want to share with family is the safety alerts. Safety alerts are what they sound like. They're an alert. We'll get notification through if there's some type of emergency on campus, or something affecting campus life and something we'd all need to know. Florida Tech provided accounts are automatically enrolled in this. And so, all the students should already get connected to this through that process, but they might want to go and check through the link on the safety security webpage. However, you can opt in with a non-university email, text, and phone. You, as anyone can. I mean, you can go into this site and add yourself through your own personal email, and you will receive these notifications. And so I think that's something to be aware of, and if you're interested in that. And basically, if you go to the Florida Tech webpage and you can scroll to the very bottom, you're going to see a link to security right there on that front page. It's just at the very, very bottom. And once you're there, you'll see safety alerts and the information. There's a link to add yourself there. And so I think that's a good thing to be aware of. They don't get invoked all that often, but when they're needed, it's something everybody should be aware of. And so I would encourage you to suggest to your student that they check and be sure that the contact they want is in that safety alert system. So they know when suddenly one morning their phone's ringing or buzzing or whatever it's doing, it's what they would expect in terms of how they would be contacted. Okay, a little bit more towards the academic side and resources and things we have that are here to help. One big component is advising. And in recent years, we've had a few versions of how we organized our advising. And right now, we are in a position where new students coming in, and that's both freshmen and transfer students, are assigned a staff advisor. That advisor will be with them throughout the full degree program. And so that's the new part. In the past, we had first year advising, and then it kind of transitioned and had a different modality. So it'll be a person, a contact they will get to know, and they will be working with throughout the degree program. Academic advising, probably the core of that is course selections and scheduling, that kind of thing. What courses do I need next to make sure I don't miss something, get behind? I've met the prerequisites, all the usual stuff. And so that's what the staff advisors will be helping with. And then there's all the accompanying paperwork. The student may need to add another course, drop a course. There's just a lot of paperwork. That advisor is the point of contact for all of that. And so I think that'll be an easier process for everyone, really, to come in. Ideally, the students have already been notified and established that person as their contact, and that will remain. That should be consistent throughout unless there are personnel changes or something like that. Now, we also, as faculty, have an advising component to our role that's more towards the professional and career side of things in our relevant fields, right? So certainly students are gonna, also have questions and want to have more information about just the professional landscape that their programs are in, career advising, and things of that nature. So faculty are available for all that, and that's a component of our jobs, is to provide that information, which is very important. And so there's kind of two different types of advising, and staff advisors, there'll be one individual that they're connected to. Faculty, you could really come to any faculty and talk to different people as you see fit. And students will meet faculty through classes and get to know them, and hopefully that'll be something they feel comfortable with and benefit from. The last item is our student coordinators that we have within the college we're in. We're in the College of Engineering and Science, and the college has some student coordinators who keep track of all the paperwork, and in parentheses I've written DocuSign because we do a lot of our paperwork processing electronically rather than having a form carried from person to person by hand. And so this is a system where that can be put into email, and it just goes from person to person who needs to sign. They sign electronically. It streamlines the process. So student coordinators are sourcing a lot of things through DocuSign. Quite honestly, the staff advisors will be doing that as well if it's relevant to their advising role. And they keep all the records. So we have folders, electronic folders, where we keep all the information relevant to the academic progress of students. And so that's sort of a lot of our support structure within the college. We have other support structure that's broader than just our college. And in particular, a big one that's kind of encompassing a lot of elements is the Student Success and Support Center. So SSSC. And so what happened is, 2-3 years ago, we had all these various entities designed to help students, to provide assistance with different challenges, math or chemistry or who knows what. But they were located all over the campus, and so the opportunity came to consolidate them into a common location, and that's what this support center is. A common location is just south of the dining hall, down to the south of us. And it includes a chemistry resource center, and computer science help desk, math advancement center, physics resource center, and a writer's den for help with writing type tasks. And I hope I haven't left anything out, but I think that captures the key elements. And so it's a broad range of assistance that can be provided, and students need to be aware and take advantage of that as needed. On the same slide, I'm going to go ahead and mention other opportunities that we have. And so I kind of have resources / opportunities. Opportunities are, on this page at least, co-ops and internships. And so if you're familiar with Melbourne, you may already know this, but if you're not, Melbourne is fortunate to have a lot of technological industry very close by here. We have L3 Harris Corporation, Rockwell Collins, Northrop Grumman, and DRS. I mean, we have many, and these are the big ones. There are many other smaller ones, and so those companies often are interested in having interns or co-op opportunities. Co-op and internship are kind of the same, almost the same, slight differences, but where a student can go and work there maybe for a semester or a year, there's different arrangements. And it's something that we want to make sure our students are aware of. Now, we have an Office of Career Management that oversees the connection between the university and the corporations that have these opportunities. But also, their advisors should be aware of what needs to be done to seek those out, or the faculty can assist if needed. And so a lot of students have found these to be wonderful opportunities where they recognize this really is what I want to do. Occasionally they may learn it's not what they want to do. That's important too. And in a lot of cases, I know of a number of students who now are working here in one of these companies and having a really excellent, rewarding career path through those. Now, I don't want to pretend it's just opportunities here in Melbourne, but we're fortunate to have a lot that are here. These can also be outside of the state even. So, I mean, there can be opportunities elsewhere as well. And so the bottom mentions about credits. It's possible that you could apply a co-op experience to a free elective. There's one free elective in the curricula. And if you repeat for the second and then third time, a co-op can actually cover a credit called a technical elective, which would be helpful to the student who does that. So we just want to make sure that's included. Now, I'm going to go back to the Student Support Center. And this is a snapshot of access to make requests for some of their services. And so you can see, what a student sees if they're doing that. So, you can make a request using the options provided. And so you have various opportunities here from accessibility resources to academic alert and progress report. So academic alert means checking and making sure how you're doing academically, and then sending an alert if your GPA falls below a threshold that has been deemed such that an alert will help, that it'll prompt the student to say, hey, let's work together and figure out what we can do to improve how you're performing and get that help early on rather than later. Tutor employment, so tutoring services are available. That means tutoring employment is available for students. And so some students who have done well in a class are tutoring others in that class. And so that can be pursued. Testing appointments, so the Academic Support Center portion assists with test proctoring over in their location, and then actually seeking tutoring or writing assistance, et cetera. So I just want to stress this because there's a lot available here, and if a student is starting to feel uncomfortable with how they're performing, seek out somebody. Come to the faculty, go to anyone and just start getting information, but this is where everybody's going to point you towards for many of the resources. We want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay, now switching a little bit in terms of kind of opportunities, I'm going to just mention some of the student groups or organizations that we have that are related to our professional technological areas. So there are, what I mean by that is there are a lot of other opportunities that I'm not talking about here that would be clubs and organizations that may be sports related, and there are many other things, and I want to make sure you're aware that those exist too. But we're focusing here on things relevant to our programs. And so this page contains things related to electrical and computer engineering primarily. And so the first one, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, everybody refers to it as IEEE, is the biggest professional society related to not only electrical and computer engineering, but other related programs are also included in IEEE. It's a very, very big professional organization. Students can join that at a very minimal rate, and it opens up a lot of resources that society provides. Underneath that, the second bullet, there's what's called HKN Honor Society. It's an honor society. That means students are eligible to become members of that if their GPA exceeds a certain threshold. Below is the IEEE Photonics Society. So we've had a student chapter of the Photonics Society that's a part of IEEE here on campus. Next, Society of Women Engineers. That's not in IEEE, it's a separate organization, but we've had a student chapter of that organization here. And finally, the Optical Society, which again is not IEEE, it's a separate organization, but it's a well-established optical society. Now, having come through COVID recently, you might well imagine a lot of these organizations couldn't continue to function as they typically would. And so a lot of activity came down to a very low level, if anything, for that period of time. And so we're right now kind of ramping all these back up. And so different faculty are involved with different organizations. So we're trying to reactivate some of these right now, get a lot of student involvement. And so, if this information can be passed on to students, that's great. These are great opportunities to participate in various activities, conferences, and other events, and invited speakers, a lot of professional development type activities. In the computer science area, there's Upsilon Pi Epsilon, or UPE, that's promoting computer sciences through various activities and scholarships. There's ACM, Association for Computing Machinery, which is, again, advancing computing as a science and profession. I don't know if anyone wants to add any more to that, but again, these are the well-established professional societies within our areas. There are others, but these are, I would consider, the premier ones. And so it's good for students to be aware of that. Okay, now I want to talk about a couple of teams we have, and I may defer to one of my colleagues on some of this as well. So we have both of these different teams that compete in cybersecurity for the upper and programming for the lower entry. And so both of these have had great success, and so we kind of like to showcase them. So the cybersecurity FitSec Cyber Competition team is 2 times National Cyber League Tournament champions. So this is competing, against schools from all over the nation. And our group from here at Florida Tech coming out at the top. So it's very reputable competitions, and we're proud of them. We're fortunate to have a coach who is a former U.S. Cyber Games head coach. And so we have faculty mentoring, students involved, about 90 members, and quite a few of those are competing. And we also have a part of our curriculum that focuses on cybersecurity that is, enabling or strengthening this whole process. And so cybersecurity, I think, everyone's probably aware, has become a very important and big topic, and so we have a lot of activity there. We have a programming competition team, ICPC. I don't know if Dr. Stansford, if you'd like to comment.
Yes, I would like to. I'm proud of our record here. I'd like to use that the program squad here at one that has advanced to full finals 5 times here, and look to success. People interested in that, that's also
Okay, thank you. So the takeaway is there are a lot of student opportunities, and going through your academic curriculum, particularly as an undergraduate, is about balancing things and priorities on the academics, succeeding in your classes, getting the most you can out of those opportunities. But that's complemented by these kind of opportunities, and they're also important. And so we encourage students to consider these opportunities, be engaged in them, but I also like to remind people, keep the balance, make sure you're not neglecting one thing for the other, but they typically complement one another in a way that works very well, and hopefully we'll see some of your students in these. Now, this may be slightly misplaced, but because there's also an undergraduate meeting tomorrow where we'll meet all the students, but it's here on purpose, it's not a mistake. And this is just to think for a moment about some of the things we want to encourage so that students have the highest likelihood for success in college. These are just kind of common sense items, but sometimes it's nice to just pause and remind ourselves of these things. So I'm just going to mention, time management becomes very important for students, and so reminding them of that. And we're not, preaching to them or anything, but these are just things we want to make sure that they keep an awareness of. Time management and the other distractions that come into that, can affect performance. This is not like high school. For example, here you may have courses where there's 1 or 2 exams, and that's the bulk of your grade even in some cases. That won't be always the case, but the point is, it's a bit different, and you want to adjust to that. You want to engage in the process in a way that you're making that transition. You want to stay up to date on course materials, be effective with your study practices. So always ask yourself, is the way I'm studying, and I know I'm not talking to parents, I do know that, but the students want to be engaged in the process where they're assessing, is what I'm doing effective for me in being as successful as possible in my curriculum. And that question can be accompanied by talking to that advisor or a faculty member, and integrating all those things into maybe shifting the direction a little if it seems like you could improve something. I say that because in my classes, I give the first exam, there'll be a few low scores, and it's always important to see, is there something that's clearly affecting that, that's leading to that? And if so, there's an easy answer. We adjust that. If we don't know what's leading to that, then we try to, if the students are interested, to understand and say, maybe try this, try a different approach. The goal being that we want our students to do well. And so, we want to wish everyone off to a good start and recognize the opportunity they have, work hard, but also have some fun along the way, ask for help when it's needed, and find success. So with all that, now we're going to shift gears a little bit to the programs. And so I'm going to mention a few things about the overall department available programs, and I'm going to focus on the electrical and computer engineering for a minute. And then Dr. Stansford will briefly also overview the computer science, software engineering degrees. So within our department, EECS, Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, we have the following programs. Computer engineering, computer information systems, computer science, electrical engineering, human-centered design, information assurance and cybersecurity, and software engineering. Now, if you look to the right, you'll see that a couple of these are at the graduate level only. We do have an associate degree in computer information systems, but the yellow items represent software engineering, electrical engineering, computer science, and computer engineering. And those are highlighted because those are ABET accredited programs. And we just want to point that out. And I just want to explain what I mean by that. What is ABET? So ABET's an acronym that stands for the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology. And that accreditation board is tasked with overseeing from the outside of the university how we're assessing and continually improving our programs. And so they have different metrics and different expectations, and they actually come to campus every few years and will visit for 2 or 3 days. They'll dig into all our records and, really look deeply at what we're doing. And the idea is to help us do our job to the best of our ability and be as effective to our students as we can be. And so any of the 4 programs I mentioned on the last page in the U.S. and even outside the U.S. should be ABET accredited, and they mostly all are, but that's a standard thing you'll see when you're looking at different programs at different schools. And so, maintaining standards, ensuring quality. ABET, if you talk to faculty and people involved, they'll probably say, back away from it because it's a lot of work. But it's important work, and if we do it right, we're doing it in a way where it's not just work, it's helping ourselves be better at what we do, which means helping your students and our students to succeed. So ABET accreditation is important to all of us. Now, in those degree programs, this is just a brief snapshot of some of the distinctions, just to compare briefly. So typically, we would say they all have math, physics, hardware, and software to varying degrees. And so, starting with electrical engineering, you're gonna have circuits, electronics, electromagnetics, physics, and some software involved. And this is kind of just a real quick snapshot of some of the differences. In computer engineering, you're going to overlap some of this early part with circuits and electronics, and then you're going to have things like computer design and more software here. With engineering side of this computer title to the left, focusing a bit more on hardware than what you'll find, for example, with computer science. And so there you're more in problem solving, algorithms, and software, not as much the hardware. And now, a lot of these will overlap. And so that's where it's sometimes hard to say, well, is this, computer engineering, is this computer science, maybe electrical engineering, software engineering, because there's overlapping areas. But these are some of the distinctions. Software engineering is going to be focused on software development such that you're talking about, large-scale and industrial software developing. Computer information systems has a business focus. And so it's a little unique among our programs in that, and it's going to have software associated with that focus. And then cybersecurity has hardware and software along with security, system security tools and operations. So it's got several components to it. And again, this is a very important area that's grown into one of the big popular areas in recent years. Now, I'm going to focus on electrical and computer engineering, ECE, for just a moment. And to do that, I'm going to be referring on the next slides to our our whole curriculum for the undergrad degree on one page. The page is going to be made up of these kind of blocks. So I'm just showing one for an example. You're going to have a prefix, that's the ECE in this case. If it's a physics class, it might say PHY, for example. And then there's a number that identifies the class along with the title of the class. There are credit hours. Our courses are typically either 3 or sometimes 4 credit hours. And then at the bottom, there's a block that lists prerequisites and co-requisites. And so a prerequisite is a course that should have been successfully completed prior to registering for the course we're looking at. A co-requisite, if it says pre or co, means you could also take this at the same time as that. So pre, if it only said pre, you'd have to have previously completed. Co, you could also take it previously or at the same time. And so that's right here. And of all these courses, you'll see, you can go into the catalog, the Florida Tech catalog online, and get descriptions of all of those. And so, I realize this is a big slide full of small letters. and the point is not to look at each block. The point is I want to give you a very broad sense of what's involved. And I've got electrical and computer on the back. So this is electrical engineering. You can see the red dot. And the way this is laid out, it's fall, spring, et cetera, through 4 years. And so this is not how every student does it. In fact, not many go through it just like this, but it's an example of the 4-year layout of our courses. And likewise for computer engineering, at a distance it looks identical, but it's not exactly. And so what I want to do is just stick on this computer engineering and highlight a few of the different broad pieces, just to give you a sense of those. And so I've attempted to use colors here. We'll see if it's working. So starting over here, we do have in our first 2 years here, or 2.5 years, math. And that's going to be a calculus 1, 2, 3, differential equations with linear algebra, and a probability and statistics class. This is true of both electrical and computer. A lot of the early stuff is essentially identical in the first couple of years. And so red is math. I don't know if that's a warning sign or not, but green is identifying some other sort of background material that's necessary in physics. And so we have a Physics 1 class that has a lab with it. That's this part. And then a Physics 2 class. And then a modern physics class that follows. I'm going to jump over to the other side. We have some non-technical courses in the humanities and communication. And they're just the way they're laid out here, they're over on the far right. These are going to be, as you can see, composition and rhetoric, writing about literature. So these truly are not technical classes, but under our accreditation processes and other requirements, there's breadth to our degree programs. And so you'll find this type of thing in most programs elsewhere as well. As you move further down, we have what are called humanities core, and they're actually, you can select from these groupings. but they tend to be things like Western civilization or history or things of that nature. And then the last one here is actually relevant a little closer to our work in that it's a SciTech-Com course. The red, or I'm sorry, that's orange, I guess. The orange is identifying some electives, which means you have some choices you can choose between. I think that's sufficient on that one. And then all of this yellow is what I'm referring to as core, just because it's the courses that are like all the ECE courses. In computer engineering, you're going to see a few here that are CSAE, that's computer science courses that are a part of our computer engineering program. And to close this out, I want to point out this three, the grouping of three right here. And I know it's hard to see, but this says Junior Design, System Design 1, and Systems Design 2. These are what we call our junior and senior design courses. And you've probably heard about these, but let me just mention them again. So junior design is a 1 credit hour that kind of gets you ready for the subsequent courses to follow. And strictly speaking, it's system design 1 and 2, but everybody refers to them as senior design. And students form groups, they develop a project, and then that project will be demonstrated at our annual showcase every year in early April over in the gym. It's one of our biggest events of the whole year. If you are local or nearby, or if you can be in town during that time of year, I would strongly encourage you to come see it. It's open to the community. We bring in a lot of people from the local industry I mentioned, and in fact some of them participate in some judging of different categories. But most importantly is it's just really impressive. Our students do some amazing work, and you can walk in and they're there to answer your questions. You know, ask them, how does this work? What are you doing? Did it work? You know, and what was the hardest part? You know, and they're ready and they'll impress you. I guarantee it. So that's I think the last thing I wanted to cover, and so I'm gonna let's see if that's gonna work well. You want this one? Our best plans.
Testing. There we go.
Thank you. The structure of computer science and software engineering and cyber is roughly the same. At its core is a very important class called Algorithms and Data Structures, taught ably by Dr. Phil Chan, who's sitting over there. That course depends upon two pillars, the programming skills and the math skills. Those are the prerequisites for the class. And then all of the junior, senior classes depend upon the Algorithms and Data Structures class. The particular requirements for the software engineering program depends, of course, on software courses, cyber courses, and computer science. Some of the computer science courses are listed there.
All right, thank you, Dr. Stansford. And so with that, we want to open with questions, but what I'd like to do is one thing first. So some of our colleagues are here, and if you don't mind, I might ask that you just introduce yourself briefly so everyone knows. Phil, could you start?
Phil Chan, faculty member in
So I can give the names and make sure everybody can hear. So Dr. Philip Chan was on the left, on my left, in computer science. Also in computer science, Dr. Marius Salagi. And let me scan the crowd and see if I'm missing anybody. But then Dr. Sid Bhattacharya, computer science, software engineering. And so they are here to also answer questions or, provide information as needed. So if there are general questions, we can just answer those as a group. Yes?
So you mentioned early on in the student support that there are academic alerts. Are those thresholds set across the board, or can students individually set the threshold where they'll get a notice if they're not performing up to what they
To my knowledge, those are set a priori. I don't think there's the ability to tailor those by the student. And those are focused on those early courses. The idea being if someone starts to struggle early on and that can be caught, it can have a big effect. If that's caught in year 3, it's a different scenario. And so I think we have anecdotal evidence, and there are papers even about these things, and we think that really is very helpful. But it is set to my knowledge. Sure. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to get an understanding of the diversity and the teaching and, the equity.
So I may defer to one of my colleagues if there's more you could. So so the context that fit in might be important. So the university is not a big, very big university. We're medium sized, and I think most of us would like to think we bring advantages of that, to our students. But what you're mentioning might be one of the limitations. So our department I would consider it in a growth phase, and it's not going to be a steep growth. It's just, each year we hope to continue to grow with new faculty. We hired a few this year. We expect to hire a few more in the coming year. And so we do have a number of courses where the same person tends to teach it, and that's true in a lot of places, actually. But we do want to have maybe not only the diversity in who's teaching, but in other courses we can offer. Some of that starts to be at the graduate level as well. But yeah, that's the context in which you're seeing that. Yes?
Expand a little bit. I'm just maybe a little confused now. So, like my son's in the computer science track, okay? So, is there a point in some of these classes where if you, say he shows a high aptitude, say potentially for cyber, is that visited with him in terms of directing him onto a new track? Is there that kind of coaching or advisory with that, or is that all on him to sense, I have an aptitude for cyber, let me go talk to someone about changing that track early?
Very good question. So, and specific to cyber that you're asking about, and I'll defer to my colleagues to make sure I don't speak incorrectly here, but at the undergraduate level, we didn't include this here, but there's what we call a concentration in cyber. There's also a master's degree program in cybersecurity, but at the undergraduate level, the concentration option is there, I believe. And so Dr. T.J. O'Connor is the person who's heading up the cybersecurity team that's had all the successes. He also oversees the concentration and the master's program as program chair. So the answer to your question would be what you said at the end. The student themselves would recognize they're doing well in that area, or they have the interest in that area, that kind of thing. If there's any amount of that I think I'm interested in this, I would strongly encourage they contact Dr. O'Connor. He would be more than happy to bring them up to speed on what else is involved they may not be aware of, et cetera. And ultimately it's up to the student, of course, but being aware, getting the whole picture. And Dr. O'Connor has done a great job with those programs. So I would encourage anyone, if you're in an area where cyber might be of interest, you're not sure, the student's not sure, encourage them to go talk to Dr. O'Connor in this case, and just, be fully aware, because then you can make the most informed decision. Yes?
So one thing that I noticed, I went to a small liberal arts college, so an engineering school is very different. But the programs are very full and there are very few electives. If someone starts somewhere and realizes that they actually are really interested in something else, how is that accommodated? Do they have to start over from scratch? And that's my question. Like, how much flexibility is there given how rigorous and structured the programs are?
Yeah, it's a good question. I come from the ECE side, and so let me just speak to that first. In ECE, the two flow charts that I was showing, the curricula, are going to be almost identical for the first 2 years. And so that gives ECE students that flexibility to entertain switching to, between the two within the first 2 years with essentially no penalty. In computer science or software engineering, there's still a fair amount of overlap. Does anyone want to speak a little more to the? It's roughly the same. So, I mean, a lot of the common background elements like the math and the physics and so forth are going to give that flexibility. So I think if someone, and we've all been there. I know I can speak for myself, going into college and not being certain about many things, right? And you either feel like you're right where you belong or you need to question that, and that's important. So we realize it's important, number one, and we always want to make sure we're helping as best we can when that additional information can help the student make those decisions. We're not trying to make the decision, we're just trying to provide the information. But I do think you'd have some flexibility within the first 2 years or so with a little penalty. If that comes later, that's when it's going to introduce a delayed graduation probably. I know I missed you before.
Oh, no, it's okay. You said a concentration in cyber.
Yes.
Which undergrad would that be?
It would be the computer science degree program with a concentration in cyber.
And that would be O'Connor, you said?
Yes, O'Connor is the last name.
Okay.
He goes by TJ.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Like cyber, or is it just something they can do advanced courses in?
So right now, at the undergraduate level, cybersecurity is a concentration in the bachelor's program. We have a master's degree program in cybersecurity. Now, AI as a broader topic has become pervasive. It's everywhere, as you may know. So that starts to show up a lot more at the graduate level, though. So you're talking about master's degree classes and research that faculty are doing with graduate students. That's where you're going to see more of, a lot of that activity. Now, one of the things we're trying to do right now is, one of our ongoing tasks is to look at our curricula, the flow charts we're looking at, and ask, are we current? What can we do to make these more current? And so we are currently tailoring some of our programs to make more options available to sample some of these things earlier. It's ongoing, though. I can't say, and here's a class in AI right now that I would point to, but I think that's a reasonable expectation that we'll try to have something like that as we move forward. That might be under electives, meaning it would be something that a student could select, and that would also kind of depend on which degree program they could do that from, so a lot of little details. But it's an excellent question. AI is almost everywhere these days. I think there was someone here first. Yeah.
Kind of a two-part question. One is, I know that when we first did the tour a while ago, they were talking about the classroom sizes, but every year it fluctuates depending on how many kids register. What are the class sizes that we're estimating for our students, and do they receive a lot of hands-on experience?
So this is going to vary a little bit from program to program. Class sizes that I'm seeing right now, the first year classes are in the 20s and 30s kind of range. It kind of will vary. I don't know if anyone wants to comment more on the computer science side as far as what you're seeing.
Well, the two courses that are prerequisites for the data structures class contain most of our students, which is, let's say, roughly 100 students there. So there may be several sections of those classes which would be then lab classes, which are smaller there?
So it's going to vary. We do try to keep the class sizes in check. The lab sections that were mentioned, so some of the early classes have a lab, and so we'll have a section for each lab, but the lecture might be everybody together, but then the lab would be like groups of maybe 15 in the lab at a time. So, you know, the different parts can be different in that kind of density of people, you know. That's something we are always trying to keep in check, and back to the idea that we hope to keep growing. That'll enable us to better ensure that that's kept at a very low level, the student to instructor ratio. But I think right now it's you know, we're keeping it within reason. There are going to be a few of those initial courses that are a little bigger. Some of the courses outside of our programs that might be a part of the curriculum, like chemistry and biology, things like that, those will be large. Or larger, but on the whole, once you get on into the program, that's going to kind of settle into what we think is a healthy size, 20-something maybe, is what I'm used to seeing. I'm a little more involved with ECE is why I'm saying that, and that's what we typically are seeing. And I know I'm missing who had hands up, so please, yeah, you did.
I have 2 questions unrelated. I'm kind of loud, I'm from New York. What's the department's stance on the use of OpenAI ChatGPT? And then I have a very unrelated question to that. Do computer science majors have to take any foreign language class? I think I just want to verify. I think not, but I still wanted to confirm.
So let me, if anyone else wants to jump in, certainly that'd be fine, but So I would say we are not a fan of that in the academic setting, but you know, there are volumes of papers and discussion around that that are everywhere. How to ensure what's being done. So there are steps taken to ensure we have various means we can check and check for plagiarism, check for various things. But yeah, the whole ChatGPT question's an open question too. At the same, not just for us, but in academics and even beyond that, actually.
So are you saying you have tools to detect if students use ChatGPT?
Well, we have what I'm referring to is more just plagiarism. We have tools that like documents can be run right through some of these that'll score them on, so that, there's going to be a threshold beyond which it's clearly a problem. And how that affects ChatGPT, well, that's a little bit different, but we're aware, a lot of the things we do are not as subject to that problem, I would say, at least in my experience. Like classes I'm teaching, I don't think ChatGPT is going to help anybody ever. I mean, because I'm not asking them to do something ChatGPT could do or could help with. They're solving problems you can't, So inherently, some of that problem gets diminished for us. The people in humanities, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they must be, having nightmares every night. or laughing at all the bizarre stuff they're getting. I don't know. But we're certainly aware and concerned. I mean, we struggle to keep the integrity as best we can. Other questions? Yeah.
If he's interested in a double major or a minor, what would pair up with that? What suggestions would you provide?
So a minor is certainly something we have a number of students who do. My one comment, I don't want to be cynical, but I would say my biggest thought is make sure that everything's off to a good start, because your priority needs to be on the degree program you're in, And you don't want to diminish that for the minor. That's my personal opinion. Others may have different views, but I always worry if I see that happening. I don't like to see a student who's overall not doing as well, but they've got the minor. They're going to, make sure you're doing well first, and that's one thing. But a lot of students can do that. I don't mean to say it's not very doable. So to do that, then you would contact and coordinate with the department in which the minor's in. Now, if it's in our department, that's maybe more streamlined. But if it's like, say, math, you would coordinate with the math department, and you would have an advisor. You'd get some advising over there on the minor part. And so they would identify how many courses are going to be necessary beyond, what you're taking, and all of those things. They would be responsible for that. And then it's, the scheduling and fitting it in as you work through your degree program. Comes back to, now your advisor has more work to do to help you, so to speak. But we're there to help with all that. But that's what they would do. They would coordinate with that, where that program sits. Is that kind of?
I guess I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess I wasn't even clear on the question. Is what minor will complement computer engineering well? Like, do you have any suggestions? Like, if you wanted to enhance the computer engineering, what would be, a good suggestion for a minor?
So we, in computer engineering, minors might be math. Math is sort of complements almost all of our technical areas, both in engineering and science. We have students who double major in electrical and computer because that overlap, it's not, I don't remember the number, I should probably know the exact number of courses, but it's not a completely excessive additional amount. Takes some scheduling. It might require another semester, to fit it all in. Sometimes people have very unique interests, though, and would want a minor that's somewhere else. Like there's been a nanotechnology area that people could get. I think there's a minor in that, if I'm not mistaken, and that's overseen by a different department. And so it really, you're saying, here's my core area. I want to come out with the knowledge and the background to begin down a career path or go into higher education, whichever, But then you're complementing it with something that also works for your pursuits, your interests. And so, beyond the close areas like electrical or maybe computer science or things very nearby, outside of that, I would say it's unique to the individual, and you want to talk to faculty and get some insight for your own interest. So I don't mean to not answer the question, but I think that's always going to be one of my suggestions, is talk to people who can make you fully aware of the scenario you're considering so you are informed for that decision.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess that's where I'm kind of struggling myself. My son's in the computer science, and he's shown a pretty good attribute in various other computer-related disciplines, software engineering. He still his own computer from scratch. He's like most kids into gaming, has a long-term desire to design games, but we kind of convinced him to get that foundation first, which I took a computer science track. Myself, I started as a computer operator, wound up in information management. That was through actually just getting out on taking jobs and finding my own sweet spot. How do I advise him? Do I tell him be aggressive in talking to the different professors, be aggressive and join it, or kind of help getting your advisor to help you? Because left to his own device, he'll stay in that program and he'll work hard in that computer science program, and really he'll just take it to the end and not try to experience that peripheral opportunities. That's kind of where I'm struggling as a parent to advise him to
attack his?
No, I fully understand the question. I do think a lot of the answers will be personal, meaning different people may have different, philosophies, so to speak. But I think what you said about, I'm a big fan, as you may be able to tell, of being informed. So talking to faculty so that, one thing I would encourage is this, as important as this is, at the same time, you're probably not going to go wrong. Meaning, you're in an area where you have interest here, here, and here, but they're neighbors and they overlap. And if you do this one, you're still probably going to be able to do some of that. And don't feel like you're completely cornering yourself, particularly at the bachelor's degree level, by picking one and staying focused. But if you really have the range of interest you're describing, I would suggest talking to faculty. And also, there are other things you can do. You can pretend you're ready to go out and get hired right now. Look at job ads, see where people are hiring, see what the description is. What does it mean if I apply to that job? What are they wanting? And then, if the terms aren't clear, ask faculty members or go look them up. It's kind of like doing research on that concept of being informed yourself. But that's a valuable thing. You start to see, where can I get that information from? And that's part of the skills we want our students to learn, along the way anyway. I don't know if that helps exactly, but I think it's a good problem to have. It can be frustrating, but at the same time, I don't think you're going to go wrong, likely. I know that may not make sense, but...
This might be a hard question, but I'm going to answer it, ask it, because
sure.
I'm paying a tuition. Because I've met professors and teachers that get up there and teach the material. And quite frankly, their personal skills might not be so open, okay? Mm-hmm. Class size might be large, where they're coming in teaching to 40 kids, and either they don't have the time or want to, sit down and build that one-on-one relationship, okay? What's your opinion of the general computer science faculty community? Okay, are you guys,
No, I fully understand, and I realize that lunch is next on your schedule, and I fully understand if anyone is anxious to get to lunch. Let me briefly reply here. No, I think one of the things Florida Tech has is a size and an understanding. We consider ourselves kind of family oriented. I know it's the family, but here we're a community, and I do think students will find they may have examples like you said where it's hard to get somebody pinned down. Sometimes people are doing research or they get a big program going and they're just so snowed under. That's a real thing that does happen. But I do think by and large they're going to be able to get faculty who are happy to try to help them with these questions and this getting better informed. I really believe that's something we very much strive to provide that. I would add, if that's not happening, go to the department head. We have program chairs and department heads. That's someone who should be also always someone that a student seeking that information could go to, either to get direct information or to get directed to the right source, the best source. So if you encounter that, if they encounter that, don't. Hopefully they won't, but don't let that frustrate you. Come back and talk to someone else or the department head. We are here to try to help with these things. We recognize how important that is, and I believe by and large that's what you're going to find. So I know you've had your hand up a few times.
I heard there's a master program. So if the student decide to do this extra year, when's the time to start thinking on that?
The masters, right? Yes. So one thing that I have included in the past, or actually I'll usually include in the undergraduate program, is this thing called the fast track master's opportunity we have. So I don't want to pretend we're the only school that has this. Most schools have something like this, but we have, for students here, we have certain technical elective requirements, and you can meet those by taking a graduate class for 2 of them. And those graduate courses will also count towards the master's. And so that may not exactly be your question, but that is something you want to be aware of, I think. And so what that means, you can almost never count a course more than once. It's in a degree program, it's taken. You can't count it in another one. This is where you can actually do that for 2 courses. So it's a really nice opportunity. The master's program is 10 classes. So you come in with 2 of them checked off. Now, in terms of when to begin considering that, if it's something where your student would prompt that question now, I would encourage you to begin now. Because a lot of people you will see, they're probably going to go on. I have a daughter who's 19. I relate to a lot of these the questions myself. You can have a sense of what we're not pushing our kids to do things, but we know them, right? And so there's no problem with looking at that early. What you want to do is think about moving to a master's program. You're going to start to narrow in your focus, because some of our degrees are covering the breadth of that discipline, and you're going to focus in a little more at the master's level, and then the doctoral level is really narrow but deep, so to speak, right? And so I keep saying one of the same thing, but starting to become aware. What are the areas people are working in research here, if they're considering a fast track here, and start to learn more, maybe even volunteer or ask for opportunities with faculty. And that we do try to make opportunities available for undergraduate participation in research and those kind of activities. It kind of depends on the details, when it's applicable. There's nothing wrong. I would encourage going ahead early and starting to talk to faculty, learn what they're doing. You can start by just reading on the webpage, but we're in our offices. Come by and talk and say, hey, I'd like to know what you're doing in your research. And if you find something of interest, that student might start that connection that'll lead to a project later. I would say start now is my real suggestion. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Two short questions. The first is, do you have an undeclared engineering option? Some schools offer that in the first year, so you take some general courses. And then when the child decides what he really wants to study, he focuses on that. That's the first one. The second question is, in between the years, are there opportunities or are there requirements for internship?
So the first question we have what's called general engineering. Coincidentally, if I'm not mistaken, there was a general engineering meeting at the same time as this for family, and so if your student's interested in starting there to get that landscape, access to that, I believe the undergraduate meeting should have the general engineering. If you look at the schedule, it would be called general engineering, and they might want to start with that. And so that's exactly what you described. That class, one component would be like individuals from all the different engineering areas will come in and give a presentation on their areas. And so over a number of weeks, it would be a great opportunity to get that access, that information, kind of the thing I keep talking about. And so, yeah, look up general engineering, or let me know if you need any help with that. The internship opportunities, yes, there are internship opportunities. We have an office called Career Services that are the primary point of contact in that they take information from the companies, they make it available here where you can go look or talk, find what the opportunities are. And so that's kind of the funnel that most of that goes through. We do occasionally also get some internship opportunities that we, like in the department level, are aware of that we will share. But even then, we'll probably try to connect it to Career Services just so there's a common point. And it is very common. We always have some students doing internships in the summers or even during the academic year. So those definitely are available. And the question is, where does it fit into your overall schedule and the usual things. But it's usually a very good opportunity for students, and I would encourage it. Okay, I know don't mean to hold you past lunch. So thank you so much. I really hope everything gets off to a good start for your students. Thank you.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. Thank you all for coming. We have a slight change to the schedule. We have shipping and receivings will be up next. If you do have any questions, I would ask if you wait till we can get you with a microphone. We have a microphone coming around so that way everybody can hear your questions because they've all been really, really good questions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? My name's Scott. I'm actually the manager of operations and logistics. For you guys, basically, I oversee mail and shipping services, which is where all of your packages will come to your students. For our students, all of our mail and shipping services are located in one building. It's going to be over at the facilities building, which is over by the Academic Support Center and the Scotts Center. We handle all UPS, FedEx, DHL, USPS as well for all of your inbound packages and all of the outbound packages as well. For our students, started last year, it's worked out really well. We have our Panther lockers. It works very similar to an Amazon locker. Your student would get an email saying they have a package. It's in the lockers. It has a barcode. They go scan the barcode. It opens up. For the students that are housed on campus, that is a 24/7 accessibility. Our hours for our mailroom and shipping and receiving is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. All oversized packages that will not fit in the lockers will stay in the warehouse. Any package that we get that goes into the locker, we have a 3-day code. So once it goes in the locker, your student gets an email. They have 3 days to retrieve the package. After that, it is then brought back to shipping and receiving. Typically around 7 days, we do a return to sender just so we don't end up with packages sitting there for months and months at a time. We do perishables. We have some students that get the like pre-made meals. Those are stored in the mailroom. We have refrigerators in there. After 3 days, we do have to dispose of them just because we can't have, them contaminating any other packages that are in there. So your student, they were given a mailbox number, should be a 6-digit number. They will have that for their whole duration here at Florida Tech. So that's never going to change. We do ask that our students, when they do come pick up any packages or mail, that they have their student ID so that way we can identify who they are. We will not be able to give out mail or packages without their student ID. Mail that is kept in our mailroom, typically 10 days after it's been in there, because we have a folder system, we do return to sender on all mail after 10 days. Hopefully the students are pretty good about coming to pick it up. Another thing that we started offering, and this is a little jumbled up, I see that now. So eShip Now is a third-party vendor that we deal with for any outbound shipment. So what it is a student would create an account at eShipNow.eship.global. They can then print their own their shipping papers. The shipping papers they put on the box, they can bring it to shipping and receiving, it goes out, whether it's FedEx, DHL, or UPS. I have personal experience, FedEx and UPS through the eShip Now Global does seem to charge a couple of erroneous high charges in my opinion. So one thing that I've started pushing people to do is use our mailroom, which is the USPS, to ship any outbound packages. It does keep the cost down, and you don't have those added costs at the end. That is domestic and international shipping as well. We also have Amazon lockers on campus. It's right over here at the Dennius Student Center. The name of that Amazon locker is Singularity. So some students do like to have the access to be able to just ship it straight to the Amazon locker and have access there as well. And this is the most important time. This is where you guys want to pull your phone out and take a picture on how to address any package, whether it's from you guys, friends, family, or anything. It's very important that we have their full name and their mailbox number on the package. The mailbox number helps us identify who the student is. We've had something come in where it's been John Smith. There could be 5 of them. so we can't distinguish. So to make sure we can easily get the package to the student, full name, mailbox number, and then the 150 West University, Melbourne, Florida, 32901. Do you guys have any questions for me by chance? Anybody?
My son's at the Star of the Mary or Mary of the Star or something like that, and they had addresses over there. Is that different? Because
that is completely different. They get their mail delivered right over to there. We have another one back on the wall.
I'll hold it out here, I project. My daughter and I tried adding the Singularity mailbox to the Amazon account, but it was asking for a specific address. Do you have any more amplifying information for that?
So we had to get with Amazon because it's on campus, we want to make sure it's more secure for the students. We don't want anybody around the area to be able to add it in there. I will look that up for you. In fact, I'll come over and get with you and maybe get your email. Look into that for you. No problem. Now somebody on the other side needs to ask a question so we can keep having a run back and forth.
Way you can put.
I'm sorry, what was, I can't. You made it worse.
I was just saying, can you put that information out for everyone, because I don't know about Amazon.
We actually do a lot of Amazon packages. We typically have 4 Amazon deliveries on to the shipping and receiving every day. So even if you order Amazon, you can direct it straight through here, and it'll still come to the warehouse. We do a lot with Amazon. We typically, within the first couple of weeks, we'll have 2 pallets worth of packages that come through Amazon for students. It is very important, and I explained to the students earlier, they need to wait until they get their email from mailship.edu or .fit.edu. Everybody will get the notification saying, hey, your Amazon package was delivered. Today we received in 4 bins of Amazon packages. So we still have to sort through them. So it's like I told the students, make sure they wait for their email notification before they come to the warehouse, and then we tell them it's going to be later. Any other questions? I have one right here in the, yeah, I know. All packages will come through the warehouse, depending on the size of it and how much availability is in the locker. We try to put a lot of them in the locker because it's 24/7 access. If not, it will be in the warehouse. Yes, if it's a package, like I said, a lot of times we try to put them in the lockers, but it depends on the available size that we have in the mailroom. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I will be in the back if anybody has any questions, and going to pass it on.
Next, we're going to have a presentation from the Copy Center. This one's also not on your schedule, but after this, we'll be sticking to the schedule.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is James Breckenridge. I am the print operations manager for the Copy Center, and the Copy Center is your students' on-campus source for all their print needs. There are other printing sources across campus where they can print, like the libraries and student labs, but we should be their #1 source just because we're experts at printing. We have a lot of capabilities that they cannot simply do in the student labs. So if your student needs to print up a poster or a flyer or whatever they need for a presentation that they're doing, we can help them do that. When it comes time for your student to graduate, we can help them in their job search by printing up their resumes and business cards to help facilitate their search. We can also help them decorate their dorm room. So if they're looking to have a family photo printed that they can keep in their room, or if they're looking to have a print of their favorite animal, they can come to our copy center and we can print up a nice canvas print for them. And so they have plenty of options that aren't available to them across campus. We're also always adding new products and services, so we can even do things like contour cut decals and laser cutting and laser engraving. Now, we are located just across from the Crawford Greens here, and your students can place their orders from many different ways. They can email us at copy@fit.edu, but if they do email us, we generally ask that they email them ahead of time, because with all the filters that we have in place, it typically takes about half an hour for us to get the emails. Alternatively, if they need it really quickly, they can share it through Google Drive or through Microsoft Teams, and we'll get the files almost instantaneously. We also offer services like passport photos, so if your students are going to be traveling abroad, they can come there and get their passport photos done quickly and inexpensively. We also have a website where your students can place the order from the comfort of their dorm, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When they place their order and it's ready, they'll receive an email notification that their order is ready. And most of the services that we have available in the store are available online as well. So it's fast, easy, and convenient for your students to place their print orders. Are there any questions about printing on campus? Yes.
Is there a charge for the printing?
There is a charge. It depends on what they're printing. So if it's color, black and white, one-sided, two-sided, the types of paper. But printing typically starts at 10 cents a page for black and white and 40 cents a page for color. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon.
Now I don't have to stand on my toes. Next, we have the Advising Center.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Christopher Finn. I'm the director for the Office of Student Advising. You can see that I'm bearded in this photo. I do change from season to season, so at least you know how I look in both areas right there. I'd like to welcome each one of you for coming to Florida Tech to send off your sons and your daughters to spend some time with us here on campus. It's an exciting time of year, really, because there's so much going on. All of the build-up, the applications, deciding where to go, what major to pursue. Do you really want to go to Florida with all this heat? You know, and we are very pleased to have them here on campus. And so I'm hoping that you've had an enjoyable time over the last few days, and hopefully get to spend a little bit more time doing some other enjoyable things that we can do locally. So let's get started with advising, because I do realize that we are running behind. I don't want to rush through it, but I want to cover everything so that we're clear about what our office can provide for students. So let's start off with the mission, right? Our mission is to assist all of our undergraduate students on the Melbourne campus by providing advising programming that is geared towards student success. We assist new students through their academic and social transitions to the university. So what we do recognize is that new students to Florida Tech have a couple of things going on. We have academic transitions and we have social transitions. And surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, these things really do run hand in hand. Right? So we know that happy students do well in classes. And so we want to make sure that the social transition is a part of the puzzle that we want to complete as well, along with the academics. Our primary focus is certainly going to be on academics, thus we are advising, right? But we want to make sure that they complement each other. So that probably leads to the next thing of, well, what exactly are you doing here then, right? What does an advisor do? We provide quality academic advising for all of our undergraduate students. We increase the students' awareness of the requirements, policies, and procedures. Those are not intuitive. You don't necessarily know the rules of a place automatically. So we like to make sure that they understand things like withdrawal deadlines. So what's the difference between a drop and what's the difference between that and a withdrawal? If they want to seek out different majors, what's the process for that? So we want to make sure that we are making them aware of those requirements and those policies. Collaborate with university faculty and staff to address individual student needs. You've already heard from a lot of resources on campus, and you'll continue to do so once I've left this stage. But the thing that remains the same is that our dedication to assisting your students while they're here at Florida Tech is constant no matter what office that they're in. And so we make sure that we're communicating with the faculty members and with other areas on campus to ensure that their experience here is one that you would approve of. We provide educational and social events for programming, which includes overseeing Phi Eta Sigma, which is an honor society for first-year students, and also University Experience, which I have more details about a little bit later. We promote participation in student activities, student organizations, and civic engagement opportunities. And hopefully, your sons and daughters have been enjoying their time here with color wars and other various activities. We do want them to engage and make new friends. The one thing about when you arrive at a new place is most of the time you don't know anybody when you come to Florida Tech. You might have a friend or two that came, but for the most part, you probably don't know anybody. But right now, rest assured, they're making fast friends with their roommates and also with other classmates that they'll have on campus. So we want to promote that type of participation while they're here on campus. And we also connect students to appropriate campus resources and support services, which kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is we want to point them to the counseling center should that need arise, or if they're sick, if they need to go to the health center, tutoring to student success and support centers. So there's a lot of areas on campus that are there for the students to ensure their physical and mental well-being as well. So let's cover some advisors, and this is probably of interest to you because you might wonder, well, who is my son or my daughter? Who are the students seeing, right? So when we talk about the College of Engineering and Science, if you think of, let's see here, if you think of, I would say mechanical engineering is the largest major that's on there, and that's not putting anything else to the other majors, but all of these majors are being served by Catherine Morgan and also Susan Mueller. Their largest one is mechanical engineering, but they are split by last names so that the balance is equitable for our office. So last names A through K would see Catherine Morgan. Last names with the L through Z will see Susan Mueller. So now you can have a face to the name there. If one of your students is in maybe computer science or computer engineering, but also the sciences that are listed up here on this board, you'll find that Kristen Nelson from the last names of A through K will be helping them. And if their last names are through L through Z, Rebecca Cobb will be assisting them. And if we're thinking about aerospace engineering, which is the largest program that they advise, along with mathematics and interdisciplinary sciences, Shalay Pakamian serves students with the last names A through K, and Aaliyah Thomas with the last names L through Z. So the Office of Student Advising is a fun new initiative that we're doing here at Florida Tech, and we are slowly rolling it in to where they'll be seeing the same advisors throughout their time here at Florida Tech. In a time past, what we would do is we'd work with the students for 1 year, and we would transition them to a faculty advisor. What we've decided to do is to have the students meet with professional advisors throughout their time here at Florida Tech and use faculty advisors for mentorship so they can continue that professional development piece. But that allows us who are here throughout the summer and in holidays and things of that nature, when the university is not closed down, to assist the students so that we can give them the maximum benefit of answering questions and assisting them in the registration process. So we will no longer be turning them over to faculty advisors. We'll be assisting them through their time here at Florida Tech. So whoever their advisor is now is who they should be working with as they move forward. We have other areas, certainly, the College of Aeronautics. So any student that is in the College of Aeronautics, flight or non-flight, they are currently working with me. I've been with the university for over 12 years now, and I've been working in aviation, so I'm continuing to assist, but they will have an advisor, staff advisor that will be working with them once I get onboarded and trained up for that. So they will work with me temporarily until we have that transition. The transition is going to look something like an email that will go out to the students, introducing the new advisor for them so that they're familiar with them. And certainly I'm available to assist in that, any questions of that nature as well. COPLA, College of Psychology Liberal Arts. Also, we are another major program that we have here at the university. Currently, Susan Mueller is assisting those students while we're in the search for our new advisor. And so if one of your students is in COPLA, which would be psychology, forensic psychology, multi-platform journalism, any of these majors listed, they're working right now with Susan Mueller. And finally, the same goes for the College of Business. So Aaliyah Thomas is the one who's assisting any of the students that are in the College of Business. So if they have any questions, no doubt they've been working with Aaliyah over the summertime, and they'll continue to do so until we've identified the new person for them. So let's talk a little bit about advising. Students, they are required to meet with their advisors. Yes, they have to meet with us at least once every semester. We do appointments, and we actually encourage them to make appointments so they can see us through Microsoft Bookings. This way we can ensure that they have the opportunity to meet with us instead of wondering if we're going to be there or if we're at lunch or if we have a meeting or things of this. So we do encourage appointments to be made. Students must meet with their advisor before registering for the upcoming semester, and only after they meet with their advisor will the advising hold be removed. That advising hold is kind of like a sneaky little hold. You don't see it in the holds until you try to advise. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh, I have to speak with my advisor. So that is something that they have to do. And what that allows us to do in advising is ensure that we've communicated with them the appropriate courses for the upcoming semester so that we can agree upon that and get them in to the graduation stage in 4 years. I am pretty sure that you don't want to pay for 5 or 6 or 7 years, so we would like to go ahead and meet with them and make sure that we're getting them on the right track or keeping them on the right track. The advising hold doesn't appear, I mentioned that, and then before advising meetings, students should have an idea about what classes they should be registering for. Students are encouraged to have all questions and concerns written down. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get the students to start advocating for themselves. This is kind of a difficult transition for them as they go from their earlier stage to this coming stage, but advocating for themselves is probably one of the best skills, besides learning how to learn, that they're going to pick up in the next 4 years along with their studies. So we'd like for them to also be prepared when they come to the meetings with us. Common holds that you will see with students. The health center, the immunization record, every one of you has had to deal with that because every student has to deal with an immunization upload. So that is one of the common ones. If they are registered, that means they don't have an immunization hold. Final high school transcripts. Now, final high school transcripts won't really kick in to be a problem until about October or November. The key to the high school transcript being official is it has to come from the high school, but it also has to be posted or sent to us after the day that they walked. So if the high school was a little bit of an early bird, sent out the transcript before they walked, we're going to need a new one. And so sometimes that pops up every once in a while. TCE, that's a transfer credit evaluation. That will mean that we need official transcripts. So if any of your sons or daughters took classes for dual enrollment while they were in high school, or if they're a transfer student, we will need transcripts from that institution. This is particularly important for students that took dual enrollment while in high school. That class may be listed on the high school transcript, but it is not going to be allowed onto their official file until we have the official transcript from the credit-bearing institution, right? So if it's a local community college or university, that needs to get sent to us so we can have that evaluated and put onto their record. This is also something that I would recommend is this FERPA release or directory hold for you. And I'm sure this is probably and will continue to be mentioned as we move forward. But if you would like to communicate with us in advising about your students' their grades, any questions at all that you might be able to have. In order for us to avoid generalities, a FERPA release will be necessary. So you might want to submit that while you're here on campus to make that easier, but your son or daughter will have to sign off on that. so that we can go ahead and discuss things like semester grades, their records, class schedules, things of that nature. It's a very uncomfortable conversation when we try to tell you who's paying for it that we can't speak to you. So if you want to do that, that would be great. All right, and if you want to email that, you would send that to transcripts@fit.edu. So if that form is filled out, that needs to be sent to transcripts@fit.edu, and it should come from your son or daughter's Florida Tech email account, not from your Gmail. So, in addition to advising, we also coordinate social events. We're big fans of pretzels, so we do a pretzel day twice a year. Usually we don't have any left over, but you know, it's fun, because who doesn't like free food? We also have done things like sweet treats, where we'll do like a hot chocolate bar. And I actually didn't realize how much I loved a hot chocolate bar until we had one, and now I can never go back. But we also do a paint and pizza night, which is a really great time for our students. And these events are free for them. They come by, they get to paint, we have free pizza for them. All of the events that are provided for them just so that they can have fun with their classmates and enjoy their time here at Florida Tech. And also, you know, the paint and pizza thing is kind of a good gift to bring home too, so that's a nice deal. So anyway, we do social events and we do some giveaways. We also are introducing a personal librarian, and what we're doing is we're trying to tie this into advising a little bit, so that way we want students to know who they can connect with at the library to assist them. If they're in aerospace engineering or mechanical or computer science or aviation, they're not going to go looking in the same periodicals and resources, right? And so what they can do is they can go to their personal librarians to assist them and guide them towards the appropriate resource so they can start their research that way. Or they can waste a few hours trying to figure out which one to go to. So I choose personal librarian. That is based off of last names. So if you're taking pictures and that's something of interest to you, and they call you and they say, well, I just don't know what to write about, you can say, oh, you need to go to Chelsea. So that way you can get some assistance, and that's a good starting point. Courses. University Experience is a class that's required for all incoming students at Florida Tech with less than 30 credit hours. In fact, we've got a lot of students that come with over 30 hours that want to take that class. It is only half of the semester. It's going to end around fall break, around October 18th-ish. But what that class really is going to do is going to introduce them to a lot of the resources on campus. We will actually go to the Student Success and Support Center so they know where to get the tutoring. We're going to go to the library, the Evans Library, so they know where the library is at. We're going to be working with the Career Center. We're going to be talking about wellness on campus. We're going to talk about time management. I think we could all work on time management sometimes. It feels like we're rushing everywhere. So that's a nice thing that we have in that. And we also talk about the registration process. But this is the only class that we offer on campus that provides the information that they need to be as successful as they want to be. And so that's why we have them take it in their first semester with us here. All the other classes, yes, they do go the full length of the semester. This one is just half of the semester. I mentioned earlier Phi Eta Sigma, the National Society for First-Year College Students. If one of your students earns a GPA of a 3.5 or higher, they will be invited to join this. It's an excellent opportunity for scholarships. I don't believe anybody in this room would be upset with additional funds going into their students' accounts. So if the proper GPA is met, a 3.5 or higher, they will receive that invitation, and they have opportunities also not only for scholarships, but there are presentations that they can also go all over the state and all over the country. We also provide students with scholarship opportunity. Our office awards up to 3 fantastic first-year awards for students, so we'll be looking for your students and see what we can go ahead and work out with them. So what we will do is we'll recognize academic, co-curricular, extracurricular involvement, achievements within their first year. So it's not just a constant like a GPA. GPAs are incredibly important, but it's also incredibly important to find balance in other items as well, if possible. So that's why we encourage the engagement piece here at Florida Tech, because we want our students to be a very well-rounded person as they exit the campus and on into their professional lives. Recipients do receive a one-time financial aid, a $500 scholarship that will apply to the fall tuition. And they will serve as student ambassadors. And so it's a good opportunity for us. We usually have lunch for them, and we also talk about an event that they'll be doing, which our ambassadors this year will also be working with us, and we're excited about their activity they'll be doing in September. So it's a good time to work with our students in our office. Application requirements. So the application for that, it opens up in February, and then also the timeline is we also get recommendations, and an online application and Engage can also be done. So I won't move too much on that. Keep going forward. This is important. You probably, well, maybe you have seen this, maybe you have not, but I think it would be inappropriate if I didn't share with you some important dates for the semester. All right? So first day of classes, that's next Monday, right? So the last day to add or drop classes, that's going to be the Wednesday of the second week at noon, right? That's going to be important for them. A lot of times we get questions for like, oh, I want to just change from this section of pre-calculus to this section of pre-calculus. That is actually a change, right? You can't do that after add drop. So any sort of changes to a schedule need to be done, whether they're adding or they're dropping them, by August 30th at noon. After that, if they're dropping a class, it's going to be a withdrawal, which will stay on their record. A drop does not stay on their record. And then the other things are Labor Day holiday, which is always so close to the very beginning, but with everything going on with orientation, they probably welcome the extra long weekend. Fall break, last day to withdrawal, registration window opens up. So that's an important thing that we talk about too, right? Registration window is going to open up for the students. We start advising students in October, around fall break. And then we're preparing them for registration in November. And then we're also meeting with them again in the spring semester. So we're meeting with them in March in preparation for April registration. So think fall break, spring break, you need to be talking to your advisor so you can get registered for classes. Last day of classes is an important thing because that is December 8th, but don't leave yet because you have finals. So finals are December 11th through the 15th. Safely on the 16th of December. Safely, that's when they can leave. However, they can always check their syllabus to ensure what day they will be working out their final exams. So that way, if their finals end on the 13th or the 14th, they don't find themselves waiting a couple extra days until they go back home for holiday madness. All right, and so finally, sorry if I've been dragging on a little bit, but this is it right here, how to contact us. So we are a little bit all over the place at Florida Tech, but if you want to contact us, the best way is to send it to the email, which is advising@fit.edu. That 8747 number is actually to a desk that my currently no student assistant sits at, so we're running from our office to go to answer that one. But FloridaTech.edu/advising, you can find your advisor, and the best way is to connect with a specific advisor for your sons or daughters so that we can be the most help as possible. And so with that, I thank you all for your time and your attention. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your time here in Florida. Thank you.
Alrighty. Next, we have Money Matters with Financial Aid from our Financial Aid Department.
Yep. Awesome. That's it. Now we'll go back. Now we'll go back. If you can, try to speak in the mic. So that way they can hear you in the live.
Perfect. Thanks. Well, I'm sure you've been welcomed here. I need sunglasses, sorry. Anyway, I'll welcome you again. I'm Jay Lally. I'm the Director of Financial Aid. I'm here with Julia Query somewhere around here, and there she is. We'll give you hopefully a brief presentation about, mine is about renewals. I'm glad I follow advising because we need those guys, and we'll go right into it. Financial aid. To get your stuff, most of you, we serve about 97% of the population, so I'm going to assume everybody's got financial aid. You must maintain satisfactory progress. That's very important. Right there on the screen says you got to maintain 2.0, and you got to complete 75% of the courses you take. Now, if I took calculus and chemistry these days, I don't know if I'd do that. But anyway, you have to finish within 180 attempted hours. Hopefully, it's a lot less than that. Most of our courses somewhere between 120 and 134 to finish your degree, and hopefully that's all you need to do it. As you know, time is money, and we assure you that it is better to get out faster. Each year we require everybody to file a FAFSA. That's in everybody's best interest. For 24-25, there is a little bit of delay. The United States Department of Education is revamping their system. We won't have the FAFSAs out until the end of December, probably in January. That's fine. We usually need spring grades for everybody anyway. So next year, for 24-25, we will have a new, supposedly easier, simpler FAFSA for you to file, and that'll be out in January. Everybody here is probably familiar with PAWS, or I hope you are. If you get into PAWS, you get to accept your awards. It's fairly simple. If you have any trouble, just come in the office and we'll explain it to you. But we do put it up there. And I hope these slides are available. I forgot to ask that earlier. I guess they are. New student counseling, right there in the middle, is very important for Florida. How many people are from Florida here? So a lot of you have Florida aid, and right there at the top in the red, take what you can pass and pass what you take. Some of you are, a good portion of you are on Bright Futures. That's the state scholarship program. And right in the middle there, it says you need a 3.0, you need a 2.75, you need 24 credit hours or 12 credits per term to maintain renewal status. That's very important. Just a tip, our average student coming in is about somewhere around 1,200, actually approaching 1,300, I believe, on SATs, and our average GPA, high school GPA, is roughly about 3.8. Anybody want to take a guess what our average freshman GPA is? It's not that high. Highly recommend start strong, stay strong, but that's what you need to renew everything, 12 credits per term. And I highly recommend a 3.0 or better. That's a struggle. The average GPA at the end of the freshman year is a little less than 3.0. So please, pay attention to those advisors. I'm glad we followed the advising. Educational loan programs, a bunch of you, about half of you will have an educational loan. If you need directions, they are right there at studentaid.gov. We need a master promissory note, completed entrance interview, that type of thing. That's true of a PLUS loan, and there's all sorts of private loans also available. I'll buzz through there. Highly recommend work study these days. Minimum wage is going up at the end of September to $12 an hour. Our average work study award is anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500. You can easily make that. We have a 30-week academic calendar, 15 weeks in each term. And with 30 weeks, you can earn $2,500 with even just 8 hours a week. Highly recommend getting work study. It's very easy to find student employment on our system. You surf through there. In the student section, you'll get to student employment. And we also have a work study fair at the end of the month. Highly recommend getting involved if you can. It's easy to find 8 to 10 hours. We operate almost 24 hours a day. It's a great program. Additional scholarships, we always get asked about additional scholarships. We do maintain a outside link on our website, right on the financial aid page, and that's right there, financial aid, outside scholarships. If you want to take a look, the effort is really on you. It's people that notify us and say, hey, we're looking for this type of student. Please let your students know. We put it up on our webpage as a service to the student body. And that's us. We're across the street. We live right next door to Julia, who's next. But if you have any questions, email us at finaid@fit.edu. We also use the booking systems for appointments. That's our phone number. We answer the phone as much as we can. Glad to have you here. If you have any questions, we'll probably be out in the lobby after this. Thank you. Them to put up your presentation, though, I think. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, leave it to them. Get it out of there. People appreciate speaking. What's your
ask that you try to speak into the mic as much as you can. That way, because we're live streaming this, and if you don't speak into the mic, they'll be able to hear you.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Thanks. Well, welcome again to Florida Tech. I'm Julia Query. I'm the Bursar and Director of Student Financial Services. I'm glad to have followed Jay for financial aid and the advising. Once you're registered, you're eligible for your financial aid. That goes on the bill, and then my team comes in. We handle the billing. We are located across the street, right next door to financial aid, in the L3 Harris Commons building on the first floor. Our hours are Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. You can reach us also online. If you are just visiting right now, feel free to call us or send an email. Now in this presentation, there's lots of information, so please feel free to take pictures. So the departments in Student Financial Services are student accounting and account management. Student accounting takes payments. They handle billing inquiries, and they process student refunds. Account management helps with holds on accounts, student health insurance, Florida prepaid, corporate deferments and sponsorships, and third-party billing. You can reach us at either one of those email addresses on the bottom of the screen, and those are our phone numbers too. So the bills. The bills are posted in PAWS in the first week of every month. The PAWS account is your student's online account. Through there, they access their courses, their bills, their registration. I'm sure you'll get very familiar with it. Students and authorized users alike can access the financial information through your PAWS account, so please take the time to work with your student to become an authorized user. And also the FERPA release that was mentioned before, be sure to get that. There's two ways to access information, especially through my department. Online, that's the authorized user access, and on the phone, that's that FERPA release. So depending on how you're communicating with us, we're going to have to make sure that we have permission to. With that access, as authorized user or your student access, you can access bills for the last 12 months. To become an authorized user, make sure you talk with your student. They can do that through their PAWS account. To make paying easy, all payments can be made online. You can pay by electronic check using your bank account and routing number. This is convenient for you because it's electronic. You're not putting a mail or a check in the mail to us. But also it avoids the credit card service fee. We have a credit card service fee now. It's 2.25%. You can use credit cards to pay. Just be aware there is an extra fee. And the only place to use a credit card to pay is online through PAWS. We don't take credit card payments in person at the cashier window. You can bring us checks, you can bring us cash, and we also help with wire transfers, international and domestic alike. We use Convera, which used to be Western Union Business Solutions. And if you do want to mail a check, you can. Please make sure that you use the address that's at the bottom of the screen and make a note of your student's name or ID number, preferably their ID number, so that we're sure we give your money to the right student account. Refunds. Our office handles refunds for your students. The first refund of the semester is in the second week of classes. Depending on how your student has their refund method set up, they can do direct deposit or a check can be mailed. Direct deposit usually gets that money within 48 hours, so that's the quickest turnaround time. If you are expecting a refund and you're set up for a direct deposit, you should have your money by the second weekend of classes or by the first day or two of week 3. If you have a credit on your account and you need to transfer it to your Panther Cash, can bring the student ID card to the cashier window. We need to have that ID card because it has a magnetic strip on the back, and we need to slide that card through a machine to put the funds onto it. If you have financial aid and you need to use that for a voucher to get books or supplies at the bookstore, we can help you with that at the cashier window too. If you're expecting a refund and you don't see it, maybe because a financial aid award hasn't paid in, then you could contact the financial aid office or contact us and we'll get you in touch with them. Financial aid is listed here at the bottom of this slide, as well as student accounting. So we understand that things happen. Your intentions are to be here for the semester, but something happens and your student has to withdraw. There is a certain refund schedule whereby if you do fully withdraw from the campus or from the university, you can get all of your tuition charges or a portion of them reversed. For all withdrawals, no matter when, you can protect your investment with tuition insurance by GradGuard. You'll see when you go to pay the bill, this window of the refund schedule and then the next window that pops up is an offer for tuition insurance. You're not buying it then. If you're interested, click yes, you want more information, and GradGuard will reach out to you with more information. It costs right now a little over $100 to protect up to $10,000. Now, the main role of our department is to be here to help your students succeed. The rule is always, payment is due before classes begin. We pick the Monday before classes begin as a good rule of thumb so that we all know when tuition and fees are due. But as long as you pay before classes start, there won't be any consequences to your students. So just keep that in mind from semester to semester. If classes have begun, we should have financial aid squared away, we should be on the payment plan or have the bill paid, and if there's any questions, please come and see us. There is a time in the semester where if a bill is unpaid and students haven't replied to the communications that we've sent out, we will deregister them from classes. If that happens, we can fix it. So if that happens, please send them to account management so we can help them get back in classes. So again, welcome Panthers. We're here for you and your students. Thank you so much for being here today in the heat with all of these talks. Your support means so much to my office because like I said, we're the Bills. So thank you very much for your time. I'll be in the lobby. If you have any questions afterwards, I'll be really happy to talk to you.
Next, we have a presentation from our lovely campus dining.
Give me the audio on the PC. Yeah, and mute it. Okay, so turn it up to about 0 and then adjust the thing.
Panther Dining Hall is the main dining location on the south side of campus next to the Aquatic Center. Our award-winning culinary team serves a diverse all-you-care-to-eat menu featuring all your favorites, from our amazing salad bar to fresh grilled burgers, brick oven pizza to homemade desserts, and a wide variety of Freshman meal plans consist of unlimited entry to Panther Dining Hall, as well as flex credit to use at other dining locations on campus. All locations welcome flex credit and Panther Cash in addition to cards and electronic payment. Be sure to download our menu app that gives you live access to all the food options being served on campus during a specific meal period. It allows you to sort special diet information and provides nutritional information. You can also place mobile pickup orders for select locations. Our goal is to provide you with a great dining experience. The chef and our staff are always here, so come by and see us. Welcome to Florida Tech.
All right, how is everybody? Good? Tired yet? We're getting there. All the good stuff's after me. My name's Evan Olson. I'm the director of dining here on campus. All of your students should have gotten a little thing like this in their folders. It's got a lot of good information in it. Places that you can go to get questions answered. We've got meal plan information, allergen information. We have a dining to go program. It also has all the different places that we just talked about to eat. Your student does have that flex dollar portion of their meal plan. That gives them the opportunity to go and buy a la carte things. Most of them will have the unlimited access to Panther Dining Hall. Everybody ate at Panther Dining Hall? Yeah, good, bad, okay? All right. If it wasn't, I was going to bring the chef up here. So, on the back too, there's the flex credit part. This is kind of important. The flex credit it travels from semester to semester, but it ends in May. Make sure the student knows to use that up. There's a little bit of a guide that's on the back of here that kind of says, all right, it's September 1st, or it's October 1st, or it's November 1st. I have this meal plan with this many flex credit dollars. Where should I be? So that they don't use it up maybe in the first week or end up in December and they've got $1,200 worth of flex left. There's also the mobile ordering app, our dining app in general, so make sure, I've already talked to them about downloading that, make sure they get that app downloaded. And that's basically all that I've got. Is there any burning questions? I didn't want to kind of open Pandora's box, but if there's some very simple ones that I can nail down for you, I will. Yes.
How much goes on each, the flex dollars and then the Panther Cash?
It depends on the meal plan. So the A1 meal plan's got 300, the A2 meal plan's got 500, and the other meal plans vary dramatically after that, but that's the two freshman meal plans. No? There? Okay. Go ahead.
So there were some delivery options?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Included on the meal plan?
Correct, yeah. So the Rathskeller Pizza and Grill is kind of our late night option. They do delivery. Our Firehouse Subs is doing delivery now, and Einstein Brothers Bagels is doing delivery. They go on the mobile app, place their order, where they want it delivered to. They pay with their flex dollars. So yeah, have a couple of those. Mm-hmm. Say it again. Commuter plans? Oh yeah, yeah. We have 4 of them at various level of all flex credit. Flex credit is the easiest way to do the commuter plan. There is one that has kind of you get a certain amount of entries into PDH and some flex credit, but there are commuter plans available for anybody that live anywhere, and they're good plans. And they start off small, so you can just buy like $250, and if you need more, you can just buy more after that. Yep.
So if our student didn't choose a plan with a
Every single plan comes with flex credit dollars, so there is some portion of that on every single plan, but yes, you can definitely go on our website and you can find the links to get more added. Yep, and they're tax free, which is the benefit. Go ahead. Our website is beautiful. If you go to our website, fit.edu/dining or food, either one will work. And then one of the main buttons there is send a cake. You go on there, you can put in the information and we'll make that cake. Some people have kind of heard about that through the grapevine. It's a pretty cool thing. Big cookies, that's what we're famous for, the big, huge cookies. I get one more. Go ahead. No. Once they run out, they run out. It's it's like a bank account. Like the card just won't work anymore, so they'll know. But each register actually will give them a little, like a balance after each time, so they'll have a little bit of an idea. And our cashiers are usually pretty good about letting people know they're getting close to low. Yeah.
Does the dining hall offer like allergen-friendly servings?
Allergen-friendly?
Gluten-free, dairy-free?
That was the last thing I was going to bring up, yeah. Perfect segue into my ending. So the allergen situation and special diets, medically prescribed diets is a big deal to us right now. We have 2 chefs that are on campus that they're trained in Serve Safe and allergen through the National Restaurant Association. So they're the people to talk to. What we did this year to make it a little bit easier is there's hundreds of things that are edible in Panther Dining Hall no matter what your particular allergen level is. What we did this year is that certain people in the dining hall, cashiers, some of the line cooks, they have little pens now and say, have an allergen, talk to me. What that person's going to do is to guide that student to how to read our menu boards, which has all the allergen information on there. We just opened up literally today, 3 hours ago, our allergen-friendly station. So it's a station that has 4 or 5 menu items on there, 100% free of all the top 9 allergens every single day, every single meal period. So if they come in, they're kind of in a hurry, they can just beeline to that station, super simple. But what we'd like for them to do at some point is to get in contact with the chef and kind of come up with a plan on how to best utilize the campus as a whole so that allergen doesn't that issue doesn't, keep them down. If they're a little shy or whatever, they can email. There's other ways that we can go about it. But yeah, the allergen deal is our number one goal and effort for this year is to get that handled. So if you haven't had a chance and you swing back by Panther Dining Hall, check it out. If not, just make sure that they know that it's there. And I'm going to go ahead and sign off so you guys can get to the fun stuff. And you're in for it because Dr. Gordon Patterson's a little bit later on, and he's amazing. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Alrighty, next we have our Housing and Res Life presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam DeMars. I'm the Director of Housing, here to answer and to provide some information about campus housing here at Florida Tech. Right now, your students are all getting moved in, meeting their roommates, getting comfortable with their community. And so during this period of time of sort of adjustment, we do sort of limit the number of room moves because we still have students who haven't quite made it to campus yet. And we're trying to figure out who's all arrived, who hasn't arrived, before we start moving everyone around. So if a student is experiencing difficulties with their roommate or adjusting to their community, definitely having them work with Residence Life and talking with their RAs through some of those issues, but then they can come into our office and sort of express interest in sort of relocating to a different room, and we can sort of talk through what their options would be if we proceeded to go forward with having to relocate. If there's anything wrong with the rooms, light bulbs burn out, toilets constantly running, whatever those situations might be, we want your students to know that they can submit their own facilities requests and get the updates on when those are getting resolved and taken care of. So please have them check the facilities websites on how to submit those requests. If they need help, RAs are available to sort of walk them through that process the first time. Important reminder, housing contracts are for both the fall and the spring semester, so students cannot move off campus at the end of the fall semester. For the spring semester, it is for the whole academic year. Summer housing is available and something to think about if they are looking to continue to take flight courses or add summer courses. We do provide housing here on campus. And if they currently don't have a bed space, because someone hasn't showed up, they need to leave that space open and available because someone will likely be moving into that room. I know you just got here and we're thinking about 23, 24, but we do want you to be aware that information about housing for the 24-25 school year will be coming out in the late fall, around November, with sign-up happening in early spring of 2024. Again, we're expecting a high demand for housing, so making sure that both you and your students are aware of what the housing process will be so they can set themselves up for success will be important. Students are allowed to stay here over the winter breaks and Thanksgiving breaks, spring breaks during that time period. There's no additional charge for that. They really just need to let us know over that winter break period who's going to be around for safety and security purposes. And the end, so you can start planning for them coming home at the end of the fall and spring. December 10th is the last day of the official fall semester, and then May 5th is the official last day of the spring semester. So making sure as those dates approach that you have a successful plan to get your student home if they're returning for winter break or at the end of the school year. On campus, we do provide what we call an internet-based TV called Spectrum U as a DVR service, so they can go on with their FIT account, log in there, and have access to local TV channels as well as other cable channels, set, record, do those things. Obviously, they're going to be busy studying, so they really don't need this too much, but they have it available to them, and they can find that all online and just sign in with the Spectrum U with the FIT as their school. Laundry. Obviously, we want to encourage our students towards that journey of independence and doing their own laundry. We have the program through CSC Go, where there's an app that they can download on their phone. Setting up an account gives them free $5 to use for laundry services. That app will tell them what machines are open and available and working in their building, so they don't need to go down and check. They can check on the app before lugging their month's worth of laundry down to the room all at one time. One thing to note about laundry services is you can go and pay in cash at the machines if you want to. It is slightly cheaper to do it through the app, but there is no refund feature on the app. So adding a little bit of money as they go might be what they want to do, or adding a bunch and then sort of towards the end of the year sort of pacing out what you need. But there is no ability, once you add money to the app for laundry services, it sort of remains in there. So plan accordingly with that. It's a pretty good service. If there's any issues with washers, dryers not working, the housing office does manage, is liaison with that company that sort of runs it. So bring those concerns to us or submit a facilities ticket and we'll get those repaired. One of the things we're required is to have a separate database for not just emergency contacts, for missing student contact. The students were given this information this morning to go into the PAWS account and get that filled out. We don't have a lot of missing students, but it is a requirement that we have, so we want you as parents to be aware that the students go in and fill that out if you want to be that point of contact for them. Our office is currently located over in Wood Hall, which is located in the residential quad. We're on the first floor there. We're open from 8 to 5. And there's our email and phone number. If you have any concerns with the buildings or the condition in which it was moved in, please come see us before you leave. We'd be happy to talk to you, figure out what we can do to sort of resolve any issues and what we can address in the meantime to sort of make things right if there's any concerns or issues. If you have any questions or concerns, myself, Adam DeMars, happy to sort of answer those. Farah Razul, if you had a chance to meet her, she's a lovely assistant director of housing in our office. She's great to work with as well. So I'll be in the back after this. If you have questions about housing, I'll be happy to answer those there. But right now, we're going to hand it off to Residence Life, who manages the RAs and sort of works with students directly in that capacity.
Yep. I should stop touching it.
Which,
It's the residence, this one right here.
this one?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I know we've been sitting for a while, so and I'm a rule follower. So if you want to pull out your phone and just take a moment to text all the people that have been texting you while you've been sitting in this room, please feel welcome to do that in the next few minutes while I introduce myself. My name is Jacqueline Zapala. I have the pleasure and honor to serve this university as the Director of Residence Life. And like Adam said, mostly I work with the RAs, but also your students in the halls. Our mission is to provide a home. Thank you so much for the humans that you've raised that have come to us. But we do have a specific definition that we use for that. So we are working on their holistic development. They learn so much in their classrooms, but there's a lot to learn about life, especially in a high-density residence hall with a lot of other students. So we do work on some of those skills. We also want them to find their fit. The clubs and organizations here are fantastic, and there's a wide variety available, but finding which one you fit with takes some time. So we offer them that opportunity and talk about all the great things that they could be doing as we listen to their interest. Also, the meaningful relationships that they can build in the hall are a really important thing. A lot of these students that start as roommates end up being maid of honors at weddings and things like that. So it's quite an important part of their development and also building those relationships forever. And we have the great opportunity to work in the Student Affairs Division, which means that one of our main focuses is that we're getting them engaged in campus, not only in their books, but also in their life here on campus. Like I said, you've raised such amazing humans at this point, and it's our goal to take them to the end and help them with that graduation. And honestly, a job is a big part of that. So that career readiness and that support that they need is part of our mission in providing that support. The biggest thing that we work with students on is their communication. With us, sometimes they're going to communicate with their families at home about the things that are happening in the halls, and they might say, my roommate's the worst person in the whole world, and they're using sticky notes and have never told their roommate what's going on. So we're sometimes the bridge between those two, or they won't reach out to some of the wonderful resources you've been meeting today to have that conversation about needing help. Hopefully, they see our peer and can help with that communication so that we know they need the help early on and start that preventative measure to make sure that they are successful. This is another good time to pull out your phone. If you didn't have the opportunity to see the security presentation, they have an emergency line, which is going to end in that 8111. Their non-emergency is 8112. And we are blessed to have such a great department that works with us to keep our university safe. If any time you feel concerned about your resident or your student, you're more than welcome to call that security department, and they're going to get in touch with us, and we're going to work together to make sure that they're getting all that support. The care team had come in earlier with a form. You can also fill out one of those to make sure that we're checking in on your students. So like I said, I do support rules. So there's a student handbook and also the campus housing guide. These really are to support your student in learning. Our rules are in place really for their safety, but also because there are so many students in a small space and it gets loud really fast. So making sure that you're aware of those policies and also helping them find them can always be a really great transition to campus. Their keys are probably one of the biggest things, and when security comes and talks to the students, they often talk about not propping those doors. Their key is the access to their food. Like Evan said, our food is great here, but also it's the access to their room. They should be with their guests as they're coming in and out of spaces. It is access for them to their space and only access for them to their space. So they need to keep those keys, their IDs and their keys really safe. Like I said, this access, this ID, this is the really old version, guys, is the one that's going to make sure that they're tapping in and also making sure they're just the only person walking into those spaces. Sometimes I talk to parents about what it means to be a resident assistant. There are great benefits of being part of our residential life staff, including your meal plan and your housing, but also a lot of opportunities for leadership. There's lots of different ways to get involved in our campus, and starting in your first year with some of these leadership roles, it's not normally possible, but at a private school is. So we really encourage them to do that. There's also RHA, which is a place where they can go and start representing their halls and the needs. It actually is how air conditioning was put into the residence halls, not at our place, but in general. So it's a great resource for them to get involved. Adam also talks about the usefulness of facilities requests. They don't even have to change light bulbs here, guys. So definitely getting yourself into these facilities requests will allow them to communicate that. And if you do hear your student on the phone being like, the light bulb in my bathroom has never worked, you'll be able to say, it's just one request, one click away from being fixed. So a great thing. We also teach them usually how to turn off the valve underneath the toilet, because that's a good resource to have. Like I said, part of our goal is to get them engaged. Student Life has an Engage platform, which they can see all of the activities and events there. We also have an Instagram that's going to kind of communicate those events coming up. But at any time, if they're curious about things going on in campus, go to that Engage website to find out what events are available. So like I said, the roommates are a really special part of entering into college and are a great connection point. Again, if there's any communication concerns, an RA is there to help you mediate and work on the best relationship you can have, especially in some smaller areas of your room. Our goal is to support them in every effort and every different access point that they're trying to get to. And I know that this last 2 days have been a really big day for you as you're transitioning your student to the next step. Definitely, you dropped them off to kindergarten and all these other steps. So as we're going through that, we're here to hold your hand and also theirs as they transition to this campus. Thank you so much for your time. I will also be in the back for some questions, and I'm going to get ready to introduce the next person. Thank you so much.
Hi again, everybody. How are you doing? We're so tired, right? We're so tired. I'm losing my voice, sorry. So we are going to continue with a few more sessions. We're going to get up here with Student Life in a couple seconds. I know they're changing over the... Do you need to do it? Okay, thank you. While we're doing that though, we have an incredible new Title IX coordinator, and he would like to address you guys today too. So Dennis, do you want to come back up? Come on, Dennis.
All right, good afternoon. Wow, I love the energy in the room. How many of you feel like you've been drinking out of a fire hose this whole day? Just loads of information, right? Well, I have a few more for you, so brace yourself. My name is Dennis Quarton. I'm the Title IX coordinator here at Florida Tech. I started here back in February, so very new, still learning the university, but certainly not new to Title IX. I've been working in the Title IX field for over 13 years now, so a lot of experience, and I'm really excited to be here and to share with you in a few moments what our office does here on campus. But before I even go further, how many of you know what Title IX is? Anybody want to take a shot? What is it? What do you think it is? Any brave souls? A what? A boxing? Oh, championship? Nope, not that. I saw a hand back there. Yes, just shout it out. Supports for what type of support, you think? Oh, sports for boys and girls. Say it again? Equal opportunity. Can we give a clap of hand for her, please? Thank you. Yes, that's right. Title IX did start out back in 1972 as a civil rights law to give equal opportunity to men and women participating in educational sports. So this is my contact information here feel free to take a quick shot of it with your phone. If you ever need to reach out to me, I'm always checking my email, and sometimes I even forward my office phone to my cell phone. So if you ever have any questions and want to speak with someone in the Title IX office, you can certainly reach out. What I want to quickly go over is what Title IX is, give you a little bit more information about it, go over our policies and procedures, and explain the term of responsible employees and why that's important on our campus, and then give you an opportunity to ask me any questions that you have. But before we start, I want to do a quick exercise. This is totally challenge by choice, so if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to do it. But I want you to find a partner up with someone either next to you. One of you decide to be A, and the other one decide to be B. Just find anyone next to you, be a partner. All right, so for the folks in the room who decided to be A, please raise your hand, right hand, and make a fist. And while we have that, how many of you in the room consider yourself to be competitive? Like very competitive? Okay, all right. So the A's, please make that fist and keep it up. Now, the B's, I'm only going to give you one instruction, and you have 10 seconds to make it happen. So this is it. The B's, you have 10 seconds to open the fist of A. Go. Okay. How many people still have their fist up? Oh, wow, so some of you are not that successful. The A's in the room that got their hand open, how did they get it open? You can just shout it out. You open it for them? Uh-huh. They asked nicely? She said she wasn't going to do it. I did see somebody tickling somebody over there. Now, that's new. I've never seen that before. Did anybody offer bribes or? Okay, so this is all fun and games, but what if I ask you to do the same activity, but in the context of asking for permission to engage in a sexual activity with the other person? Would you use those same tactics? I saw some of you just reach for it without even asking, or if they said no, you're like, but Dennis has given me a goal to achieve. I need to get it, you know? And that's what we do on campus here. Consent is a major part of the culture that we're trying to develop here. Because as you will learn in the next few slides, it's a really important aspect for our students to grasp. Our goal here is to prevent these incidents from happening in the first place. So whatever we can do to educate and give our students the knowledge and the tools that they need to make healthy decisions, that's what we're really about. But should, in an unfortunate case, something happen, we do have a policy here to also address it as well. But before I go more into that, Title IX is civil rights law, as I mentioned, that states that no person in the United States on the basis of sex shall be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity. So that's a lot to take in there, right? Essentially what it means is that you should not be treated differently, be denied an opportunity to participate, whether it's in sports, whether it's in the housing of your choice, whether it's a club that you want to join. Any program and service that we offer here, every student should have the opportunity to engage in that and not be denied that opportunity because of their sex, all right? So essentially that's what Title IX is. And sex under Title IX is defined a little bit differently. So typically when we talk about sex, we're talking about male and female, which is the sex assigned at birth. But Title IX goes further. It states that it doesn't matter what your gender identity is, you should not be treated differently because of that. It doesn't matter what your gender expression is, doesn't matter what your pronouns are, it doesn't matter what your sexual orientation is. And most folks don't know this, but if you are pregnant or parenting, under Title IX, you are covered also. And the reason for that is because back in 1970s when this law was passed, a lot of women who wanted to continue higher education could not do that because if they got pregnant, they would have to leave that institution. And so Title IX recognizes that because of that person's sex or gender, they're being denied an opportunity to pursue their education. So we do work with students, both faculty and staff as well too, to make sure that they have equal access regardless of their status. All right? Now, as I mentioned, Title IX covers everything. So any and every activity that is taking place on this university, no student or employee, this applies to employees as well too, can be discriminated against because of their sex. But one of the main things that you'll obviously see in the media is sexual harassment. And under Title IX, sexual harassment is defined in 3 ways. The first one is what we call quid pro quo, where an employee of the university conditions provision of aid, benefit, or service to the university or to the individual, or service of the university on an individual's participation in unwelcome sexual conduct. So that would be an example of an employee saying, hey, if you go on a date with me, I will give you preferential treatment, or I'll give you a better grade, or I'll give you some sort of access that other folks will not normally have, or coercion to get them to participate in a romantic relationship with you that they're not comfortable with. That would be an example of quid pro quo. And then the other category is any unwelcome conduct determined by a reasonable person to be severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive, that it denies a person equal access to our program and activities here. An example of that would be, let's say I'm in a class with another student, and we share numbers from a group project that we're working on. And after the project is over, I'm still getting text messages, I'm still getting notes, I'm getting flowers. Now remember, the key is unwanted. If I was open to that, totally fine. But if I'm not, and I've made it clear to the other person, then they have to respect that. So that's an example of an unwelcome conduct that will reasonably cause me emotional distress. So like, for example, I may stop going to class because I don't want to see this person, or I may change my route, and now I feel in fear of my safety on campus. That is something that our office can work with a student to help them address. And then the last category is any instance of sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, or stalking. All of that is categorized as sexual harassment under Title IX. So our office, again, does a great deal of job educating the campus on what these are. Key is how to prevent them from happening. You know, that consent exercise was really key. Again, we tell students, if the stars align, great. But if not, then move on, right? You have to respect that free will of that other person. Any questions so far? I know I'm kind of moving quick here. Okay. All right, so what is consent? Consent is active, it's knowing, it's voluntary. One of the key things that we talk about when we talk about consent, that's not listed here, is a person's ability to understand what's happening. So are they incapacitated, meaning are they unconscious? Do they have the mental capacity to truly consent to what's happening? Or are they intoxicated? There is a culture, I'm sure a stereotype on college and university campuses where students may feel the need to drink, maybe to fit in, or to deal with their problems and issues. And so they may encounter situations where one person may be too drunk to consent to a sexual activity. And so the policy that we have is if someone is intoxicated, they are not in a place to consent to sexual activity. Your goal is to make sure that person is safe, first and foremost. I have a consent T video that I won't have time to show, but if you get a chance, just go to YouTube and type in consent T video. I think they do a really good job of explaining what consent is in a very light and easy way to understand. How am I doing on time, Kat? Oh, okay, awesome. You were walking up here, so I thought I needed to move quickly. Okay, so as I mentioned, our office understands all these challenges that a victim may encounter if they experience sexual harassment or an instance of sexual harassment on campus. So, you know, what we lead with is empathy. And that's for both sides, because we understand that it's a very traumatic experience for both students that are going through. But some of the things that we've built into our policy, because based on the research that has been done, most victims do not want to come forward. And some of the reasons that we think they don't want to come forward may be fear of retaliation, maybe they might get into trouble, fear of social backlash, and stuff like that. So within our policy, we have what's called an amnesty policy, where let's say if I'm underage, I was drinking at a party, and an unfortunate incident happened. If I come forward and speak with the Title IX office, that alcohol charge will be waived. So I will not be charged for drinking underage, because the goal of the university is to make sure that you're safe here. And your mental health, your physical safety is more important to us than getting you for an alcohol violation. So we have that amnesty policy. So should anyone come to you and say, hey, I'm scared, I don't want to go to the Title IX because I was doing drugs or I was drinking alcohol, this amnesty policy would apply and be able to allow that person to report. Let me go back here, okay. We also offer privacy. We don't offer confidentiality. So in the Title IX office, we guard students' information very tightly. So even if I know you're paying the tuition, but even if you call, if your student is of age and they have not consented, signed a FERPA release form for the Title IX office to speak with you, unfortunately, I would not be able to do that. But once they do that, I can speak with you freely about anything that you want to know. One of the really great things about a Title IX process is parents, guardians, anyone whom the student chooses to help them or be of support to them in the process can participate. So you as a parent can be part of that. I've had meetings where I'm speaking with a student and their parent is right there. It can be over Zoom or in person. So you can play that active role if you are the person that the student wants you to be there for. So that's another key thing to take note of. But when I talk about confidentiality, I mean that we can't promise that we will keep that information within the Title IX office. We do have certain legal requirements and reports that need to go out. Of course, we're not going to put the person's name out there, but the nature of the incident and where it happened, we have to report that under different federal and state guidelines. But we will offer that privacy. My office is, you can almost miss it if you're not paying attention. It's in a little corner. It's very quiet. So if you come in there, it's not going to be a big crowd watching you or anything like that. We try to, again, make this process as sensitive as possible and respect students' privacy while they're going through this. Another thing is retaliation. We have zero tolerance for retaliation. I'll give you an example. I had put what's called a no-contact order, or our version of a restraining order, between two individuals. And the other person, I don't know what they were doing, but they called and left a very angry message on the other person's phone. And so I called them and I said, hey, why did you, contact this person? I told you not to do that. He's like, oh, well, I butt dialed them and I was talking angrily to a friend and somehow it got on the phone. Well, that's no excuse. We still had to discipline that student because we put that no contact order and you have to respect it. So know that we have a zero tolerance for retaliation, and it's normal for the victim to feel like, oh my goodness, if I come forward, this person is going to do this, but the victim actually has more power in this process to determine what would make them feel safe. So I encourage you, if you need to counsel, unfortunately, in an unfortunate incident where you need to counsel someone, let them know that we have this non-retaliation policy. We also do assist students with filing a report with police department. We work very closely with them and share information. Our investigation is separate from the police. The police uses beyond a reasonable doubt. We use what's called a preponderance of evidence, more likely than not. That's the same standard that is used in civil courts because it's a civil rights matter. So there may be an instance where there are two investigations going on at the same time, all right? So I mentioned earlier, we provide support to both parties, both the victim and the person who's accused, because we are an impartial office. We don't represent one side or the other. Our goal is to get to the bottom of what happened and be able to make the correct determinations. So these are just a list. If a student needs to change their class, if they need to take an incomplete or need additional time. Now this is all given to a student as soon as they file a report. So we don't need to do an investigation. And actually, we even go a step further. Even if it happened off campus, right? Let's say it's happening at home. Maybe they just came back from high school and they were with a partner who's abusive and they're threatening to come to campus or something like that. These are all resources that are still available to that student, even though the other person may not be a student here. In some cases, we can even put a campus ban on that individual so they don't get to come to campus at all. So we go above and beyond to make sure that students feel safe here, and whatever is reasonable that we can do to accommodate them, we will do that. I think I kind of touched on this a little bit, but these are interim measures that are put into place if need be, again, depending on the situation. If it's, like for example, I had an incident where it was between two roommates, and clearly it was not a good idea for the two of them to be in the same space. So in that instance, we will work with Res Life and make immediate switches and accommodations to make sure that that situation is addressed. Now, you see parental notification here. So the only instance where the Title IX office will work with a student to contact their parents is if they're being suspended from the university or they're being asked to leave. We don't believe in just kicking students out. Sometimes they may be out of state, don't have anywhere to go, depending on the time of day and stuff. So we will work with you. We want to make sure that student is still safe. So we'll work to make sure that we have a plan in place for them to be temporarily relocated. Any questions on that? All right. Okay, so this is a quick snapshot on our process. I worked really hard to put this together, so I hope you appreciate it. Or you can go read our policy. It's very lengthy, but I thought I'd put it in this nice little graph here. So the complaint can come from anywhere. It can even come from you as a parent. Folks can file an anonymous report, or you can go on our website and fill out a Title IX report. You can call my office. You can send an email. You can mail in something, which we do get that. People actually mail in stuff. Once we get that report, within 24 hours, we're reaching out to the victim or the survivor or the person who was traumatized by that incident. And when we meet with them, my goal is not, hey, tell me what happened. My goal is, are you okay? What can I do to make you feel safe on campus? This incident may have put you off balance. What can we do to get you back on track? That's the first thing. So once we sort that out, now we go to, what are your options? What do you want to do about this incident? I think empowering the victim is really important in these type of cases. And so we don't decide what they need to do. We just share with them what their options are. The first one is an informal resolution. Those are instances where a victim may not want to go through the whole process. So it's kind of like settling before, instead of going to trial, essentially, where both parties will meet. If they come to an agreement, sometimes the other party may say, hey, if you apologize, or if you reimburse me for something that you damaged, or if you take educational classes, I will be willing to, dismiss this case. And again, there's no pressure from our office, and we don't represent any party, so it's up to that person what they want to do. But if they want to go through the full investigation, we can do that as well. At each stage, it's a different person that's going to be handling it. So I have a different investigator, a different person is going to do the hearing, and another person is going to do the appeal should it get to that level. All the folks that are running this process are trained, not just a one-time training, but before they get a case, I actually meet with them and retrain them. So for example, if a case has alcohol elements or mental health or there's a disability, I'll make sure they get that training again so they're mindful of their biases going into this investigation. Or the person can just say, hey, Dennis, thank you so much. You gave me a lot of supportive measures. I feel supported. I don't think this is going to be an issue. You have a no contact order in place. I don't think this person is going to reach out to me again, so I want the case to be dismissed. And we will respect that as well. Another key thing is there's no statute of limitation for speaking to our office. As long as you're a student here, you can come back at any time and file a report. So even if it's something that happened 2-3 years, doesn't matter. If it happened on our campus, we will investigate it. Even if it didn't happen on our campus, we'll provide you with the resources and support that you need. All right, so last thing, and then I promise I'm done here. All of our employees here, faculty and staff, are what we call responsible employees, meaning that should a student disclose an incident of sexual harassment or discrimination that they've experienced on campus or off campus, that employee is required to report it to the Title IX office. Now, they're not reporting it to get the student into trouble. They're reporting it so the student can be connected to resources. There are plenty of times where I've sent an email out and the student will not even respond or acknowledge it, and that's totally fine. We respect that, but we at least want to make that effort to show that we care, and there are supportive measures here to assist that person. All right, any questions for me? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. If you have any questions, we can have you out there with him, because we didn't catch that. We caught that too late. So Dennis, if you don't mind, there's a question out in the lobby. He will be out there to answer any questions that you guys have. And now we are going to, yay, that's the one. We are so excited to talk to you about how to get your student involved here at Florida Tech. I've said it a million times, I'll say it a million times again. My name is Kat Nanny, and I serve the institution as Assistant Dean of Students. In this capacity with you here now is Student Life, and I oversee all of the outside academic experiences, and I do that with an incredibly talented team. I don't know where they're at, but hopefully they can come forward. My Assistant Director of Student Life is, students, I love you. Can you scoot over a little bit? So there you go. There she is. You could do it down there. My Assistant Director of Student Life is Ashley Bennett, wherever she is at. There she is. My Assistant Director of Recreation is Victor Perez. Where's Abby? There she is. My Coordinator of Student Life is Abby Kadabi, as we call her. And then Jake, of course, is our coordinator of intramurals. So couldn't survive without everything that they do, and each of them are going to come up here and talk about the pieces that they are individually responsible for. But we have a motto in our office in Student Life that we want your student to be engaged, to get involved, to stay invested. We want them to be engaged in their academic experience, both inside and outside of the classroom. The academic affairs handles that. Student affairs handles the getting involved, because we want them to stay invested. We want them to keep coming back and making the best choices that they possibly can. The number one question we get asked in my office constantly is, will my student have time? And per math, it's there for you. Per math, they definitely will have time. So with 168 hours per week, minus sleep, class, study, hygiene, eating, family or relationships, and 15 to 20 hours of work, which they will not do. Even our college roll students, they do not do. Their job is to be in school. But I was lenient on there. I gave them 15 to 20 just in case. They'll still have 31 to 36 hours per week of extra time to give to their clubs and organizations or any extracurricular activities in their academic departments, anything like that. So tons and tons and tons of time. There's also tons of reasons why your student should get involved. One, you want them to meet people, right? You want them to get out there and create a new family for themselves. I know it's hard, but it's also exciting. And we want them to have fun. We want them to be happy here, and we want them to experience something new and get to know the people that they're going to be building relationships with for the next 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or however long they decide to stay if they get a master's. And number 3 is most important. It is proven. There are hundreds of studies that the more involved a student is, the higher their GPA typically is, and that is simply because I've got voices in my head. Sorry, let me pull that out. The higher their GPA is because they learn how to take care of themselves. They learn how to use those time management skills, and it ends up giving them a higher GPA. Also, they get to meet people and have conversations with people that are in their majors, that are seniors when they're juniors and seniors when they're sophomores, and they get to learn and grow from them. Number 4 is to serve others. Abby oversees our civic engagement program, and she will go into detail, but we are very civically engaged and academically with our academics inside and outside of the classroom when it comes to serving others. And it's important for them to learn something new and find their passion. We have a lot of students here that are mechanical engineering majors, but they're really, really into our science departments, and they start working with them. That's great. They don't want to change their major, but they want to do something fun. I always use me as an example. I was 2 days away from a full ride scholarship to a law school. And then I told my parents, just kidding. I'm going to go into higher education, Mom and Dad. And they didn't talk to me for a full month. It was fine. We made it through, but I'm standing here today, and it was the best decision that I ever made because I did that because of the things that I learned when I was in SJ, my sorority, all the things that I did when I was on campus. And I found my passion in a different sense. Hopefully they won't change their majors if they're here for something serious. but there's other things out there for them to do. And then, of course, to prepare for their career and network, it's really important. Florida Tech does an incredible job of really connecting our faculty with our students, unlike anything I've ever seen. They really, really care and want them to get in there with those professors and have those conversations. And then, of course, building their resumes. Ashley and I talk about this all the time. Our husbands are managers at Northrop Grumman, both engineers. And every time my husband, when he gets an application in front of him, he's like, I don't care what the GPA is because I know it's got to be over a certain amount. What did they do? Who did they talk to? How did they communicate? If they can't communicate in a team, if they can't work well with others, I can't have them here. I just can't. So that 4.0 from MIT or the 3.3 that went to Florida Tech but was in a club sport and was a part of the civic engagement system and it was a leader in SGA or their fraternity or sorority, that's somebody he's going to take over anybody else. There's tons of benefits to joining an organization on campus too. Most importantly, the time commitment. You saw those 31 to 36 hours before. What we like to say when they're adding an organization or a club or a group to their schedule is that it's like adding an extra credit hour to their schedule, both inside and outside of the classroom. So if it's a club or organization, it's adding an hour to their coursework and an hour outside, so 2 hours. Again, 31 to 36, that's only 2 hours. If they join something like a club sport, SGA, a fraternity or sorority, it's more like adding 3. But the things that come with it is even more important because they have events, programs, meetings, all that fun stuff. But here on our campus, they get a lot of opportunity. We are a smaller school, and that is a positive thing because they can use and abuse the system to get what they need out of it, including conferences, tons and tons of leadership experience, networking both on and off campus, professional development, personal development, and then, of course, like I said, finding their passion. And then one of the most incredible pieces about this campus is they have their opportunity as a student to make their mark. Our SGA, we don't do anything in student life without talking to SGA and talking to the students. This isn't our experience. This is our students' experience. That's why you've heard us say over and over again, cork in, cork in, cork in. Not only are we tracking your students, we're tracking what they like and don't like so we can build what they need from there. And that's their way of talking to us. And then, of course, campus networking. So there are tons of ways to get involved on campus. And first and foremost, our SGA president will be talking to you about student government.
Thank you, Gabby. Hello, everyone. My name is Chelsea Lewis. I am this year's student body president. My secretary, Gabby Fox, is down there. You may recognize her as a Panther Prep leader, as well as my vice president, Eric Laurie. So the Student Government Association is probably a little bit different than the ones that you're used to hearing about from your students in high school, different things like that. We work on a much larger scale. We have a budget of over $500,000 every year, give or take, that we use to fund different organizations on campus. We use it to create different projects, different incentives on campus. We have 5 different committees that work on these projects. We have academics, diversity, equity, and inclusion, public relations, quality of life, and signature programs. So within those 5 committees, they meet weekly and give updates, discuss what they're doing, what they're needing, and different ideas that they have that then gets voted on by the Senate. Why this is important for you guys is because every year we reserve 10 spots specifically for freshmen to serve in SGA. It is our freshman representative position, and applications actually are open now until Friday at 5 p.m. So if this is something that you think your student is really interested in, if they're involved in community service, anything like that, this is always a really great place for them to try and get their ideas out, their projects, how to better campus. We have elections for it, which will actually be the next week, where the entire student body, regardless of if your student is running or not, will have the opportunity to vote on who their leadership will be. So it's definitely a great opportunity. If anyone has any questions, feel free to find me at the end. But it has been great seeing you all so many times this week.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. So again, my name is Ashley. I'm the Assistant Director of Student Life, and I have the privilege of advising the Campus Activities Board, so all of the fun events that happen here at Florida Tech. So if your student ever calls you and says, Mom, Dad, I'm bored, I don't know what to do, all you can say is, hey, is CAB having an event today? What about tomorrow? I guarantee we're having an event. We actually have our first event on Friday. It's Big Night Out Bingo, and we're going to be giving away prizes for things that maybe they forgot, like a Keurig or an ice machine, a Stanley mattress topper, things like that. Our first meeting for CAB is going to be Tuesday, August 29th at 8 p.m. That is also going to be on Engage, and I will tell you about Engage later. Just remind your student if you think that this is something that they might be interested in. And then we also have 136 student organizations here on the Florida Tech campus. I can guarantee you they are fun. There is something for everybody. Your student can go outside of their comfort zone and be in a leadership position on one of these organizations. I can guarantee too the learning that comes out of being in a student organization is incredible, amazing. Kat mentioned that our husbands are both managers at Northrop Grumman, and my husband, I can tell you, he says, hey, I got an application, and on this person's resume, they were part of this type of organization. What do you think? And I'm like, hire them right now, because we know that they have time management skills. We know they can collaborate and communicate and do all of those things that are necessary for their lives after they are here at school so that they can be successful in their careers. Please remind your student that we have the Student Life Fair this Thursday, 2 to 5. It is on their orientation schedule, but we will also have a second fair next week as well. And let me tell you, all of the organizations are going to be there. They are here. They are ready to meet the new students here at Florida Tech and welcome them here.
Hi, it's me again. So while I am the student body president, I am also a member of one of the sororities here on campus, and I am actually responsible for sorority recruitment this year, just overall for the 3 chapters. I'm going to try and keep this really brief because I'm sure you guys will hear a lot about this later. But joining Greek Life, if I had to narrow it down to one of the major benefits of joining, it would be the networking opportunities. I have seen countless men in fraternities and women in sororities, people who I'm friends with, get jobs at NASA, at Northrop Grumman. I have seen so many sisters get internships. I just had one go to California for one all summer, just through the different connections and networking that they're doing, not only within their own chapter, but within the other ones on campus as well, or even just a friend of a friend. I mean, it's really incredible, the opportunities that I have seen students given. One of my closest friends actually just received a Greek scholarship this year. So it's just, there's endless opportunities for this, and I really hope you will encourage your student to consider looking into Greek life.
I'd also like to mention with that, you're probably thinking as parents, probably not it's not like that here. Chelsea was not, she joked and looked over at me because my husband actually hired her boyfriend. That's what we do. Your students are probably going to need security clearances. They're going to be flying planes. They're going to be making choices that will impact their future. As someone who went to a state school, this Greek community are actual angels. They care about our community. They care about each other. They care about moving you guys in. They care about giving back. And they care about making sure that our campus is a safe place for people to feel like they belong when their families are so far away. So even if your student is just like, I just want to get out and meet people, it's a great way to do it that way. Go ahead. And now, Abby.
Hello, family and supporters. Thank you all so much for being here today, supporting your Panthers. Now, you're all here supporting your students because you want them to have a better life. Florida Tech is a way for them to have a better quality of life once they leave. Now, our Civic Engagement Initiative is also here to help improve the quality of life for our Panthers and those in our Florida Tech community and greater Melbourne community. So our Florida Tech Initiative is a way that students can serve and just get engaged civically in their communities. A really amazing part about civic engagement is that students can do fulfilling acts that help them feel good about themselves, help them learn more about their communities, how to engage with it, but it can also help them gain their skills, their soft skills, skills, teamwork, collaboration, what you've heard of before. Another amazing thing about our Civic Engagement Initiative is that Florida Tech is a proud certifying organization of the Presidential Volunteer Scholarship Award. So if your Panther puts in over 250 hours, they get a bronze certificate, and the more hours they put in, they can get up to the gold. In fact, our Panthers are eligible to get the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is an awesome way that they can quantifiably prove this is the service that I've done when they're looking for jobs post-grad or even internships. So if your Panther wants to learn more about it, have them follow us on Engage or come to the Pick Your Passion session tomorrow. We'll have 2 of them, okay? Awesome. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And now we're going to welcome Jake Jones to talk about recreation and intramurals.
Hey guys, how we doing? My name's Jake Jones. I'm the intramurals coordinator, part of the recreation department here. Real quick, so just intramurals is a fun way for your student to get involved and have like an hour or 2 of some physical activity 4 nights a week. It's a great way to meet new people on campus, become friends with them, and bond over, you know, a passion for sports or whatever. It's not as competitive as like a club sport or a varsity sport. We're more about fun and casual with intramurals. So it doesn't matter what skill level you are, they can come and participate. The way that they can register for that is going to be on imleagues.com, and that's just going to be with their Florida Tech email address, and they'll create an account there, and they'll see all of our events, all of our sports for the semester on there, and they can get involved. It's also on our Instagram page, the links to IM Leagues. Our Instagram is @FLTechRec, so you can go ahead and make sure, give us a follow, and we'll have all our events posted there as well. All right, and now I'll have Victor Perez come up on stage, talk a little bit more about club sports.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victor Perez, and I manage all the club sports and recreation sports. All of these sports are either club Division III, so they can still compete intercollegiately, but not at that Division II or varsity skill level. We have from Spirit Squad to Skate Club to Scuba. Yes, we have a scuba club, we have a surf club. They actually compete a lot up in Daytona. They've got a couple trophies up in my office as well. So when we say that there's something for everybody, there is literally something for everybody. Well, that's it.
So in addition to all of the amazing activities that we have here on the Florida Tech campus, you know, we also have alternative spring break programs, leadership trainings. I'm super excited for the Leadership Symposium next January. We have awesome opportunities for your students to get involved kind of in the community with Treat or Treat and Relay for Life. We also have homecoming, which I am so happy to be able to advise the homecoming committee for. So that is in the spring as well. Geek Week is in the spring. Greek Week, I actually just helped our FitSIF plan that this morning. So we have a boatload of events for all of your Cubs to be able to go to. Now, we also have additional ways for you to be able to get involved. We have Residence Life. They can sign up to be an RA. That is an amazing leadership opportunity. You can also, of course, get them involved in the academic departments, doing research, internships, on-campus jobs. Student Life has a ton of work-study positions that we love to get students involved in. Being on a leadership team like the orientation team or an admissions ambassador, and the list just goes on and on. Additionally, we also have the Cross-Cultural Competency Certificate. Again, this is a really awesome opportunity for your Panther to become globally minded. There is a LinkedIn badge that can get added to their LinkedIn after completing the certificate, and it looks really, really good on resumes for after their time at Florida Tech. And additionally, how are your Panthers going to know what is going on? I mentioned Engage earlier. Engage is our platform that all of our clubs and organizations and our departments use to post events on campus. Now, all of our events are closed to on-campus students only, so you won't be able to see what's going on. But again, you're getting that phone call, I don't know what's going on, I'm bored, I don't know what to do. Remind them, go on Engage and look to see what events we have happening on campus. There's always something for everybody at every hour of the day. There is the Cork app as well. Again, it is just Engage, but it's on your phone. It's an app. It's really awesome. Make sure you encourage your Panthers to download that. And what's this? All things.
All things Panther families. We have a lot of really great things. We have our family weekends. Do you like that? We actually decided as Student Life, because I couldn't do it without my team, if we were going to do, because our family weekend is typically with homecoming, which is in the spring, but homecoming this year is 3 weeks before the semester's over. So I said, well, that's not very fair to the parents. So we are doing 2 this year because we're crazy. So we're going to do one in September for founders, and then we're doing another one in April. So you are more than welcome to attend both or attend one or the other, but we're excited to have family weekends. If you go on our Student Life website, there's family information, and that's where we update everything. I do also put it on the Facebook page, which is now moving to Panther Parent Connect, which is where I will put everything. You can send a scare pack shirt. Well, you could scare them. You could. A care package to your student, which encourages engagement to all the things that we do. And then, like I said, there is the website for you. And remember, should we say it at the same? We're not going to do that, too. But with that being said, I now invite, we have a student panel. And let me tell you, I told these students, on my orientation team, I said, I need you to be yourselves, because I think the best thing, get on stage, Carolyn. She has to do it too. Be yourselves, because I think the best thing about this institution is that our students are absolutely and totally themselves always, and it really helps them grow and develop. But these wonderful students are making it weird by sitting in front of you, but they are going to be able to answer any and all questions that you have. I am first going to ask them, starting with Carolyn down here on this side, and going down, if you guys can just say your name, your major, where you're from, pretty please. And then you guys can just, I told them to be honest, just ask any question.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carolyn Garudi. I am a master's student studying biotechnology. I've been a student here for about 75 years. And I was actually born in Holmes Regional, right down the road, but I'm from Merritt Island.
And fun fact about Carolyn, she is our past SGA president and serves on lead staff, so she's got a lot of knowledge. She also has been here 75 years.
I like to call myself SGA president retired.
I'm Kieran Lucas. I am in the aerospace engineering program, and I am from Naples, Florida.
Hi guys, my name is Nate Petrie. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. I'm studying aeronautical science with flight, and I'm a sophomore here.
My name is Colby. I'm a senior studying ocean engineering, and I was born in Orlando, Florida.
Hi, I'm Val. This is a third-year student, so not 75 years. And I'm a mechanical engineer student, and I'm also from Columbia.
Hey guys, my name is Jake. I'm a junior studying aviation, human factors, and safety with flight and unmanned aerial systems, and I'm coming from Chicago, Illinois.
Hi guys, my name's Kate. I am from Hershey, Pennsylvania. I am a sophomore studying forensic psychology. I am the co-chair of the Campus Activities Board that Ashley mentioned earlier.
Hey y'all, my name is Julia. I'm a third-year graduate student, so this is my 7th year on campus studying oceanography, like a concentration in communications. And I am from a small island in the Caribbean called Bonaire, and I've been involved in nearly everything on campus, including Res Life, homecoming orientation, etc.
This is her sixth or seventh? 6th year on the orientation team, guys. 6 years. We're so lucky. Julia, you're amazing.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I'm from Connecticut, and I'm a sophomore studying aerospace engineering.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gabby. I'm a sophomore, sorry, I get confused. Sophomore studying forensic psychology. I am originally from Maryland, and I am the SGA secretary, so.
Hello, everyone. Oh, there's more. I'm sorry. I love you. Go. Wow, there's a lot on stage. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony. I'm an international student from Cyprus, and I'm a junior studying chemistry.
Hello, my name is Alex Paddock, and I'm crazy because I came back for my 2nd degree in aerospace engineering. First one was the aeronautical science, so the flight stuff. And I'm from Buffalo, New York, so I came from a lot of snow and cold to, this lovely palm trees that we have outside.
That's it now. Alex now I know is the end train. So does anybody have any questions? I know that you guys do. You can ask them anything. What? They are going to give you all. Thank you.
I'll open up with a question. Oh, great.
This is for the SGA president retired. My son is commuting, and yeah. Did you end up, like, he's got to leave my house at some point. I love him. No, he's welcome to stay as long, but did you commute the whole, all this time? Did you end up going to campus? What was your plan?
So that's actually a really fun question because I'm a non-traditional college student. So I took a semester off in between high school and when I started college, and I've never lived on campus. I originally commuted with my dad, who was a professor over in the ROTC department for my first couple of years of college, and then I rented a house off campus, which I was able to pay my rent with my financial aid award. And there's a lot of local housing, so we are students, when they're able to move off campus, they can find housing with their friends, and the landlords are like super cool because they're used to having college students from Florida Tech renting from them, so they're super easy to work with. They always offer fair rent prices, which is kind of awesome for this area. But I currently live over by Apocalypse Coffee, which if you haven't had Apocalypse Coffee, you should because it's really good. And I have 3 kitties. But I think living on campus is a really awesome experience for students, especially if they're non-traditional college students, because it gives you the opportunity to really immerse yourself in the environment. I didn't get involved in college until my 3rd year on campus, which was originally by joining the SGA, and then I joined Greek Life. But I kind of didn't have that experience my first 3 years because I lived off campus and I couldn't form connections with my student body. So if your son is commuting, I would definitely recommend getting involved as early as possible because it would have changed my entire experience. Who knows, maybe I would have stayed 77 years instead of 75.
With that being said, though, I am desperate to start a commuter organization. So are there any other commuters in here? Any other commuter? Send your students to me, please. Ashley and I have tried to have a sustainable commuter group so we could get them to build relationships quicker and easier with off-campus students. So please send them to me, please. Yes.
Just real quick, my daughter's really into yoga. I didn't see that on the list of things is it possible for her to start a group?
I can answer it.
So students can start their own organizations. It's a very straight-ish forward process. They would talk to, that is really loud. They would talk to her. But pretty much they go through, they see if there's enough people who want to do it, which I'm sure for yoga there would be. And then they could start their club right then and there. Well, a little bit of paperwork, but I know that CAB does a few events where they did have yoga at one, but it's just, the best thing for them to do is to get involved, and they can make those things there.
I'd like to follow up on that also. The library often does some yoga like out in the greens. So there's different yoga events that happen, as well as Clemente Center. They have yoga classes sometimes up in the fitness room. So there are some already opportunities, but as Kieran said, there's opportunity to start a club if necessary.
We're also very excited to see that the University Plaza is being remodeled, and our health and wellness programs will go there. And there is a special area for yoga and other things, so students can meet Miss Deanna Perez, our coordinator for outreach and support, and she'd be happy to work with them on that.
I would also like to add that she doesn't necessarily have to start an organization. You can just get a couple of friends, because we do have a lot of areas on campus that they can go to whenever they want. It's free to the students to use. Or even outside of campus, there's a lot of students, organizations around that are willing to help. So if it's too daunting to start a club, just getting three people together, go to the boat hands, do a session by themselves there is completely allowed. And also, honestly, we would like you to do it because it shows that you're interested in doing something on campus.
Any other questions?
I saw that you have the dive club, and I know that is an expensive sport.
to do. Is there an extra cost for the dive, and do you go far? Do you go to the Keys? Do you go?
So I joined the scuba club my freshman year. They changed it to do two different. They changed it last year. So we have people on the scuba club who aren't certified. Our instructor, Anesti Vega, who is also our president, really, really great, like world-renowned dive master. He can certify anyone in PADI or NAUI certifications. We, to be able to get the subsidized dive program, you have to be what's called the dive team. So every semester they take so many people. It's a $40 charge. You get a really, really awesome Florida Tech Scuba rash guard. I actually just wore mine while diving in Venice Beach. And then you get subsidized dive costs for when we go on boats. You get first if you don't have your own equipment, but most of us do. You get first up for equipment. The only thing we don't provide is skin gear, so masks, snorkels, wetsuits. And then we've dove the Okinawa, we've done drift dives in Crystal River, we'll go to Sarasota. We're pretty much in that southern South Florida. We can't go to the Bahamas right now, but we go all over, and I've really gotten, actually, as a person who comes from Chicago where I don't get to dive a lot, my diving experience and abilities have increased drastically just doing 1 or 2 dives a semester whenever my schedule fits it.
Run, cat.
This is for, I think, Alex. What made you come back to do a second degree in aerospace engineering after you'd finished the aeronautic science degree? Was it job related or something else?
Honestly, it was a personal choice that was a result of many factors. As we all know, there was a recent pandemic that was really heavily influenced me because it showed me that on how the flight industry was very touch and go, so dramatic, especially when it came to the pandemic and how it influenced the flight stuff. Which is why when we do go through that process of learning that degree, we are told constantly to have some sort of plan B in case, or if you want to have some sort of interest, you got to go and try and figure out that plan B, because if you want to be a pilot, you also have to have really great health, and if something happens, if you do get in a wreck, you actually have to have that plan B in case if something does go wrong. And I had a slight passion of wanting to grow and actually start building and converting those airplanes into electricity. Sorry, I'm going probably too much. So that's pretty much what I wanted to learn how to do that, so that I can help grow the industry as well, and still show my passion of aviation.
Hi, show of hands. How many of you guys flew home out of Orlando Airport? Okay, what's the best way to get from campus to the airport? Besides driving?
I mean, you've got going up 95 and over to on Tollway.
No. I'm not talking about directions. I'm talking about hey, where's your bus? Do you guys have I'm going to date myself. In college when I went, we had a bulletin board with the little tear-off things on the bottom. Hey, you need a ride to such and such. Yeah, everyone's laughing because they know what I'm talking about. So I'm just asking, what's the mechanism you guys use now when you have to go to the airport from?
Friends.
So, yeah, I was about to say, I personally have my car here, but there's been so many times that I text in either my hall group chat, because when you move in, you'll talk to your RAs, you'll talk to the people you live with, and your student will probably end up with a hall group chat. I lived in Ramon my freshman year, so we had a Ramon group chat, and I would text and be like, I'm going to the airport for Christmas break, I'm leaving this time, this day, whatever, and I was like, I have 3 seats in my car, does anybody want to come? And that happens, or sometimes even for our international students, they'll run shuttles to airports and stuff like that. So your best bet is to communicate with your people around you.
Yeah, definitely. Also, any local parents, I've seen people post on the parent page, hey, I'm available to give so many students a ride to the airport. Holiday times, Thanksgiving, Christmas, at the end of the semester, that's a lot. And then definitely, I lost my train of thought, but friends is the biggest one, and then roommates, all that stuff. And the benefit of being in all these different organizations is you might not live with these people, but you're in the same sorority, or you're in the same organization, or classes, getting to know your classmates. That's the networking, even here, helps you get to the airport.
Adding to the Facebook page, parents also who are more hands-on, they like to say, some parents like to say, my student is going to this airport at this time, is anyone else going? And they might share Uber or Lyft or whatever it is. So it just helps out if you would like to do that. But yeah, there's just definitely reach out to anyone around you.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to visit with us today. Question for the ocean engineering major. Besides the scuba and dive clubs, are there any other clubs that you would recommend an ocean engineering major to get involved in?
Yeah, so there's one club on campus. It's called the Society of Ocean Engineers, and I think it's a very beneficial club for any ocean engineering major to get involved in, because the executive board is typically run by juniors and seniors, so people who have been in the program for a couple of years, and so they know sort of what professors can students reach out to when they need something, or where can students get internships. I had an internship last summer and the summer before that. It was the same internship, and I found out about that internship through this club on campus, and now I have a job offer for when I graduate in a year's time. So it's a very valuable organization, and especially I think the ocean engineering department, the professors there, well, at least when I'm in these classes, I can get the sense that these professors genuinely enjoy interacting with students. They're not just here to collect a paycheck. They like teaching, and they like helping students prepare for their careers. So Society of Ocean Engineers is a great club in my opinion, because it gets you connected with upperclassmen and within the club, and it also can get you connected with industry professionals or professors who can help your student get a job opportunity, or even just improve their resume, or get involved in laboratories on campus. There are, I think, at least 3 ocean engineering professors who have labs on campus that students can get involved in. So that's a great avenue as well. And all of that you can get involved in via the Society of Ocean Engineers Club.
We're not supposed to say that yet. I'm going to cry. He's leaving.
I also like to add, besides Society of Ocean Engineers, we also have a fairly new club on campus called the Society for Women in Marine Science. I'm currently the president of that, and we're not exclusive to just women or just marine science. We highlight like the struggles of being a woman in STEM, in marine science, but our club really focuses on that support group and kind of creating a safe space, and we do like study halls so people can come together to learn. So it's geared towards ocean sciences, so ocean engineering fall under that as well. We do like social events. Ours is more connecting on campus with each other and with our faculty, and like Colby said, the OEMS faculty are exceptional, and they also like host like pizza nights or stuff like that with the students. We now have the Mertens Marine Center where we did like an undergraduate and graduate like pizza night out by the water. So that department specifically, we do a lot within the clubs and with our faculty. So both of those are great opportunities. And we will be there on Thursday at the Student Life Fair. So if your student's interested, anybody, that's a great opportunity. Absolutely. Yeah. So, the fishing club? So definitely, is anybody on the fishing club here? Well, you are? So yeah, so on Thursday this week, from 2 to 5 in Clemente is a Student Life Fair. And then next week, Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m. out in Crawford Greens, we're doing another one for the first week of classes. And most of our organizations will be out there. So for fishing club?
I love to fish. Yeah, so yeah, just if you want, I can definitely give me their numbers, and I'll try and like get them, the rest of everybody else that we're trying to like recruit for our club, out to their contact, and I'll make sure that they're reaching out and help. Hopefully, they'll show them their spots. If not, they'll give hints. I never really went on the trips, so I didn't really pay too much attention on where.
They do quite a few different kind of trips. They've done deep sea, they've done shark fishing, they do it all. It's really dependent upon what the group wants. There's pockets within fishing. Fishing is one of our larger organizations because there's certain that want saltwater, that want freshwater, so there's different pockets within that group, and they kind of go out and do their own thing. And the coolest thing about it is because our Student Government Association has a Student Activities Funding Committee, they get funding to be able to do those things. So the question about the dive, that's the kind of stuff that our SGA thankfully gives money to. When we was talking about all those things that they can do, that's the kind of stuff they give money to do those trips and to have that for our students.
Yeah.
But they do, it's kind of within the little pockets of that giant organization.
Yeah, we also have SOARs, or like go hiking, that you go hiking and fishing trips as well. So if he wants to do more something that's general outdoors type, that's definitely where they can go. You have a lot of people who are interested in hiking, climbing, I don't know, a bunch of different things. I've joined it myself to go camping. So, and definitely hiking trips are included within our camping trips, so.
Can anyone tell us about alternative break programs?
She is the queen. She is the reason why I started it. She was the coordinator for 2 years. She can tell you everything.
So I did alternative spring break my freshman, sophomore, junior year, and then literally our junior year on the flight back was when the school announced that everything shut down because of COVID. So back when we did it, we went to New Orleans and did a week there, which was probably, I have chills thinking about it. We did a week in Costa Rica where we were backpacking and did community service in really remote communities and villages off the grid. It was incredible. And we did Puerto Rico in 2020, which was working on a local family farm and helping them cultivate their land. And so each of those trips were different in their own way. And there's an application process, and then the students go on this trip with the company or an advisor, and it's usually 10 to 20 of us. And with the trips that were off the grid, where no phones, no social media, those are the best. And spending time, getting to know the local community, you're really being immersed in that, and you're doing something good. So you're getting to know each other while giving back to the community or the land. And those are some of my most valuable experiences, which is why I kept going each year. And unfortunately, COVID really stopped that. So I look forward to hopefully seeing that come back again. But that is, if a student is interested in that, it's an incredible experience to get to travel within the United States typically. And there's some also, they started the fall alternative trips, which I never got to go on, but that was more locally, like a quick long weekend. And honestly, there's nothing better than being with a group of good people who want to give back, because those are just some very authentic experiences. I can't even hear.
Oh, so she asked if there's any trips to Europe. We do have our study abroad session where you go to Oxford, right? Yes, you go to Oxford. It's really nice. I'm really interested. They have classes there, so you do also get credit hours if you would like to. And they do trips to France, I'm pretty sure, and they do other trips around the neighborhood, and they take trains. And I've heard a lot of good things about it, and you can ask a lot of questions about it. And there's also a session for students that they can go to.
They also do trips to the Galapagos and and the Amazon. They did both of those this past year, where you do research with one of the professors here that teaches. Those are open to the ocean engineering and marine science majors first, but after those fill up, they do open it to the rest of campus, so anybody can really go.
And Student Life half before COVID did every year a trip to Europe where we would take students and go every year. So twist my arm if you wanted to go back. Please send your student my way. Right, Stevie? Yeah, go to Europe. No, it's not happening. Go ahead, we have a question back here.
So the students that did the move-in process did an amazing job, and all the
Thank
volunteers,
you.
thank you.
I'm blushing.
So I have a question about Greek life. When does Rush start, and what's the school's policy on hazing?
Okay, so our rush starts this coming week. So on Sunday, the rush events begin. We actually have a Meet the Greeks event, which is on Friday. Meet the Greeks is a great place to go and actually talk to people in Greek life. There's going to be a lot of tables out there. It's going to be kind of a fun atmosphere. It's during the last Color Wars event. So it's a great place to go out there and meet the Greeks. And then they'll give you the information about their rush schedules and kind of pass you on to the Greek community.
Sorority and fraternity recruitment is also very different to each other. Sorority recruitment's a little more formal. We hold some different events. Ours is going to be 4 days this year with some different rounds, different things we do in each round. But we also do, for sororities, have continuous open bidding. So you don't have to go to primary recruitment in the fall. You could also go to the spring, which is personally what I did. It's a little more laid back if you're too intimidated by the primary recruitment. And that's more so just meeting the girls, seeing who you really click with.
When it comes to hazing, though, Miss Cat Nanny over here is the director of, was the director. She's now the assistant dean of students, but she oversees all of our Greek life, and our university has an absolute no tolerance on hazing, which is something that shouldn't be unique, but it's how serious it's taken on this campus is very unique to our campus, and why fraternity and sorority life on this campus is so inviting and different. I don't think I would have gone Greek if I went to a different school, but I did go here, and now I'm an advisor for my sorority as an alumni. So the fact that we are so welcoming and open, and we don't tolerate hazing in any sort of way whatsoever, really changes the experience for our students. So I would definitely encourage your students, if it's something they're even remotely interested in, to go Greek, because I was like, that sounds kind of cool, but I could never see myself in a sorority because I used to look at Alabama's Instagram. But if they're like, I think I'm interested in that, tell them to do it, because it's so different here than it is anywhere else. And any student on this campus could go Greek. I meet so many different kinds of students here in Greek life. And they really become some of my best friends, even as an alumni of my sorority. Jake Anderson over here, I like to pick on all the time, but he's like the president of his fraternity. And even though he's got really skinny legs.
Ms. Carolyn did a wonderful job about addressing hazing, but we would share that we are zero tolerance campus, whether it be in Greek life, our athletics program, club sports, or any other entity on campus. We will pull the revocation, we will do a revocation of their charter as an organization, and we will hold students accountable through the student conduct process. Luckily, in my experience here, because of the expectation of your students that they want to go on and get their clearances and support as they look at the many opportunities before them, we don't have this problem. So, but thank you for asking, and do inculcate that with your students. This is not the place for it.
I wanted to add on the Greek life part. I am not a member of Greek life, but I have so many friends that are in Greek life. And as a non-Greek life member, I see how good our Greek life is. And I see the stuff in the news coming from an international place. I was scared, but I can tell you that what we're saying up here is very, very true. And also Kat being the head of our Greek life on campus, nobody wants to mess with Kat. So she's scary. And so that really, you make sure that everybody stays in their lane. And I was an RA for our Greek community for 3 years, and they embraced me. I love all the sorority girls, all the fraternity guys. So it's a really nice community. Even to not be part of the chapter, I can still have my friendships with them. They don't feel very oh, you're not part of us type of thing. So yeah.
I just wanted to add on to what Carolyn said. When I came to Florida Tech, I was terrified of Greek life. I saw what it was kind of like at state schools, and especially Alabama, and I was really, really scared of it. However, when I first came here, I was immediately taken in by a couple members from different fraternities. They were very, very welcoming, and within probably the first couple days of orientation, my entire perspective on Greek life turned around. And I shared the same concern as you did of being hazed and having to do stuff that I don't want to do. But I can say from being on the exec board of a fraternity, we take it very, very seriously, and being disrespectful or doing stuff like that has no place in our Greek community, and I can say that for any fraternity or sorority on campus.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time with us this afternoon. Really appreciate it. It's been great information, and your transparency has been wonderful. So I have a question that I need full transparency on. My son, who's my oldest, I'm going to start crying, is attending, obviously. And so my question is, what is the right amount of communication? So is it every day, every hour, every 2 days, every minute?
What is the right kind of communication?
So I don't want to be overbearing, but I also want to be in touch and in contact, and I don't want to do what the police said earlier today. If you don't hear from your child for 3 days, I call 911. So What do you recommend?
So, since we're on full transparency, my mom actually just died on the 4th of July. Thanks, guys.
Trauma
But
dump. Stop it.
I talked to her literally every day throughout college, even though I lived 30 minutes from home, but I would text her and be like, the boy next to me in math smelled bad today, or just stupid things throughout the day. I talked to her about Kat all the time. I'm like, Kat's being crazy today, or Kat told me to go home early today because I'm tired. But it's really about, like, I don't know, I think I wished I had talked to my mom a lot more than I did, even though I talked every day. But, like, phone calls, I think, are really important from your parents. And I am one of those people who would rather die than talk on the phone, especially if I'm calling the doctor. No. But phone calls are going to be really special for your children, or not your children, your adults, especially when they're moving away for college. So even if it's like a weekly phone call, just to hear their voice and for them to hear your voice, that's something that they're going to hold on to for forever.
I just want to add, not to play the devil's advocate for the students here, but we do get really busy. So if you don't hear from us, you don't need to always worry. That's why signing up for those security alerts are important for as a parent as well, or a supporter, anybody in the family really, because then you can know if something's really going on, or if your student's just busy today, or there's an extra exam that they need to study for. And it's really, the first couple weeks of college are really just getting in, and you're figuring yourself out. You're learning new things about you, and new things about others, and new things about what you like. But the best thing as a parent or a supporter or family or anybody to do for your student is just let them know that you're there for them, because they'll come to you when they need it. It might not be that first week. It might not be that first month even, but I know I had a point where I didn't talk to my family as much because I was figuring myself out and everything, but they always let me know they were there for me, and we figured everything out once time came when I was ready.
So, as somebody who makes myself as busy as I can possibly make myself, I'll say something that helped me a lot with my parents, and what we ended up doing was deciding that every Sunday at 9 o'clock we were going to call for an hour every week. Didn't matter when or what I had going on, I would drop it and talk to my parents for an hour every Sunday night. That was something that helped us a lot, just because I did get myself so busy and it was hard to talk to them as much. I'd still send them the occasional TikTok when a good one popped up, but other than that, I would just say, talking to your parents is something that you're going to do regardless of, how your situation. I always call my mom when I can, but every Sunday, still to this day, 9 o'clock, I give her a call and make sure that we have a good conversation. So that's something I recommend doing too.
As the oldest of three, I can confirm that my mom was very angry when I didn't call her back. And same with the other two. But mostly what I thought was always super cute and reminded me in those tough times that my mother did love me and they were always thinking about me, was that she always would make these little care packages that she would send in the mail. Those you might not hear anything back about them, but they go a long way. Especially when they're full of really good snacks.
The last thing I want to add on that is if I get on the phone call with my mom, we're talking for 3-4 hours. So I kind of gave her an expectation once I got into grad school of I probably won't answer the phone. She doesn't call me anymore. I will call her, but we just text. So if you really want to hear your student's voice, just hey, can we just call for a little bit, or a voice note or something? Because sometimes as a student, we have to set those boundaries as well. We might not realize it. So kind of helping your student maneuver through that and encouraging them to set a boundary with you and be their own person is helpful. My mom used to be super protective, and then when I turned 18, she was like, you're an adult now, you can do what you want. And it was disorienting. So definitely guiding your student through becoming their own person is so meaningful.
So this obviously depends on how your kid is. I'm much more of a texter than I am a caller. So if your kid enjoys calling and having a voice-to-voice conversation, then something like calling once a week is a great idea. But for somebody like me, I just don't really tend to see when I'm getting a phone call. And so initially that would make my mom kind of mad, because she'd be freaking out. Or she'll text me and I'll not respond within 5 hours, because I'm the type of person who I will make myself as busy as I can just because, I don't know, I'm crazy or something. But I'll take 5 hours to respond, and she'll start freaking out son, come on. I'll have 17 texts in my messages. I'm like, Mom, it's been a few hours. I just got out of class, or I just got out of a meeting or something. So I think regarding how often you should text your kid. Within the first couple weeks, maybe every day or two, but please don't freak out if it takes them a few hours. They've got classes, they're gonna go eat food, they're gonna go hang out with their friends. So text them maybe once a week. After that point, if they don't respond within like a few days, then you can worry, but please give your kid the time to respond to their texts once they're done for the day. That's just something I want to emphasize because I love you, Mom, but please give me a little bit of a break.
Okay, I think we've got 2 questions. Is there a question back here that someone had? I think, Jake, you're making it up. I think we have one more question here.
I think they kind of covered it. It was kind of a tag on to hers, was kind of like, was there anything specifically meaningful or special that your parents did for you, whether it was in just your freshman year or throughout college, to just trying to kind of make you more comfortable? Or, you know, we don't want to send a bunch of stuff that you guys are just going to throw away.
Yeah.
But
So
anything meaningful that you received that you're like, okay, I really like that. Send more.
Just to share a little personal experience, I hope Kat remembers this. Last orientation, I bawled my eyes out. I'm not kidding. I was in 126 in Clemente, and I was bawling, and I didn't know why until I realized that I haven't talked to my mom in 2 days. I was bawling. It was bad. Makeup running snot. It was terrible. It was horrible. It was horrible. And everyone's like, you're saying you're okay, and I wanted to cry even more. What my mom did that I honestly also cried about, I cry a lot, it was that she sent me a birthday cake at Panther Groceries. She didn't text me about it. She also sent me flowers. It was really cute. Panther Groceries, you can order something, and all of a sudden I got a text message, pick up your cake. And I was like, I don't know what this is, crazy. And I picked it up, and it was a happy birthday, and it was really cute. And I have crazy hours with my mom because I'm international, so we have different time zones. So I personally sent her my schedule, and I said, anytime you call me that's not this schedule, I'll do my best to answer. And sometimes I call her crying, saying, I just miss you. I miss my siblings. I miss my baby sister. And I've actually had multiple questions from students saying that they're already feeling homesick, even though they haven't even left their parents, and they don't know what to do. So you'd be surprised how homesick students get. They might not show it. It might not even happen within the first month or even first semester. First semester, I didn't call my mom. I said, I'm an independent person, leave me alone. But second year, I was crying every week, and she was like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I just miss you guys. And she finally started calling again. So it could just take a while to hit, but it does happen. And it's honestly, just listen to your child. They will express what they're doing. Try to listen to what they need, not what you think they need, but more what they're saying, because they will express it to you one way or another. As I said, it could be text message, it could be a TikTok, it could be a meme, it could be just, oh, can we play an online game together? I don't know what it is, but your child will let you know what they need.
That was awesome. Do we have any final questions? Yes. Delaney, you got that one in the back? Yeah. It depends on which, yes, they will need the licenses, but it depends on which ones that they would need. And the president and organization can help them with all of that, help them prepare for all of that. Yes, yep, the Florida license, yep. Any final questions? I would also like to remind you, Dean McMahon, if you don't mind standing up, we're going to flank the whole thing. We really, literally every single person on this, I mean, some of the guys don't, but most of them do. I am literally mom. Gabby calls me mom more than I hear her call her own mother. We are here because we truly care about your kids. Sometimes it can get a little intense, but you call us. That's what Dean McMahon and I are here for. If you are having trouble finding your student, I guarantee, I'm going to say this, and he's gonna be really mad. Kieran's mom and I talk more than almost Kieran and I do. And I know he's like, what'd my mom say this time? That's okay, that's what we're here for. That's how we build those relationships. That's how we have those conversations with your students. We realize the importance of our roles on this campus. We are here to be the parents sometimes when they need an adult. I always say to them, I get it, you need an adult to your adult. You need help to make a decision. We're here to help you make those best decisions for your time here at Florida Tech. Anything you wanna add?
Dean of Students, no spaces, at fit.edu. Feel free to reach out to us on the shuttle services. I just wanted to share, we did reach out to find out if we could coordinate shuttle services at a cheaper cost for our students. and we couldn't come near what they're able to do through the driving apps. So Lyft and Uber are better, but we will be able to help them if they don't connect with their peers in the residence halls. We did send out an email message to you about arriving on campus. Keely Resendez in our office will help students connect if they're coming in the same time frame to the airport so that they can come to campus. The other is, as for the contacts, security mentioned it and I want to reinforce it. If you're worried, reach out to us at deanofstudents@fit.edu. We have no issue with going through the resident assistants to check on them or through our campus security to do a wellness check. It is amazing to me over this past year how many of our students have left their charger underneath the library desk or at a friend's room, and their phone has died. Yeah. And it has not occurred to them that mom is trying to get in touch with them. So you're in a panic. They don't even know it. It's not that they're not returning their call. They're unaware of it. So do reach out to us and let us help you reconnect, and we will help impart to your student how very important it is that they stay in touch.
And this, can you give these students a round of applause? Thank you, guys. This is the absolute perfect segue. I'm glad that we ended because those are excellent questions and they are going to be open and honest with you about what is best for them. But this is the perfect transition. Look at us. It's like it was meant to be. Perfect transition to an incredible end to Panther supporter and family orientation. Dr. Gordon Patterson, right up here, has been, how long is it? He'll tell you how long he's been at this university, but we like to call him our historian. He knows everything. He always has the moms crying, always has the dad sniffling. So Dr. Gordon Patterson is going to talk to you about how you can let go and move on while still being present. So Dr. Patterson, take it away.
It is an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon. You all look younger, and the vibe is very good. It's particularly a pleasure because yesterday I saw one of my students from 1990, Dawn Hayes, and I met her son who is enrolling in the university. This is not the first time that's happened. It's a special place. And your student, your son, your daughter is coming to a place that, as you can see from these magnificent young people and my colleagues in student life, we care. We care about your student. And we'll try our very hardest to make their experience here something special. This is a liminal moment, a moment of transition in so many ways. It's a moment of hello and goodbye, of arrival and departure. It's a moment of transition in which something very precious and special is happening in your lives and the life of your student. And yesterday, it was as if nature conspired to bring it all together because, as you remember, we were walking towards that convocation. Nature produced, as it does here in Florida, one of those marvelous thunderstorms that drenched us. And I'm a historian, and I thought about another student who went off to school a few years ago. It was 1506. When a young guy named Martin Luther was on his way to the University of Erfurt, and he got caught in a storm, and he said, "Saint Anne, help me, help me." And he went and became a monk. Now, I don't think that any of your students are going to become monks or nuns. But what happened out of that experience at least led a psychologist named Erik Erikson to write a book in 1958 called Young Man Luther. And it had in it a notion which I think is prescient for us today. He coined the phrase an identity crisis. An identity crisis. And I think that's what happens in these years. All of us and your students are going to be trying to figure out what makes me me, what makes me unique, what makes me special. And at the same time, how do I connect? What do I share? What do I have in common? This is a kind of foundry. A university is a place in which, on one level, competences are formed. Careers are built. and at the same time, character. Character, the kind of man or woman that you are, that makes statements and stands behind them. That's something so special. That's something that's so unique. That's something that is our responsibility to provide for your student a place that those things can happen. And in another sense, you may think this strange. I've been talking about your students' identity crisis. You are going through an identity crisis. My son is 45 years old, older than some of you, I suspect. But it is a process by which, when he went off to college, I had to redefine some of my expectations about myself and my life. I mean, to me, I would suspect that, well, for me, raising a child was reminiscent of juggling a chainsaw. It's a very powerful tool, but it's a very dangerous one that sometimes can vacillate from, how was your day? Nothing happened, to a cascade of things that happened, and you're saying, whoa, none of those things ever happened to me. This is beyond my level of competence. And at the same time, your student wouldn't be here except because you gave, and gave. And sometimes you get a little burned out. And so in that sense, you are, and your brilliant questions about how do I keep in contact reveal so much about how much you do care, but also, as those students said, how much of an identity formation in your relationship with that mature young person who will grow into a career, will form relationships, and they do breed, give you grandchildren. And that's a lifelong process. And so your identity is going to, and one of the things that I would suggest you from my perspective is be patient with yourself. Be patient. Be patient with your student. They are thoughtful people, or they wouldn't have been admitted to this university. They will change, and you will change. I've been a professor a long time. 7 years at the University of Maryland, 42 years here. And I have written on the board at the beginning of every semester for at least the last 30 years, 4 things. The first one is a statement from the Greek philosopher-physician Hippocrates. A reluctant student renders every effort vain. A reluctant student renders every effort vain. And the point in that is, I could have trained SEALs that come in with beach balls, and if they don't want to be open, they would be saying boring. So encourage your student to have their eyes open, to have that kind of exuberance, which still keeps me awake at nights, because some nights I have trouble going to sleep because I'm so looking forward to the next day to meet the kids that make my life so much better. The second thing I write on the board is another Greek, Aristotle, who says in his Metaphysics, my translation, all knowledge begins in wonder. All knowledge begins in wonder. That's what makes this university so special. A group of men and women wondering together, wondering about why this particular species of fish is here, wondering about how to make the wings or the distaff of an airplane more efficient, wondering about how the soil composition affects the structure that's going to rise above it, wondering that it's been disciplined, wondering that turns into marvels. All knowledge does begin in wonder. And the last 2 things I write on the board are from me. One is I say, and my colleagues say this as well, I want you to succeed. I want you to succeed. That's a core principle here. Success. And that's something that has to be negotiated. Negotiated, your student, I want to do this. How can I help you do it? We want your students to succeed. we'll do our best to have that happen. And finally, this is probably the most important thing I write on the board. 3 words. I make mistakes. I make mistakes. And that's okay because I try to correct them. And your students need to feel the openness that our campus tries to present, that it's okay. Johannes Kepler once said, "Oh Lord, let me make great mistakes so I can make even greater discoveries." And that's the kind of DNA we want to encourage here. We're not perfect. We don't stand on Mount Pisgah looking out with tablets that say this is the path to success. But what we do say is we will be as helpful as possible to reach out, to make a difference in your students' lives. This is a remarkable time. I find myself looking at our students, and they're so, on the one hand, innocent, and on the other hand, so streetwise. And what we have to do is to provide a space in which those things come together. So let me bring this together. I'm going to suggest to you perhaps the most important thing I'm going to say today. If you haven't had the conversation, have it now. Tell your students how to separate the dark and the white clothes before they wash them. As a professor with 49 years of experience, the second week of the semester, it's an awful kind of grayish orange. It will save you money. The second thing is its corollary. Tell them not, in their effort to save money, not to turn the dryers up to high. Lots of elastic pants, shirts lose their form. And finally, many years ago, it used to be the drill. We don't do this here, where you would say to a group of students, look to your left, look to your right. 2 of these people aren't going to be here. But I want you to look to your left and look to your right and look behind you and look forward, because right here in this room are some of the people you're going to be celebrating the High Holy Days with. Thanksgiving, Christmas, your in-laws are here. And you want to have a good relationship with them. When I sent my son off to college, gosh, it's been 27 years ago, I was doing a gig out at the University of Hawaii in Manoa on Oahu. And I still am. I'm an ancient surfer, I know. And I took Ben to the other side of Diamond Head. Some of you know, I'm sure, Diamond Head. On the far side of Diamond Head, there's a really great state park with a beach you go down to. The windsurfers own it until 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, these gentle swells come in from Tahiti, and the coral is pretty deep, so you're not going to rip yourself to pieces. And Ben and I were out there, and there's this bridge that goes over the backside of Diamond Head. And we were sitting on our boards, and I saw this good set coming in, and I said, okay, Ben, paddle like hell. And we both started paddling, and wham, we were both up on him. And there was Diamond Head, there was my son, we're riding this wave together, and I'm thinking to myself, this is incredible. And then he cut me off, and I wiped out. But the metaphor holds. You, your student, your son, your daughter, we're all riding the waves. Each of us has waves. We ride them together for a ways, as you have done in bringing these wonderful kids here. And then we go on the waves that are our waves. I hope to see you all during Parents' Week. I'm around. I would encourage your students. I met some of you yesterday. The Cooper Palm Botanical Society is one of my clubs. I'd love to meet them there. I do tours of the garden. I'm also the faculty advisor for the swim team. I swim quite a lot. I do that for educational purposes. I want them to see these young athletes. What happens to a body when it approaches 75 years of age? God bless you all. Happy trails. Come back. Go Panthers.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much for coming. Family orientation is over. If your student is an athlete on one of our sports teams, please stay in here for athlete orientation. Other than that, you're free to go. I know we gave you a lot of information today, so if you have any questions, please ask anyone in our white shirts with the name tags or any of the staff around campus. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hello? All right. So we have a live microphone. So I know we'll have some people coming in, and I appreciate you all coming. So I have myself. Jen Mercurio was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she's taken ill. So we have Brian to fill in from a compliance perspective. And then we have Luis, who's going to be talking about our sports medicine areas. So this is something new that we've done, that we kind of have a lot of questions and setting expectations for what parents of athletes should expect throughout the year. So there's all of us, Jamie Joss, Director of Athletics. Jen will be your point person along with Brian's support. If you have any questions that pertain to compliance with eligibility, and Brian will go into this a little bit more, but what we try to do, and it's tough to follow Gordon Patterson. I don't have any one-liners other than we share a hairdo. But there are a lot of handoffs that we do when your athletes get here. So it's more of dealing with the athlete directly. If you have any questions, we always want to funnel them through the athlete because they're going to be available and accessible for a lot of the things that we need. You might be the person that helps facilitate a lot of that stuff, but we try to kind of move towards what they say now as adulting, so we get them to be involved in the process. So what we have set, like I say, we're going to go through our new mission, vision, and values. So something that we've been working on probably over a year and a half in working with a committee of coaches and staff members and myself is we've developed our new mission, vision, and values. And you're going to start to see, if anybody knows in developing a culture, it takes a long time. It's not something that you just flip a switch and everybody's on board. We know that this is going to take probably 3 to 4 years so it becomes ingrained in our program, but we're doing some accompanying things that I'll share with later that you'll start to see that this is a whole fostering of that process to develop this. So our mission is probably tough for you to read over there, but is we develop our diverse athletes and into scholars, champions, leaders prepared to become global influencers in the relentless pursuit of excellence. So that's kind of what we're in mirroring what the mission of the institution is. And then what we have is we've kind of play on the Florida Tech. So we have Fortis Teneo. There's a lot of programs out there that use either Latin or Greek words. And so this we felt was very appropriate for what we are. So we're a strong and brave group, but we're going to persist and persevere no matter what challenges we may face. And then as you see, our kind of our motto is scholars, champions, and leaders. The values, it's hard to read the under part of those, but we didn't want to just say integrity or we're going to do things with high ethics or things of that nature, because then every definition of that might be a little bit different for people. So we came up with sweat equity. So and what I like about this is that it applies to everything that we're doing. So one of the reasons that we say scholar athletes, anybody familiar with the Rhodes Scholar? Has anyone heard that? Yeah. So they don't say Rhodes student. So it's another level. When you come to Florida Tech, you're not just coming here to go to class. You're coming here to be the next leader in your industry, whether that be in business, aeronautics, any type of engineering, biomed. So we feel like when you come here, even if you're not, like you don't have to be a 4.0 student, you're taking your academics to another level. So that's it's kind of a change of perspective and mindset. And so what we say with that sweat equity is outlearn, outwork, outperform. So when you think about that, it's outlearn somebody in the classroom, outwork them in the classroom, and outperform your colleague that's in the class. It can translate to our opposition that we face. It can be to within our team. So it's a very good parallel. And what I like about it is when you come in as a freshman, it changes every single year. So it's a different perspective. Grit and growth, we can, we will, we find a way. So no matter what we're facing, whatever challenges, whether it be resources, time, we're going to find a way, and we're going to develop grit. It's a lost thing that I've found is that a lot of our athletes don't know what it means to grind it out until you have to face it. And then last but not least, we have build your legacy. So that's ask, absorb, adapt, and achieve. And again, you ask questions as a freshman, then you ask questions as a sophomore that are completely different, junior, senior. Then you absorb different things throughout the 4 years that you're here, sometimes 5, or if you go to grad school, 6. And then you adapt and achieve different levels throughout the course of your program. So this is one thing that I know we probably have some athletes in here, but so I think this is really, I said this earlier to the student body when we were talking, this is a very high goal that you've achieved, right? If you look at this column, so you're looking at baseball, for example, nearly 500,000 high school participants in baseball, 2.2% go to Division I, 2.3% go to Division II. I mean, that's a lot of people, but a small margin of people that actually achieve this. So I think you deserve a round of applause as parents and as athletes. The other thing that I'll also, we always get this question, oh, I'm going to go pro, I'm going to do all these things. So just to give you, now, this is the kind of major pro sports. I know if we have any soccer players, there are some soccer leagues and softball, but the data that we had from the NCAA didn't include those sports. But just looking at from baseball, so 9.9%, that's actually a higher number than I expected, but 686 of those are playing Division I. Only 95 are at Division II. Basketball gets even worse. Men's and women's, you have 34,000 participants, only 1.2% in men and 0.8% in women, and 83 are all from Division I. So we know that, and for those of you who were at the parents' meeting last night with President Niccolo, starting salaries out of here, I believe he said 65,000. By mid-level, they're making over 100,000. This is what we're preparing our athletes for. If they get lucky enough to advance to a professional level, we're going to support them in that pursuit as well. But we're really focused on making sure that they come out with great academic performance and abilities to be able to pursue that job of their career. One of the things that we take great pride in is we have a 3.25 department GPA. Sometimes it's been 3.3, 3.4. We always strive to be above 3.2. And then we have 238 3.0s, 66 4.0s. And then all of our women's teams, kudos to our women, 3.2 or higher. And then as you see, 5 women's teams were the top 5. That's not to say that our men's teams don't do well. It's just to saying that these were our, and look at women's basketball, 3.65. I mean, come on. You know, who had that be? So we really want to set expectations, and there's a lot of text up here, but this adjustment is a really difficult one, right? So you're going from what I say the best, everyone mostly, almost every athlete that we have coming in as a freshman or a transfer was the best athlete on their team. Now think about that. So now you're with a team of 16, if your team's 16 size. Now 16 people were the best on their team. So somebody has to go from the starting 5, say basketball, to now 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way down to 16. So you're going to have expectation changes, but it doesn't mean you can't contribute and be a part of the program and a vital part of the program. One of my good friends was a scout player for West Virginia University basketball. And Coach Beeline was his coach who ended up going on to Michigan. And he prepared every week because he was like at the time they were in the Big East, so he was the Syracuse point guard or the Georgetown point guard. And he felt like whatever he was doing was making the starting lineup better and stronger and more prepared for that week. That's not necessarily that everybody loves to do that. It was just his passion. But he found a way to contribute to that program even though he wasn't playing 20 minutes a game. So we need, what I always say is, these are some guidance points for you all, is establishing healthy boundaries with your athletes is probably the most critical thing that you can do. And I'm sure you've heard this a number of times throughout the week, is that you're going to have these opportunities where they're going to have to be fending for themselves. You might have been either a part of or a large part of some of the decisions and things that they've made, but we're here to help them get that growth and give them that opportunity to exceed maybe even your expectations with their independence and responsibility. Allow them to be the person who emails. Like, I have 3 boys. I have one I'll be in your seat in a couple of years. I have a freshman in high school, and then I have a 6th grader. And even with our 6th grader, I'm always like, hey, did you talk to your teacher You got to do that first. Did you talk to the principal? You need to do that first. And I only step in if I really feel like there's a travesty that he can't deal with on his own. And so we always encourage the kids to email their professors, to talk to Luis or talk to Brian or talk to Jen. Come into my office. Like, I have no problem. Like, a lot of people say, oh, I know you're so busy. No, I have all the time in the world if an athlete wants to come and talk to me. And we have some other pieces. We have an anonymous reporting system. A lot of people are guarded about that. We don't want something to be what is a small thing grow into a large thing, kind of like a snowball. You start up at the top of the hill and becomes, this massive snowball at the bottom. We don't want to face those issues, so we'd rather know that something's going on within a team or a concern about a coach or another athlete. I'm a big believer in supporting each other, so if an athlete sees an athlete struggling on their team, then we need to do that because there's intervention measures that we can apply. We meet monthly, Luis and myself, Jen, and some other campus representatives, including our counseling center. We meet we call it our mental health committee. So if we have any kids that we see as a potential marker of concern, then we do those intervention methods as early as possible. Again, working it out on their own is only going to benefit them in the long run. And I'll get to here. There is a point where if you want to schedule a meeting, either with myself or with a coach, there's a way to do that, but we want to make sure that the athlete has expressed themselves and has those processes completed before we go to that measure. The other thing is that we don't necessarily define success in a very small level. We do it in a broad level. So academics, our scholar athletes here are already overachievers. To get into this institution, to pursue the majors that they're doing, we know that they have high expectations for themselves. But as I said, it's okay when they reach out to you for you to support them, right? To tell them, hey, it's going to be okay. We're going to be able to go. Have you talked to Jamie? Have you talked to Luis? Have you talked to your coach about this? Those are things that we really, really encourage and help develop relationships with us and them as well. Just to give you some scale, I'm the sports administrator for a number of our sports, so we rotate on a 3-year basis. So currently I'm with men's soccer, with men's basketball, baseball, and men's lacrosse. Jen works with women's soccer, men's and women's swimming, and softball. And Tara Van Ness, who's our associate AD for business operations, she works with volleyball, women's basketball, and women's lacrosse. And then I'm adding in rowing, and I think Jen is doing cross country and track. So we go on road trips, we participate, we go to practices, we see things, we try to be as visible as possible in that process so that when they come to us, it's not the first time we visited with them, right? So strongly encourage them to develop those relationships with everyone within the department, especially their coaches. They're going to be the ones, as Gordon said, they're going to be the ones that invite them to weddings. I just went to a baby shower for one of our former coaches that we had here. So you never know what these relationships will foster into, but I can't tell you how, every person we interview for a head coaching role, one of the things they take great pride in is, hey, I was able to go to their master's graduation, or I got invited to their baby shower or their wedding or whatever. So we want to foster those types of relationships. There's two. On our website, we'll add this to, we have a shortened URL. So if you know our athletic website and you just want to jot down SA-support, so that's for our scholar athlete support. There's a ton of resources that are listed on there. And then the other one is SMED, so that stands for sports medicine. So that's our mental health and performance resources, and we'll talk a little bit about some of those things this afternoon. But those are two really important resources for you to, if one of your students is calling you and they have a concern or a question, then you can be ready to say, hey, have you reached out to the counseling center? Have you gone to academic support and success? So if that makes sense. So here's kind of, I guess, the ground rules that we've talked about with coaches. Playing position or playing time are what areas that we're kind of off limits on, right? Team strategy, practice organization, and game decisions, again, that's something that we reserve to the coach. You'll hear oftentimes we'll say coach's discretion. They even do that in the NBA. I used to work for the Charlotte Hornets, so we'd have guys that weren't in the lineup, and it would say coach's decision or coach's discretion. So those are just things that we want, again, to have the athlete be a part of, and the coach will say, hey, here's why we're not playing. Here's what expectations that we have. Here's things that you can do, and they give them a pathway. If they don't give them a pathway, then that's where I get involved and talk about that with our coach. And other scholar athletes within the program. Now, on one side, I say, hey, if you see somebody that's a teammate that you need to get some help, that's okay. But we don't talk about, as parents, hey, I saw Johnny or Jane, they weren't doing this, that, or the other. We don't want to do that because then it creates a wedge between not only you and the other parents, but it creates some dissension amongst the team. So as I said, if there's a situation that you need a coach, parent conversation, we're not opposed to those. We just want to exhaust all resources. So did they talk to the coach to resolve their concerns? Did they contact the coach to set up an appointment? And maybe the coach blew them off and they didn't want to have a conversation. Let's not confront the coach before a practice or a game. Let's get into contact with me. We set it up, we mediate it, and we may not always have a resolution to the conversation or the points of concern, but we're going to do all we can to listen and make sure we provide our feedback and making sure that you hear from our perspective of where things are. So, and last but not least, we're going to have some really exciting times, right? I've been fortunate enough that our men's and women's soccer teams had 2 successful seasons in a row. Our women's soccer team was 1 PK away from going to the Final Four my first year. Our men's soccer team won the Sunshine State Conference Tournament Championship for the first time. I've got 2 championship rings that I can't wear because it's too heavy on my hands. These things are massive. But we love winning championships, but we do it the right way. We're students and scholars first. We're good people and leaders in our community. We were big into service. Mark Small, who's our Director of Partnerships and Promotions, we try to align a team with a nonprofit that we do regular service with. We'll have some other all-wide team activities that we do. We've been trying to, first couple years because of COVID, but we're trying to do what we call our senior prom, and that's a different spin on it. We have enough senior homes around here that we can send teams and we kind of listen and play their music to the seniors, because a lot of the times these people only get 1, 2, or 3 visitors a year, and so they can tell the stories that they've told to everybody in the senior home, countless times, and now we have an attentive audience, and it's a great way for our kids to see the generational. You're dealing with war veterans and people that have just done amazing things in their life, and so it's a great way to give back to our community. So that's one of our all-wide activities that we're looking forward to planning. But you're, as Dr. Patterson said, you're going to see this transformation from maybe an anxiety-ridden person the first maybe 2-3 months, then they get settled in, and then you're going to see this whole growth and transformation right in front of your eyes, in the same way that you've probably seen them go from a freshman in high school to a senior now that you're handing off. So, but the ultimate responsibility is to ensure that they graduate, because that's kind of where we are. I'm proud to say that our league has a 90% or better graduation rate as a whole league. We had a little bit, it's a 6-year cohort, and we used to have a sport that wasn't necessarily the most academically driven, and so we've kind of been held back. But if you extracted that particular sport, we would be well over 90% graduation. So, all right, so I will turn it over to Brian to talk a little bit about NCAA compliance and expectations that he has, and then we'll do Q&A with him, then we'll do Q&A at the end of Luis, and then I will do it at the end of the rest of the presentation. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you can tell, I am not Jen. Don't look anything like her. But my name is Brian Darden. I'm her assistant, the Assistant Director of Compliance. A little bit about what we do. We kind of monitor all NIL dealings. We maintain and monitor all academic and eligibility issues, concerns. What else do we do? Just a whole bunch of things. Transfers, we do all that. So basically, what I'm here to do is just explain kind of what we expect from the students. So as far as communication up here, basically if your student, scholar, athlete has any questions, to try to come to me directly. I would even say don't bother Jen, just try to come to me first unless I'm not available. My job is to make her job easier. So I say try to do that first. We like to put a lot of responsibility, like Jamie was saying, on the scholar athlete when it comes to academic issues. So if you have any questions regarding, how many hours you need to stay eligible, whatever the case may be, come to me. What else is there? General information, communication. So is there? I like to keep it short and sweet. I know everyone's favorite subject is not compliance. Is there any questions, any concerns for me or Jen? Nope. Okay, sweet.
Compliance is kind of like an accounting convention. So. Now, this is the one that nobody likes to involve themselves with sports medicine and performance, because when you have an injury, you're dealing with insurance and Luis. So.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Florida Tech. I'm excited to be working with your son or daughter, or athletes if you're out there, excited to be working with you. We have a unique situation here at Florida Tech, and thanks to Jamie's support and his guidance on this, we actually have a merged department with our strength and conditioning staff. We work together with them and the coaches to ensure the health and safety, and obviously we want to improve or optimize performance for the athletes. And so we're doing that using sports science initiatives. Like Jamie had mentioned, we're using some technology, some apps that we've actually been doing the last couple of days with our fall sport team. So fall sport athletes that are in here have already gotten a chance to experience that. We're doing athlete monitoring, meaning we're just checking in daily to see how they're doing, to see if we see any trends on how they're feeling sword-wise, also mentally as well. And we do a lot of check-ins like that. We also have a nutrition app that we're using that will give athletes guidance on what they could eat in our own dining hall, which is important because they're going to be eating a lot there, right? And help kind of give them guidance to what they can eat there. It also helped the coaches plan our pre- and post-game meals because that's one of the most important pieces at this level that is hard to find. And we found that, and we're excited about using that app. And they have access to a dietitian through that app. So we're really excited about that. And as I said earlier, the health and safety is my primary responsibility here of the athletes. And athletes, you probably say, oh, that's the guy that sent me an email once a week or assigned me all those forms and sent you a very important message earlier today, about an hour or two ago. But pretty much anything that comes from me is very important, okay? It has to do with something medical that we have to take care of, whether it's paperwork from your end or it's something that you need to convey to your parents. There was a form I sent out, I think it was mid-July. It was called Information About Sport-Related Injury, doctor visits for Florida Tech. And that's a very important document that we had the athletes DocuSign it, and then they were supposed to put the parent's email on that so that the parent would receive it, open it, and then they would click finish when they read it. So if you're one of those that hasn't, please check your email. I sent that out, I think it was actually late June, I remember now, because I remember a lot of the dates. So if you want to look back in your emails, it's from Teamworks, all right? In that document, it shares what the process is for injuries, right? So Let's say the student athlete, scholar athlete gets injured playing sports here, right? While it was under the supervision of a coach, it was during a game, during a practice, during a lift. We have to be the gatekeepers for that as the athlete training staff, right? The sports medicine staff needs to be the one that the athlete will report the injury to us, or we may even be there on site and deal with it firsthand. And we have to discuss how we should treat it, right? And if it's something that is emergent, it's going to go get seen, obviously. If it's something we feel like we need to follow up with an x-ray, or needs more diagnostic imaging, which we don't decide that's a doctor, we'll send them to the doctor and we'll go from there. But if it's like something's starting to bother them, well, we'll intervene, we'll do treatments, we'll take care of them as best as we can. And then if it's not getting better after a week or two, then we have that conversation. Like, let's get you in to see a doctor, or let's try something else. It just depends on the specific condition and on the individual situation. But it's critical that if your son or daughter or athletes, if you get injured while here at Florida Tech, that the athletic trainer is in the loop. Coaches are not the ones that make appointments for the doctors. And, I know parents are used to doing that for them. And we have no problem that when it comes to it, they prefer to go see a doctor at home. But we just need to be in the know at first before that happens, because we have to submit a claim form to our secondary policy, our insurance company. And I will also state that nobody in our athletic department we don't represent the insurance company. We're just a middleman. So what we do is we fill out the claim form, and then parents, your primary insurance will be the first that kicks in. And then when you get your explanation of benefits, you probably get something in the mail, or maybe on an email it says, this is not a bill, but there's a number on there. It's like, oh my goodness, there's a number on here. And if it relates to the doctor's visit or a procedure the athlete had related to what we sent them to the doctor for, please have your athlete forward them to me, because then I will forward them to our insurance company. And the same would be true if you get a bill in the mail that relates to that. But again, I will restate that I don't represent the insurance company, and I don't have a checkbook that says Florida Tech on it, and I don't just write out a check and pay for those bills. Many times, if you follow the procedures correctly, in many situations, it's probably going to be sorted out, but I don't speak for our insurance company. And in that same information handout that I did send out in TeamWorks, there's also a little flyer attached to that handout that is United Healthcare Student Resources, which is our secondary provider. And it has the information for customer service. So if you have a question and you want to reach out directly to the insurance company, please feel free to do so. But again, it's very important that we have good communication on that early, right? And that we handle it in the right manner, in the right order, so that we can maximize the potential of it getting sorted out between the two insurance companies. So that's probably the most important piece. Another thing that we do unique here at Florida Tech that I just sent a message out about an hour ago, and unfortunately we've heard about some unfortunate events lately in the world of athletics, is we do ECG testing here, or we require it to be done. And I know a lot of you have already got it done over the summer, or we do offer it here. However, it takes a while sometimes to get results back, and if the result comes back with a flag, for your safety and out of precaution, we prefer to get you checked out and make sure you're okay to go. And with that, because it's pre-existing, that's not something I can put on a claim. So we really encourage that to get done at home. And we do that because we're just trying to make sure we have healthy hearts, okay? You guys probably heard about LeBron James' son and that scare at USC. And I don't want Florida Tech to be in the news for that. I want it to be in the news about everything else that we hear about, like a lot of our alumni that work on the Cape up there and help those rockets go up into space and stuff like that. So yeah, we're very, very preventative here and very precautious, and I have no problem with that. So I know it's a lot of paperwork that I've sent out, and I've done it weekly on purpose this year because I don't want to send 20 forms to you last week, and you're like, you're not going to read all that. I wanted to send out once a week so you had a better chance of reading it, and hopefully you were able to convey that to your parents. If you haven't, please do so. Any questions for me? All right, well, we're excited for a healthy and successful school year. Go Panthers.
Test.
Brian forgot a couple of things he wants to add.
2 more things. I got on stage and forgot everything. One is if your athletes have any questions, tell them to please stop by our office. For some reason, everyone thinks compliance is the bad guys. Please stop by our office. We do have a compliance section on our website that if you don't want to speak to us, I totally get. That goes over literally everything eligibility-wise to keep you active. And then second, grades. Me and Jen can't discuss grades with parents unless we have a signed FERPA document. Otherwise, we're just going to tell your athlete whatever it is they need, and then they can funnel that to you guys. Thank you.
Always a good idea to sign the FERPA, so you're paying the bills, so most of you are. So Luisa had alluded to some of the things that we're doing. So we're Florida Institute of Technology. Before I got here, we didn't really do much with technology in our athletic program. This one is a technology-based, it's a virtual-based learning. So we don't put the leaders in the middle and just say, hope you become a leader. So we're working with this group. They wrote a book called The Program. It's former military veterans. The president, CEO of the company lost his left hand, I believe, in active duty. And so they work with Power 5 institutions. So as you see in the bottom, Oregon, Tennessee, Florida State, Kansas, and Michigan. Somehow I was either a good negotiator or he felt sorry for me. And so they're giving us this program at a very, very discounted price. The president lives in West Palm Beach, so he's going to come up and drive up. And that just happens, the guy that I talked to first, he lived in Liverpool, New York. And I called him with the Liverpool number, and he was shocked. He thought it was a friend. And so then he said, hey, we got to get this to work out. It's meant to be. So we're going to kick this program off for we have a welcome back brunch that we have on August 25th or 6th. It's a Sunday. And that'll be kind of an introduction to the program and that speaker. And then we'll also have another one that we're doing for cognitive fitness training. And so this is going to be a 90-minute, 90-minute interactive sessions. It sounds a little more tougher than it is, but it's going to be something that we work on as a team. And each member of the team will go through this process. But the core, I don't have is there a laser on here? Let's see. I don't want to screw this up. But the core of it is how to be a great teammate. How do you hold everyone accountable in your athletic program to specific standards? So when you start compromising standards, like in the military, that can lead to death, right, of your infantry mate. And so when you're doing these things, we want to set the tone of what it is that we're accomplishing. And one of probably the hardest things that I've found in the last 10 years or so, I've been in college athletics for 31 years, is that people think snitches get stitches when you say accountability, right? No, one of the things that I love about the program and that you'll find for our athletes and then you'll hear through your athletes is that their accountability is how do I pull you up to my standard, not how do I turn you in for not meeting a standard. And I think when you do that shift, it makes a lot of difference in how you're looking at this. And then the other thing is I find one of the things that's the worst for any program is when we elect captains. Now, for any of those of you who've been in the crowd that are athletes or even parents that were captains, like I have a couple of friends at West Point that were captains. That's like even higher than like a leader in their group, right? And they get unbelievable leadership training. But they do, the key part was they get unbelievable leadership training. Oftentimes coaches just say, hey, this kid's a good leader, so I'm going to make them. But then they have no earthly idea what they're doing, right? That, well, what does it mean? What do I do? And then what we find is that they take this power trip and then they start applying it to their team, and it's my way or the highway. And so it's an unproductive pathway. So we're really investing in the leadership aspect of our program. And again, that evolution is going to be different from a freshman to sophomore to junior to senior. The other thing is, as I said, cognitive fitness training. So one of the things that you'll see, again, I like to highlight, they work with NASA, a lot of the same programs. So they didn't know that they worked with a lot of the same programs. But the great part about this is they're working with trying, what I always say is that you lift weights, you practice to get better at your sport, but you don't do anything to train your brain. And as we develop, we get a lot of bad habits, and the wiring goes off in the wrong ways, and we react in the wrong ways. So one of the things that we had a group of 5 of us that went through this training that we're going to then launch department-wide, not just to athletes, but to coaches and staff. It's made me a better father, a better husband, because what the goal is there's they say it's STIA, stimulus, thought, emotion, and action that you take. So when my son just called me at 3:30, my youngest son. He's like, hey, Dad, can I go fishing? I said, well, you were grounded this week. And then he starts crying. Now, I could have reacted and maybe gotten a little frustrated. But what I try to do is create a gap now between what my immediate stimulus is, his crying and trying to get out of his punishment, to creating this gap before I give him a thought and an emotion and then an action to him. So if you watch any major league sports now, I was talking to some parents earlier. You'll see LeBron James in the sidelines during a timeout. He'll have his eyes closed. He'll kind of be meditating or just having breathing exercises. That's how he gets back into a frame of reference. What we always say is don't look in the rearview mirror, look in front of you through the windshield. So when if all you focus on is the rearview mirror, then you're not going to get past that play or mistake that you made. You're not going to be able to move forward, or you're not going to be able to get what we say in the zone. So this is what this training is. So it's not only we call it BAMO, so breathe and move on. So maybe you guys need a BAMO breath right now. So it's 4 seconds in, and then if you there's like a second hit that they say. So you take 4 seconds in, and then you try to breathe a little more, and then you exhale for 4 seconds. If you just apply that, if anything that frustrates you throughout the day, I'm telling you, you won't believe what a difference it makes in your daily life. So we're working with My Steady Mind. Fortunately, he's based here in Satellite Beach, and he wants us to be like kind of the lead program that then he can do this with other colleges. And he only wants to work with small schools, Division II and III. He doesn't, I see, as I say, he's working with Power Fives, but what he's found is that the schools that need it the most are the schools of our level. Luis had mentioned our nutrition. So one of the things, we take to heart what our kids put in our annual surveys or anonymous reporting. And one of the things that they really came to us, this wasn't our idea. I'd like to say we take credit for it, but they pushed for having some kind of nutrition program. Well, to hire a dietitian full time, it'd be really expensive. I have a few former athletes that I worked with that are dietitians, and they're making north of $75,000 to $100,000 a year. And they generally work in hospitals and nicer jobs than necessarily working with 380 athletes. But what we found is this app, access to a dietitian. One of the things I love with this is it is a program that what a runner does versus a soccer player versus a lacrosse player or a baseball player, a swimmer, it changes the dietitian plan. And then the other part, as he mentioned, integrates with our PDH menus. But the best part is we ask them, hey, can they use this after they're done with their 4-year career? Because what we find is the transition from senior to living a life is we see, okay, well, nobody's asking me to work out, nobody's asking me to eat right. And so they are giving us this access to even our kids into perpetuity when they graduate. So it's a great app that they'll be able to use throughout the rest of their life. We work with heart rate monitors. So this is a way we measure load and give Luis and his team and Carl, our sports performance director, the ability for us to adjust if we need to workout plans. We can do, as you see, player workload, distance covered, active participation, speed, high impact sprints, and calories. So there's a lot of different wearables out there, but sometimes it's data overload and you just don't know what to do with it. This gives a report to our coaches, and it'll show everybody who's green, who's in yellow, who's in red. And a lot of our coaches have taken this to heed, is that our men's lacrosse coach is one that if he sees that everybody's in red, sometimes he'll cancel practice. Other times he'll actually lighten the load. He'll make it more fun. So he really uses that as a gauge. And what it does is it helps us to be best prepared for when we have a game, maybe 2 days from there. So when we don't have this data, we have no clue. Like I've asked kids, so when I used to coach, I said, hey, how was today's practice? And I'd ask one kid, they say, oh, it was the greatest practice we've ever had. Next kid walks over, they go, that was the worst practice we ever had. And then I thought it was maybe the worst practice we ever had. But it's all to each person. And it may be something they're facing in practice or not having that tangible data. So now we have this data and this technology, we need to leverage it. Player Pulse is another thing that we use that ties in with Beyond Pulse, so they have a good partnership. So some of the things that they do is like, this is really valuable for Luis and his staff, is that we have kids that answer, 5 questions that they answer after every practice. And they do it in emojis, like smiley faces and sad faces, so like kind of your mental state after practice. You can say, oh, my hamstring hurts, so then when they go into the training room, they're going to work on the hamstring, but then when Carl, our strength coach, is working, he's not going to work that hamstring as hard. So it gives us, again, more information so that we can ensure that we keep our athletes on the field as long as we can, but then we can also prevent injuries in that process. The other things that you'll see is it measures water intake, hydration intake, stress, sleep, mood, so that's kind of the wellness reporting. The rate of exertion, that's going to be somebody who's putting in those notes for their individuals. And again, the greatest part about this is it integrates all into one interface, so we're not having to go into 3 different apps and try to call all this data together. So this one is one that we implemented. So we kind of have, what I say is the cognitive fitness training is the front end of mental health awareness and trying to prevent. And then if we get to a point either with someone who's come in with either a mental health issue or something that surfaces, then we've got the triage kind of unit to react to any mental health challenges. And I'm not going to name names, but from the best athletes in our program have sought mental health counseling to athletes that are maybe, on the 13th spot of a 14-person team. So this isn't necessarily something that what we want to try to break down is any stigmas. Like, I'm working on my doctorate right now, and so I wrote a paper on one of the reasons why athletes don't choose mental health avenues. And one is because it goes against everything that we've been taught, right? So you're like, oh, be tough it out, leg it out, put dirt on it, whatever you need to do to get past something. And so then for you to admit that you can't handle it on your own is a tough challenge because we've just had that mindset kind of ingrained in us. So we partner with Coach Kaz. So Coach Kaz is a former softball coach at Concordia University in Portland, Oregon. I was an athletic director at a school across town. They were our crosstown rivals. And so what Coach Kaz realized is that she would have all these kids coming into her office, and they didn't want to talk anything about softball. All they wanted to do was talk about their problems. So light bulb went off in her head. She was kind of like, I've been doing this softball coaching for a while, but I don't have a purpose. I help these kids, but I really want to have something more rewarding. And so she went back to school, got her counseling license, and so she started this program. The other piece that's preventative for athletes going to seek counseling is that generally, and if anybody's in a counseling role in the crowd, I don't mean to throw a stereotype at you, but you go in and it's a dark room, they have the little bamboo tree, the running water, and then it's not an athlete that you're talking to. So they don't get to understand what it is that you're going through. Every counselor is either a former coach and athlete or an athlete that we work with. So our kids have one-on-one access. She comes here for 4 days. She meets with every team. Every spare minute she has, she'll meet with anybody. And we have, like I say, I think our allotment is about $15,000 of one-on-one sessions. If we need more, we'll buy more sessions. It's not to say that the school counselors aren't great resources. But they're dealing with 4,000 students on this campus that are also facing a lot of academic rigor and challenges and transitions. And so we kind of have a double whammy. You get that academic transition, and then you get this athletic transition. So what we try to do is help support them. They're, like I said, they're a member of our mental health counseling. They approve this. We worked with a bunch of different groups to ensure that we're doing things the right way here. And it's a great, like I say, it's a great opportunity for us to connect. One of the things that I love about having Coach Kaz here is that when they talk to her, it's not a stranger. They've already seen her multiple times. They've talked to her. We did mental health training with our entire staff last year and coaches, so it gives us awareness. Because a lot of the times, and I'm going to say old school when I was coaching, if a kid showed up late for practice, I'm wondering why. I don't necessarily instinctively go right to, oh, well, maybe they're having some challenges that I'm not aware of. It was, okay, well, why are you showing up late? You know, you don't care about us. They might have had some struggles along the way that prevented them from getting there. And then when you start to see patterns and things like that, we've done a lot of awareness for our coaches to instinctively go, all right, we don't automatically jump to that, but we put it in the front and center of our mind to make sure that we give them those resources if we need to. So for those of you who are lacrosse, soccer parents, we had the field down on the bottom here was our practice field. It was 11 or 12 years old. What I like to say is when I came in here on my interview, I thought, oh my gosh, we got this awesome turf field. Well, that was from a distance. When I actually got up on it, we had no blades of grass. Like we could throw infill on there and it would just be black. It wasn't anything that you would want anyone to be practicing on. So through the fortunate trustees invested the money for us to do not only turfing our practice field with a new turf field, but our previously grass soccer field. For any of you who are not familiar with mole crickets, they're not very good. They eat turf and they attract raccoons and cats, and they dig the turf and they want to eat those crickets. So we had a complete infestation in our soccer field that made 16 years of very tumultuous times for our groundskeeper to try to keep that field playable. In fact, last spring, Luis and I were the host of an NCAA regional, which we had to postpone a game a week later because the field was unplayable. So I'm here to say no longer will the fields be unplayable. We have brand new turf. We've even invested technology into how we line the field. We have a robot, like a Roomba in your house, that lines the field through an Android tablet. You just push the button and you watch it go and paint. It's pretty darn cool. The nice thing about that is the less seams you have on the field, the less damage you have to your field, the longer life of your field, and then we can put any logos or anything that we want on the field at any point, including sponsors, which if Mark were here, he'd like that because we can generate some revenue. So now the good thing is for baseball and softball athletes, we are now not having to worry about taking care of that massive field for soccer. We're reinvesting a bunch of money to raise the level of the turf, the natural grass on both baseball and softball. We're talking about putting red brick warning tracks all around, and we're laser leveling and grading our clay infields. So exciting times for our outdoor facilities. We have a master plan that we're not ready to unveil. We'll do that with the university master plan, but some exciting things that'll be happening if we raise enough money to build a new facility in between baseball, softball, and these fields. For those baseball, softball, men's and women's lacrosse, and men's and women's soccer, this is our current VTC. So we used to have football, and it was a football-only facility. So in this area is our varsity training room for athletes, strength and conditioning. And in the kind of green, yellow highlighted area, that's where we're going to redevelop the space that was allocated for football and subdivide it into a third for each group, women's soccer, women's lacrosse, and softball, to have their own designated locker room space year-round. And on the opposite side, two-thirds, just because the volume of athletes on the men's teams, baseball, soccer, and men's lacrosse will have their own dedicated space on the other side. The women did not have showers, so this area is all going to be a new shower area and wet room, and then storage for the women's programs. Also, good news, we got approved for a capital expense. We're going to be redoing our entire strength and conditioning in our athlete-only facility. Probably won't, because it comes from China, so it's got to clear customs and development and all that stuff. We're probably looking at the spring semester for launch of that. Probably launch of the new locker room and then launch of the new fitness equipment in the VTC. So, and that's it. So, any questions for me? So, I will say one thing that I think reassures. We try to minimize travel by van. I don't know, what you guys have all gone through. My first year, I was at Winthrop University, and I got a call at 3 in the morning. I ended up coaching tennis, but I didn't coach there. And our tennis team was involved in a van accident and killed 2 people, paralyzed 3 others. That was back in the day for anybody who was a former athlete in here and traveled by van, where there was enough room where you could lay underneath the seats. And so what happened is our graduate assistant fell asleep and went into the middle in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, went into the middle of construction equipment. He survived. The person in the front seat went through the windshield, and then that van collapsed upwards like this, and that's where the players who were laying on the floor were paralyzed. So we take safety really, really very high in our program, and so we travel by charter bus, if at all possible, to every single event that we take. Now, we'll fly to some places. The only times we ever take vans is if we fly to, say, a destination, and then we're transporting people, from maybe 10 minutes from the airport or something along those lines. We don't let coaches, we don't want coaches traveling through the night, so we have them off the road if they're traveling by van. Occasionally, we'll go to Daytona Beach by van, or we'll go to Orlando. So any of you who flew into Orlando, or Daytona maybe, that's about an hour and 10-minute drive, so it's not something real crazy. But in our league footprint, most of our travel is anywhere between 2 and 3.5 hours, but that's all by charter bus. And I'll also tell you, it's not cheap. Since COVID hit, our bus increases have been, 40% my first year, last year 50%, and then they didn't think they gave us enough of an increase, so they gave us another 20% from last spring to now this fall. But I'm happy to say we have a 3-year contract, so they can't raise the rates at least for 3 years. But again, we take safety really, really seriously, and even so, before I got here, we didn't do ECG testing, and unfortunately, I've had a couple of colleagues who've had people pass away in game on the court at the Division II level, and you never know why, right? Meaning that even LeBron, for an example, it wasn't USC that did ECG testing. He had the heart issue, but LeBron has access to, he got plenty of money, access to every doctor he could imagine, and even his son had that undiagnosed issue. So and it doesn't develop just necessarily like when you're a child. It can develop even later in life. A prime example, one of our assistant director of partnerships and promotions we just hired, he went to the University of Missouri to play baseball, and he had open heart surgery at 21 years old because they found that he had a valve issue, and it was diagnosed. Any of his pediatrician, any of his primary care physicians, and he was at another school before, and it wasn't Missouri did the test. It was that he was like, hey, I don't feel right, and found out that issue. So I just want you to know, reiterate what Luis said, is the first priority is our scholar athletes' health and safety. The second priority is their academics. The third priority is make sure they're prepared to be leaders afterwards. And we want to win championships, but we're not going to sacrifice any of those areas to do that. So any other questions? No? I appreciate you taking time out of your evening. I know you're exhausted. Long day of activities the last couple. I don't know if I saw anybody, but myself and my boys, we like to help in with move-in. We were at Brownlee, and it was great to see some of the kids that we moved in throughout the last couple days. So have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you throughout the season. Oh, free admission. We changed our admission practice. So normally what happens with parents, you get on a pass list if you come to games. We just said we're not going to charge admission. So aunts, uncles, friends that are here, don't worry, they can come in for free. So we encourage you to come as many games as you can. I know not everybody's from right around town, but definitely a great thing to have. So we never want cost to be a reason, and we're trying to engage with the community to come and support our teams and those seniors too, because they're always looking for something to do after their 3:30 dinner. So, all right, thank you. One question, yes. We'll be at probably close to 400 this year. Last year we were at 350. So